Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had a Forgotten Uchiha Teammate? Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. On the road, the villagers watched a raven-haired girl swing her hair with the rhythm of her hips. They recognized her at once as a descendant of the Uchiha, the only woman who had survived by some strange fate and who had been taken in by the third Hokage. Everyone knew that the third Hokage had trained her and made her just another resident of the Hidden Leaf Village. She had disappeared for a time and returned traumatized and silent, lodging in his house like any other person. No one knew where she had stayed during that absence. The girl was extraordinarily beautiful, drawing curiosity from boys her age and even from adolescents who had never seen anyone so striking. Other girls in the neighborhood resented her and could not bear how much the men admired her. She, in turn, hated the way people stared at her and judged her for belonging to a clan that had been destroyed by a detestable traitor, the one who had shattered her elder brother's trust. At least in her mind, she had the comfort of not being as hated as the boy who carried the 9 tails sealed within him, the beast that had been placed there by the fourth Hokage. She learned the village's history from the third Hokage, who trusted her with many things, yet he never revealed the name of the person who bore that terrible chakra. She felt gratitude toward the third Hokage for taking her in after the massacre that befell the Uchiha clan and sheltering her for a time like any other orphan. Eventually, she could no longer stand the constant oversight, and after preparing herself she returned to where her family had once lived, only to find everyone slain except her brother Shursui, who had been thrown into a ravine after his Sharingan was taken. When the news of her older brother's death arrived, her Sharingan awakened with a single tomo. She wept for a long time and regretted not having stopped him from going on that mission. The worst part of all was learning that her cousin Itachi had been the one to kill her brother and to extinguish nearly all of her family, including the younger boy she had cherished. She paused and sighed, heavy with the recollection of the hardships that had left her wounded in spirit. She had lived so long with Itachi's family that she had also wept when she learned they had not survived. She discarded those feelings and tried to forget what she had once felt for the younger boy, the one her age with whom she had spent so much time. He had become her rival in competition, and she had felt both resentment and affection toward him at the same time. Someone called her by name. Kanade looked toward the voice and saw a woman in wretched condition. Kanade remembered the woman perfectly. Once she had given her money so the woman would finally buy something to drink. The woman had begun shouting outside a shop where Kanade passed by, and Kanade had had no choice but to hand over some money. Since that day the woman begged whenever she had the chance. Kanade asked coldly what the woman wanted, without looking at her. The woman reached out and asked if Kanade had any money. Kanade turned and faced the old woman, smiling with contempt and pretending to search the ninja pouch at her waist for coins. She told the woman that she had nothing to give beyond a look of disdain and that she should find work instead of begging. The woman stared, surprised by Kanade's icy manner. The woman responded by insulting Kanade, calling her a stupid brat. Kanade crossed her arms, smiling arrogantly, and told the woman to get a job because she would no longer feed her habit. Without hesitation, the woman lunged at Kanade and attacked her aggressively. Kanade did not struggle. She allowed herself to be grabbed, drawing the attention of passers-by who were surprised that anyone would assault the third Hokage's ward. Laughter and quick footsteps sounded nearby, and Kanade followed the movement with her eyes to see a charismatic blonde boy approaching, looking irritated. A gust of wind shoved Kanade backward as she remained held by the attacker. To her left, several hidden leaf guards had arrived behind the blonde. Instead of pursuing the boy, they moved to free her. A guard ordered the woman to release her, and the woman let go. Kanade pretended to collapse to her knees, acting as if she had been assaulted violently. The woman exaggerated the incident, accusing Kanade of trying to kill her and claiming she had refused to give money for the woman's habit. With the help of a passing young man, the woman rose and insisted that Kanade was a danger to the village and should be confined to a hospital to cure her problem. The guards seized the woman and began to drag her away as she screamed for release and accused Kanade of staging the attack. No one believed her. Kanade's composed, controlled image before the crowd left little room for doubt. Kanade gave herself a light massage at the base of her neck and looked at the person who had helped her, finding a boy with dark, almost jet-black hair tied in a high ponytail. Kanade asked who he was. The boy, Nara Shikamaru, answered with a hint of annoyance, and Kanade turned her gaze toward the path where the blonde had disappeared. Kanade commented that the inept being followed by the Konoha guards only wanted attention. Shikamaru smiled slightly at her blunt way of speaking and fell into step beside her. He already knew from his father that someone new would join the academy after studying for a long time with the third Hokage and Uchiha who had survived her clan's massacre. Who else could it be but an onyx-eyed beauty who had drawn everyone's attention? Shikamaru explained that the one being pursued was called Naruto, an annoying boy who staged pranks to be chased by the guards and get noticed. He pointed out a commotion a few streets away, and Kanade looked toward it as well. It was likely Naruto causing a ruckus, typical of the blonde. Kanade added that Naruto had helped her get a troublesome, intoxicated woman restrained. She showed no pity for the woman. Shikamaru observed that, regardless of her intentions, the woman would now receive treatment and rehabilitation instead of simply being punished. Their eyes met and Kanade shrugged, resigned. Kanade said she had only wanted the woman locked away so she would be left in peace. She did not tolerate people who gave in to despair over a bottle. Shikamaru asked if she was the Uchiha their teacher at the academy had spoken so much about. Kanade smiled faintly and nodded. Shikamaru noted that her identity was obvious and checked the central clock, insisting it was time to head to the academy. He began to walk without waiting, and Kanade followed a few steps behind, uneasy about trailing someone she had just met. She could not stop thinking about the boy who had smiled when she had been grabbed by a drunken woman. Nobody ordinary would have been so considerate as to draw the guard's attention to help, unless it had been a coincidence that led her to meet someone as different as Naruto. Kanade had never seen that boy before. Their meeting had been oddly timed. The walk was tiring, but they arrived in a matter of minutes, just as the bell rang and alerted the children outside the academy. Kanade allowed Shikamaru to enter first because she would have to introduce herself to unfamiliar faces at the request of the teacher in charge. She did not say goodbye to him. They were neither friends nor acquaintances. Making friends would only slow her down from her real goal. When she opened the door to her new classroom, every eye focused on her, including the adult present who signaled her to come forward and stand beside him. She obeyed and positioned herself to his left. The students took their seats and continued to stare as if interrogating her. The teacher welcomed her and asked her to introduce herself and then take a seat. Kanade stepped onto the small platform and announced that she was Uchiha Kanade. A student seated in the back finally raised his head at the sound of that familiar name. Their gazes connected for a moment before a guard burst in. The guard informed Irika that the Hokage needed him immediately regarding Naruto, who had not stopped causing trouble. Irika, the teacher, placed a hand on Kanade's shoulder and told her to sit wherever she wished. He would be back shortly and asked everyone to be kind and welcoming to her. After he left, the students pleaded for Kanade to sit beside them. As she began to climb the stairs to find a seat, Kanade had already chosen the place next to Shikamaru, who showed little interest in her presence. But as she passed another student with onyx eyes, time seemed to slow. Both of them became acutely aware of each other's presence. In that instant, the onyx-eyed student, Sasuke, took Kanade's forearm and turned her so their eyes met again. The classroom fell silent and all the students watched the unexpected confrontation. Their onyx eyes locked and revealed a wound from the past neither wanted to remember. Sasuke murmured that she was alive. Kanade responded by naming him. The tension escalated when Sasuke's grip tightened, causing her discomfort. Kanade wrapped her hand around his wrist and pressed back with equal force. Their expressions shifted to mutual contempt, and everyone sensed how strained the air had become. Resentment and rivalry replaced the remnants of what once had been more tender feelings between them. Both harbored the same objective: to confront Itachi. Neither wanted to share that fate with the other. Kanade stepped away from the hold when she felt everyone's eyes. She tried to be as cautious as possible so no one would notice how bitter she felt at facing someone who reminded her of her painful past. Itachi's gaze was all she could see, and she dreaded having to interact with someone like Sasuke, whom she had believed dead along with the rest of his clan. Without further hesitation, she went to sit beside Shikamaru and took a seat without asking, crossing her arms while she waited for the teacher assigned to her ninja training to return. The other children continued to stare, but she paid them no attention. Since childhood she had been used to being watched and approached by others who wanted to be her friends or more. She had once thought she was too young for relationships, and after the massacre of her clan she began to believe that no one deserved to be by her side and that people were useless. The classroom door opened and the teacher returned accompanied by the boy she had met at the center when she had been attacked by a desperate woman seeking money. Kanade could not avoid overhearing the teacher's reprimand and noticing how the boy paid it no heed. It was clear he was the least composed and most troublesome in the class. Their eyes met and he pointed at her with a confident smile. Naruto shouted that she was the girl who had been attacked by that woman, and his declaration made Kanade furious as everyone turned to look in surprise. Kanade remained silent and decided not to speak to someone like him. She thought little of him for having drawn the guard's attention back then. Arika, the teacher, told Naruto to take his seat before he was scolded further and warned that because of him they might have to repeat the transformation technique. Most of the class protested and a few muttered complaints at Naruto. Kanade raised an eyebrow when Naruto moved toward her. She looked away quickly, hoping he would understand she did not want to share the spot beside her. Instead, Naruto sat down beside her, smiling. Kanade asked angrily what his intentions were. Naruto observed that she reminded him of Sasuke in the way she spoke and in the stern expression she wore, then added that she was very pretty, and it had been a long time since a nice girl had been around. Sakura protested loudly, calling Naruto's name and drawing Kanade's attention away from him. Naruto apologized to Sakura and offered her a compliment, which drew a small sigh from the class. Kanade rolled her eyes and looked toward Shikamaru. A small, wry smile touched her lips as she took in the group of misfits around her. She knew that entering the academy meant meeting new people and having to adapt. She had been so accustomed to solitude that she had forgotten what companionship felt like. The tender memories of the love her parents and older brother had shown her in youth had become blurred and sorrowful. She glanced at Sasuke, who looked at her over his shoulder. When their eyes met they both looked away immediately, recalling the happiness they had once felt playing as children, dependent on one another despite the words of dislike they had exchanged. They had once thought they could be as close as their older brothers, but all of that vanished when hope disappeared and betrayal burned the trust they had placed in someone they cared for. Kanade told herself those were vague memories not worth dwelling on. Naruto asked if she had said something, but Kanade remained awkwardly silent. He could not understand how someone could be so intimidating and yet make him curious about her story. When the students stood to move to the area where they always performed demonstrations, Kanade stayed in her seat and chose not to participate in the exercise as a punishment, which drew Irika's attention. Irika asked Uchiha Kanade to come forward and demonstrate that she could perform the transformation technique. Kanade replied calmly that she knew the technique well. Irika insisted she show it to her classmates, assuring her it would not take long. Reluctantly, Kanade walked to the front while her classmates continued to watch. At Irika's side she formed the necessary hand seals and murmured the words of the transformation technique. A puff of smoke enveloped her, and for a moment she took on Irika's appearance, surprising the teacher. A few seconds later she returned to her own form and faced Sakura, who had clenched her fists at the display of impressive chakra control. Kanade offered a small, smug smile, which only made Sakura angrier. Without another word she passed her classmates and returned to her seat, making it clear she did not intend to join their camaraderie. As soon as the girl sat down, she noticed the blonde boy from earlier had chosen not to sit beside her this time. She felt relieved. She disliked hearing his persistent voice and the questions he never left unanswered. Irika, the instructor, announced that they would begin the final exam and explained that when he called a student's name they would go to the examination room. He added that the final would be on the clone jutsu. Kanade lowered her gaze when a sudden shout came from the front. Naruto had his hands over his ears, exaggerating his reaction. She rolled her eyes in annoyance and stared out the window, waiting for the teacher to call her name. After 3 students, the teacher called Uchiha Kanade, and the entire classroom fell silent as she descended the steps and left the room. The walk to the examination area was short. As she entered the testing hall, she felt the weight of many observing eyes and a tense anticipation from those who would judge her performance. She gave a slight bow toward the third Hokage and began her presentation. The Hokage asked everyone to watch carefully and signaled for her to proceed. Kanade performed the necessary hand seals and activated the clone jutsu, producing 6 perfect copies that immediately captured the attention of the examiners. When Kanade left the room in silence, an uneasy chill ran down her spine, likely from the drain on her chakra. She turned the wrong way at first and then felt a firm grip on her left forearm. She looked up to find Uchiha Sasuke standing there, and heat rose in her chest. She tried to pull away, but Sasuke tightened his hold until she tensed. Kanade opened her Sharingan in warning. Sasuke loosened his grip slightly when he realized she already possessed the skill he had not fully mastered. Kanade told him she did not want to be involved with him. Sasuke responded that he did not either, but he could not allow her to get in the way of his mission. He explained that his goal was to confront the man responsible for his family's and clan's deaths, and he would not let anyone stand between him and that aim, especially someone who he believed sought revenge impulsively. His words were harsh, fueled by his own hunger for vengeance. In a swift motion, Kanade freed herself and drew a kunai from her pants. She grabbed Sasuke by the collar and pressed the kunai lightly against his cheek in a tense standoff, careful not to cause injury. She told him that no one could hate Itachi more than she did, that Itachi had destroyed her family and betrayed the trust her brother had placed in him. She leaned close to his ear and warned that she intended to be the one to confront Itachi, and she would not allow Sasuke to interfere. If he tried, she would not hesitate to stop him. She pushed him away hard enough to make him brace against the wall. Sasuke responded with a cold warning, and Kanade sheathed her kunai after wiping it on her sleeve, then deactivated her Sharingan. When Sasuke was called to return to class, he left with visible irritation, following the same path Kanade had taken. Back in the classroom, classmates whispered about how quickly Kanade had completed her exam. Some of the girls assumed she had failed and performed poorly. The boys argued that she must have performed well and hurried through the task because she came from the powerful Uchiha clan, even though that clan had suffered tragic losses. Kanade placed the symbol of her academy graduation into her ninja pouch. She had only been at the academy for a month and did not value the token much. Her true goal was to become as strong as her older brother, who had repeatedly bested Uchiha Itachi in their encounters. Proving to herself that she was capable of avenging her clan and defending her brother drove her forward. She stopped when she noticed the blonde boy sitting on the swing tied to a low branch of the old tree in front of the academy. He looked dejected, the only one who had not passed the graduation exam. Kanade suspected his reaction earlier had been genuine, and she had seen the looks of pity and dismissive comments from other parents. For some reason, perhaps pity, she approached him. Kanade told him to stop looking so pitiful and crossed her arms, stopping a few steps away. The boy told her to leave him alone, focused on the displays of parent-child affection around them. Kanade said he would never achieve anything remaining seated and suggested he should train instead of wallowing. The boy replied that she did not understand and called her bitter, saying what she needed was fun and friends to change her outlook. Kanade insisted she needed no one but herself, and challenged him to prove her wrong. She removed her hidden forehead protector and showed it to him, asking him to demonstrate that he could earn it. If he could, she promised she might reconsider her opinion of him. Naruto called her a charlatan and rose from the swing, but before he could grab Kanade by the jacket to threaten and lecture her, a voice stopped them. The man who had graded the graduation exam told Naruto that he needed to speak with him. Naruto said he would go at once and watched Kanade begin to walk away. The examiner's words made him resolve to find a way to become a genin. Naruto thought Kanade needed confidence to learn the true meaning of being a ninja, and he believed he was the right person to show her that being accepted by the villagers of Konoha mattered most. They held very different points of view. But after that conversation, he noticed that Kanade had also experienced something regrettable, much like Sasuke. Both carried a resentment that shaped their behavior. Kanade walked through the village mulling over what she had discussed with the troublesome blonde. She still could not believe how he had encouraged her to be a better ninja and to stop being so down about failing the exam. She suspected he had real power but did not practice enough, which explained his mediocre performance. She stopped at the sweets shop to buy her favorite snack, chocolate and strawberry Pocky sticks. There she noticed a familiar boy looking at lollipops, which surprised her and brought back a memory from when she was younger. Their eyes met and they both looked away, choosing to ignore one another as they had throughout the academy. Neither had a family waiting at home, so both preferred to buy sweets instead of a costly celebratory meal. At the checkout, the Uchiha boy told her to stop following him. Kanade replied dryly that, like him, she had no one to celebrate this useless, insignificant achievement. After paying, they walked in the same direction and realized they were heading toward the abandoned Uchiha village. The boy asked if she planned to follow him to the village. Kanade opened her snack bag and reminded him that she was also an Uchiha, so it made sense for her to return to the place where she slept. The boy warned that now that they knew of each other's existence, life would likely force more frequent encounters, and he made it clear he would not tolerate their meetings. He insisted they were enemies because they fought for different things. Kanade answered that she would not tolerate his presence either and that he should keep his distance. They then took different routes to their respective villages. Spending time together had become a kind of torture because of the hatred they both carried. When Kanade reached home, she decided to make dinner. Because she had taken the long way back, she had missed her usual mealtime and was annoyed, so she cooked a simple meal for one. When she finished, she looked out the window toward the abandoned village and lingered on a house that she thought Sasuke might be occupying. She visited that house almost daily because her older brother was friends with that family and they had come to feel like family to her. Still, they did not share the closeness she might have expected, due in part to the parents' estrangement. A knock at the door startled her. A guard of the third Hokage informed her that the third lord requested her presence immediately. She ran alongside the guard to the Hokage's office. Inside the office she realized she had been summoned for a reprimand. The third seemed worried and somewhat upset. Kanade felt gratitude toward him but disliked being treated in a special way, as if she were more important than the other orphans. He seemed to be trying to be the grandfather she had lost in the Uchiha attack, and she believed she should be courteous and respectful toward him because he had offered kindness when others had offered only scorn. A Konoha guard announced that Naruto had taken the sacred scroll and that the situation was no laughing matter. Kanade felt a small smile at the thought of Naruto's audacity and at the memory of the power she had suggested he seek. Though she was different from him, she also wanted to be strong enough to impress people. She understood that everyone longed for power, and even if Naruto had taken things a bit far, she could not help feeling a measure of pride. The third Hokage ordered that Naruto be found and brought to him. Kanade asked whether Naruto's action was truly that serious. The third explained that the scroll contained forbidden jutsu that could release the nine-tailed fox. Another advisor expressed doubt that Naruto was clever enough to seek out the beast's host. The third said he understood that concern and revealed that Naruto was the Jinchuriki of the Kyuubi, the nine-tailed fox. Kanade's mouth opened slightly upon hearing the news. She could not believe someone like Naruto could harbor such immense power. She understood then why people scorned and feared him. He was the child into whom the fourth had sealed the nine-tailed fox. The third told Kanade that he would say to her the same words he had once said to Irika. Naruto never had a mother or father who cared for him. He had always been ostracized and did not understand why so many people looked at him that way. How would anyone feel if others turned their backs on them? That was why he got into trouble, to make people notice him. He might not show it, but he was always thinking about the family he could not have. He was hurting inside. Those words made the Uchiha reflect on how someone so hated and alone could still be kind to everyone. She wondered why he wanted acceptance from people she considered so insignificant. She could not understand how the blonde could endure scowls and not answer with hatred or a desire to display power to prevent others from hating him. He did not seek to inspire fear to command respect, yet respect was what he seemed to receive. The third Hokage explained to Kanade that he hoped she understood why he had confided this to her, that it was not a matter for casual conversation, and that he expected her to keep it to herself. Kanade bowed respectfully and assured him that his trust was placed in her. The third Hokage then clarified that she could leave, as that was all he had to discuss with her. Kanade excused herself and departed the office of the third Hokage. A few steps outside, she stopped and began to consider what it meant that Naruto possessed such a power. A faint smile appeared on her lips because she believed the blonde would prove he could earn his ninja headband through his own merits. Deep down, a feeling of eager anticipation began to rise. She most wanted to see the strength he could demonstrate in combat. Irika announced that from that day forward everyone was a ninja. The students listened in silence as he continued that they had faced many difficult trials to reach this point, and that nothing would be easier now. From then on they would form teams of 3, he said with a smile toward his students, except for one person who would join a team as a 4th member. Each team would be led by an elite ninja. He pointed to the black-haired girl and instructed Kanade to come to his side because she would be the 4th member of some group. Kanade rolled her eyes for a moment, aware that being singled out would draw the academy's quiet gossip. She hated being treated like an oddity, but she also understood the practical logic. She had only attended the academy for a month and had been the last to join, so it made sense she should be given a place after everyone else had been assigned. At Irika's side, she surveyed those wearing ninja headbands and tried to guess which team might be worthy of her presence, while knowing the assignment would likely be random and that it was unlikely she would be paired with someone she preferred. No one usually affected her, except for the blonde boy she had seen the night before doing something he should not have done, an incident that had drawn the attention of the village guards. Her dark eyes fixed on his blonde hair as he listened to Irika, and she examined his features carefully, realizing he was the same boy. Kanade also understood the truth behind the blonde's presence and the dormant power buried deep in his chakra, a power she longed for because she had always lacked such strength. Fate had given Naruto an extraordinary gift that, with practice, would make him astonishingly strong. Naruto noticed Kanade looking at him and instinctively blushed. Despite his gruffness, the beauty in her face made him nervous, so he raised his hand in a brief, awkward wave. Kanade offered a faint smile and looked away, and the short attention was enough to make him flush deeper. Irika then began naming the teams. Irika announced Team 7 as Uzumaki Naruto, Haruno Sakura, and Uchiha Sasuke. Kanade frowned. Team 7 held 3 people she could barely tolerate. One seemed to lack individuality and followed everything a certain person said. Another carried himself with arrogance and self-importance. The third was relentlessly cheerful toward those he considered undeserving. Although she would have liked to be on the same team as the last, she could not bring herself to spend time with someone who had threatened to harm her the day before. When the team assignments finished, Naruto stood abruptly and slammed both palms on the table, drawing everyone's attention, including Irika's. Naruto angrily demanded to know why a great ninja like him had been placed on the same team as someone he called a loser. Irika reminded him that Sasuke had one of the highest academic marks and that Naruto had the lowest in the group. Kanade's gaze shifted to Sasuke, who stared at his new teammate with cold hostility. It was clear he would have to endure provocations from someone who annoyed him. Sasuke warned Naruto not to get in his way and dismissed him as a loser, provoking Naruto's fury and solidifying the rivalry between them. Irika then told Kanade that her choice of any of the boxes on a nearby cart would determine which team she would join. Naruto asked what the boxes were, and Irika explained that whatever technique Kanade used to break a box would trigger a mechanism revealing the squad number she would join. Kanade crossed her arms, thinking the test was a waste of chakra and that drawing numbers on paper would have been quicker. With no other option, Kanade prepared to demonstrate a technique to prove she had skills and to show Sasuke that she was not the only one capable of performing jutsu. She formed several hand seals that Sasuke immediately recognized. The crowd murmured in astonishment as she executed a fire release, great fireball technique. A small ball of flame burst forth and burned the wood around it to ash. Because it lacked sufficient chakra, it remained modest in size and struck only a single box on the table. When the entire box turned to ash, a number appeared, and Kanade Uchiha opened her eyes in frustration and clenched her fists, feeling powerless before a decision she could not reverse. The sensei reacted with excitement, noting that there were 2 Uchiha on the same team when he saw the number 7 covered in ash. A painful memory swept through Kanade as she realized she would have to spend time with someone she did not want to approach, live with a person she preferred to avoid, a boy who reminded her of the one she most despised and would not hesitate to stop if he stood in her way. Sasuke Uchiha was the person she least tolerated in the village, for the one she hated most shared a name different but the same blood running through his veins. Their onyx eyes met and both felt resentment at the thought of sharing moments as teammates. They were perhaps the only two not happy to be near one another, and they knew it would be difficult to act like comrades from that moment on. Sakura Haruno waved Kanade to sit by her, smiling warmly but causing unease in Kanade, who received only a serious look in return. The sensei told Kanade to join her new team and explained they would meet their jounin after lunch, then dismissed them to rest until then. Students across the classroom began forming groups to eat and get to know one another. Team 7 remained seated. Naruto watched them from his spot with a resigned expression, realizing cooperation to create harmony would not come easily. Naruto rose to get lunch and joked that they could either wait for the teacher or feed on their grievances, noting how the two Uchiha avoided looking at each other. Kanade watched through the window as classmates sat to eat with their new teammates and smiled sincerely, glad to see new friendships forming. She rested her elbow on the sill and put her chin in her palm, remembering how she used to eat like that with her older brother, when he could focus on them despite his busy schedule. She could not help but shake her head at the memory of Sasuke coming to join them that day because Itachi had left on a mission and would not return until late. That afternoon had been special for the three of them, especially for the young Uchiha who were cared for by someone they loved. The memory was painful because Itachi's actions later caused separation and left deep scars in their recollections. A hush settled over the classroom. Naruto glanced over his shoulder and pressed his lips together, unsure how to ease the awkwardness created by the Uchiha's presence. He noticed Sakura approaching Kanade with confidence while Kanade still looked out the window. Sasuke also glanced toward the girls, watching what the pink-haired girl would do. Sakura introduced herself as Haruno Sakura and expressed that she was glad Kanade was part of the team, noting with a smile that they were the only squad with two women and that this pleased her. Kanade looked up, uneasy at the familiar look. In Sakura's eyes, those onyx eyes that reflected a firm rejection, identical to the expression Sasuke gave whenever she asked something that felt more like a pleading request. Kanade responded coldly that she disliked people repeating what was already obvious. Sakura asked if all Uchiha had been like that, crossing a line into matters that did not concern her. Sasuke, standing behind Kanade, turned and said that it was none of her business, then walked toward the door. Naruto, holding his lunch, watched the exchange and offered Sasuke a sarcastic smile, taking some satisfaction from the fact that Kanade had understood the implication and chosen silence. Kanade explained that there had been a time when the Uchiha were different. They used to help without asking for anything in return, often smiling, fair and brave because they had served as the village's police force. She spoke without looking at them, feeling both proud and filled with sorrow at the memory. Kanade and Sasuke had no idea of the full events that unfolded within the Uchiha compound. A tragic incident orchestrated by Itachi Uchiha had resulted in the loss of many lives, including innocent children, and had left survivors emotionally scarred, wounded, distrustful, and resentful toward anyone they encountered. Kanade thought that those days must have been astonishing. Sakura murmured with a small smile, her emerald eyes shining with the sincerity she felt. Soon the blonde and the pink-haired slightly parted their lips when they noticed the tiny smiles that formed on the serious faces of the two dark-haired figures. Sasuke commented that they had been, and he could not help raising his gaze to meet Kanade's small smile. After many years she looked at him without any hatred. It only brought him nostalgia and sadness as he missed his older brother, and for the first time Sasuke felt guilt begin to creep up his spine. Everyone kept as far from one another as possible. The Uchiha remained distant while their teammates made a fuss because their new sensei was at least 2 hours late after lunch ended. The pink-haired girl tried to quiet the blonde, who had not stopped complaining since the first minute of the delay. Kanade knew she could not complain to anyone above her rank and had to wait patiently, although a small, absurd idea flitted through her head about exposing the Hokage who treated her like a granddaughter. She found herself idly forming hand seals with her fingers, practicing sequences she had not yet mastered well enough to synchronize. The jutsu she had been taught while fleeing the village still eluded her. When she finished with the tiger seal, Sasuke straightened, ready to intervene if anything went wrong. He only received a puzzled look from Kanade, who had not released any chakra after completing the seals. Sasuke snapped at her angrily and told her to stop playing, drawing the attention of the others who watched the door where the jounin was expected to enter. Kanade rose and began to descend the steps, moving toward the boy who glanced over his shoulder at her. The others could not look away from the Uchiha girl with long, glossy hair. She walked slowly and deliberately, her movements composed. Kanade explained that she was practicing her seals, a mischievous smile appearing on her face. She teased Sasuke by saying that his behavior made her think he could not stop noticing her and asked if he really could not believe she had changed since childhood. Sasuke turned in his chair to face her, crossing his arms and meeting her with onyx eyes that held a depth others found unnerving. He reminded her that they had grown and were no longer the small children they had once been, adding that she was not as exceptional as her admirers made her out to be, then stood and turned his back to show how little she mattered to him. Kanade offered only a sarcastic smile, which faded when she noticed what their other two teammates were doing. A childish trap, an eraser balanced above the door that would fall on whoever opened it first. It made sense that the jounin would be the one to trigger it. Sasuke pointed out coldly that their new sensei was an elite ninja and unlikely to fall for such a trick, which made Sakura, who had joined in the prank, uneasy. Sakura tried to cover for her involvement and blamed Naruto, saying she had told him not to do it. Naruto laughed at the thought of his prank succeeding on someone superior in skill, and Kanade watched in disbelief that a jounin could be the target of such a ridiculous joke. The jounin surveyed each of his future students in turn, and an awkward silence settled over the four newly graduated genin. The jounin finally commented that his first impression of the group was that they were a mediocre bunch, his expression hidden behind a mask that left only one eye visible. Kakashi began the introductions by asking each student to present themselves one by one. Sakura looked genuinely confused as she wondered aloud what they were supposed to say. Kakashi explained that they should say the usual things: their likes, dislikes, hobbies, and dreams for the future. Naruto suggested that Kakashi go first so they would know how to follow, and the jounin obliged. Kakashi introduced himself as Hatake Kakashi, admitted he had nothing particular to say about likes or dislikes, had not given much thought to his future dreams, and mentioned that he had many hobbies. Sasuke thought Kakashi's example was a waste of time, but Kakashi ignored him and asked Naruto, who sat on the right, to introduce himself first. Naruto announced that his name was Uzumaki Naruto. He said he liked instant ramen and hated having to wait 3 minutes after adding water. His hobby was eating ramen. Irika had taken him to eat ramen on occasion. His dream was to become the greatest Hokage so the village would stop despising him and begin to admire him. Sakura raised an eyebrow at Naruto's sincere words. She could not understand how someone like Naruto could still care for villagers who had treated him poorly without holding resentment. Kakashi asked Sakura to go next. Sakura, looking at Sasuke with adoration, began to fumble over her words. When Kakashi pressed for her dislikes, Sakura shouted Naruto's name, causing Naruto to cry out in exasperation. Kakashi remarked that the girls seemed more excited about boys than about their training and then turned his attention to the next student who was staring directly at him. The girl announced that her name was Uchiha Kanade but refused to discuss her life with them. Said that being on the same team did not mean they were entitled to know about her. When Kakashi asked if there was anything she wanted to do, Kanade answered that she intended to kill someone. An awkward silence followed. Sasuke observed that Kanade was an Uchiha, and then introduced himself. He gave his name as Uchiha Sasuke, said he disliked many things but that nothing in particular pleased him, and declared that his goal was not merely a dream but a plan. He would restore his clan and destroy one specific person. Kanade's lips curved in a small, knowing smile at the mention of the name that connected their histories. Kakashi stood and reminded them that each person had their own reasons and opinions. He announced that their first mission would be the next morning and told them it would require all 5 of them together. Naruto asked what kind of mission it would be, and Kakashi explained that it was a survival exercise rather than a real mission. He told them to meet at the training point at 5 in the morning and bring their ninja equipment. Kakashi's tone grew serious enough that Kanade narrowed her eyes. He dismissed them with the odd warning that they might want to skip breakfast since they could become ill, and then he left. The students dispersed. Naruto followed Sakura at a distance, hopeful and persistent. Sakura asked him what he wanted and turned to find him trailing behind her. Naruto said he wanted to go to her home, and Sakura smirked with disdain. She pointed out that the path they were on led toward the Uchiha district, a shortcut that few used. Naruto's eyes widened and his cheeks flushed crimson. He blurted that he wanted to be her friend, that it bothered him that she was so unfriendly and unsociable, and that he wanted her to change. Kanade answered that she did not want to be his friend and told him to stop wasting his time chasing empty dreams. She crossed her arms and asked why he wanted to please people who would not help him, speaking with blunt sincerity. Naruto puffed his cheeks in anger and stormed off, shouting that he could not stand her. Kanade sighed. She did not want to argue with someone who hated losing. Since the death of her brother and the rest of her family, she had withdrawn from close relationships, clinging only to the connection the third Hokage had insisted upon. She still felt indebted to the old man who had removed her from the situation she had fled. Sasuke dropped down from a branch and asked whether she would have breakfast. Kanade replied that it was none of his business. Sasuke approached and, invoking the memory of Shisui, urged her to stop. His words were enough to make Kanade halt and face him. Sasuke warned her not to interfere with the exercise the next day, or he would deal with her decisively. His tone carried the calm promise of action rather than crude threats. Kanade smiled in annoyance but did not back down. She stepped forward until their faces were only inches apart, both of them locked in a cold, steady glare. The girl warned Sasuke never to threaten her again. Sasuke began to insist that he would become more powerful than her, claiming that he would surpass her brother in the same way Itachi had once been superior, but he could not finish the sentence before she struck him with a powerful punch that sent him to the ground. The blow landed in a swift, anime-like flash of movement. When she glanced at her hand, she noticed the Sharingan in her eyes and a smear of blood on her palm. Sasuke touched his lip and found it bleeding. She shouted that he should never refer to her brother that way and hurled an insult at him, fury clear on her face. Sasuke looked at her in surprise. Sasuke asked if she was crying. She wiped away her tears, their mix of anger and helplessness unmistakable, and warned him again not to speak of Shisui like that. She then turned and ran, leaving Sasuke standing alone, feeling unsettled after seeing her cry. Kanade squinted at the 3 bells dangling from Kakashi's fingers. Kakashi warned that they would have to remove the bells before the noon bell rang. If they could not, they would miss lunch, be tied to posts, and watch him eat in front of them. He paused to build tension. Sakura observed that there were only 3 bells and 4 of them. Kakashi smiled and explained that meant at least one of them would end up tied up and disqualified for failing the mission, and that one would have to return to the academy. Everyone exchanged looks. Kakashi added that they could use any weapon, including shuriken, but if they were not prepared to defeat him they would not succeed in removing the bells. Sakura scolded that the weapons were dangerous, and Naruto laughed. Kakashi said that the class clowns were useless and easily ignored because of their low grades, calling one of them a loser, which made Naruto bristle. Kakashi concluded by telling them they could begin when he said so. Impulsively, Naruto attacked before Kakashi gave the start. He ran toward Kakashi with a kunai in hand, but Kakashi caught him easily and reminded them not to rush. He had not said to begin. Kakashi noted that Naruto had come with the intent to strike and said he was starting to like them, then gave the go-ahead to start. Kanade remembered the lesson that a ninja must reconcile movements and hide them effectively as she watched from a tree branch. Naruto demanded a fair one-on-one fight. Kakashi remarked that Naruto was a little odd compared to the others. Naruto mocked Kakashi's haircut and attacked again. Kakashi produced a book, distracting Naruto, who used several moves only to have Kakashi dodge each one. Kakashi then disappeared and reappeared behind Naruto, forming hand seals that left Sakura confused about the technique. Sakura warned that Naruto was about to be hit. Kakashi executed a notorious GG technique, and Naruto was sent flying while shouting in pain. Kanade muttered that it was lamentable. She turned to move through the area, but a commotion stopped her when she saw that Naruto could create several realistic shadow clones rather than the usual illusions. The group accused Kakashi of trickery, insisting the clones were his technique, and chaos erupted as the clones began to fight. Sakura ordered the clones to disperse, and one by one they vanished until only the real Naruto remained. Kanade thought to herself that Naruto really was reckless. Kakashi reprimanded Naruto for falling into a trap, and then several shuriken flew in and struck unexpectedly. Everyone was surprised by the sudden strike, but Kakashi used smoke and a substitute log to cover himself. Kanade began running in another direction as everyone engaged their strategies. She climbed down from the trees and found Sakura trapped in a genjutsu trance. Kanade positioned her hands and helped Sakura break free from the chaotic illusion by applying a simple release technique, then resumed her search. She ran through the trees and reached a clearing where Kakashi sat calmly reading a book. Pleased that the new sensei seemed unconcerned with her, Kanade moved in to strike but was yanked backward by Sasuke, who had begun attacking Kakashi with taijutsu. Angered, Kanade turned and attacked even though she did not fully consider Sasuke an ally. Sasuke formed hand seals and unleashed a powerful fire technique. Fire style, Great Fireball technique. Kakashi widened his eyes at the magnitude of the attack, caught Sasuke to slow him down, and feigned a grapple to buy time. The fireball scorched the trees and started a blaze. Before Kanade could counterattack, the ground pulled her down, and when she peered to her right she saw Sasuke standing close with no sign of Kakashi nearby. Sakura emerged from behind a tree confused. When she realized the situation she screamed and collapsed unconscious, frustrating both Kanade and Sasuke with her ineptitude. Sasuke noticed that Sakura had managed to break free from the earth prison Kakashi had placed them in and looked at her with hatred. He noted that her palm on the ground suggested she had used a wood manipulation technique. Sasuke could not understand how she had obtained that nature, but if it was possible, she might also control water and earth, much like the legendary first Hokage. Sakura regained consciousness and saw Kanade staring at the trees with a new expression. The bell signaling the end of the test rang. Kanade formed several seals and a stream of water emerged from her lips, extinguishing the fires she had started in the trees. The pink-haired girl could not help smiling when she noticed there was still kindness in Kanade. Silence fell over them, and the three had no choice but to move toward the source of the bell. They found Naruto furious, struggling to free himself from bindings on a post where Kakashi had apparently tied him. Kanade sighed in frustration at Naruto's incompetence and desperation. Kakashi scolded that their stomachs were making noise and announced that, for this exercise, he had decided not to return them to the academy. That decision would mean all four of them were permanently expelled from the program. The dark-haired girl's eyes widened in shock and she clenched her fists. She had never imagined that delays caused by her inept teammates would cost her so much, including the chance to face peers her age who were ranked among Konoha's best. Naruto protested angrily that Kakashi could not expel them as if they were trash and could not take away their opportunity to become ninjas. Kakashi replied that they did not think like ninjas, they thought like four spoiled children. Before he could finish his reprimand, Sasuke lunged at him, but Kakashi stopped him with a swift movement that knocked Sasuke down and left Kakashi's foot pressed lightly against his head as a show of control. Kakashi leaned forward and asked whether Sasuke believed all of this was about him. The pink-haired girl objected fiercely, offended and pained to see the boy she cared about left helpless. Kakashi asked why they thought they had been put on the same team and whether they had considered that question for even a moment. He insisted that teamwork was the point of forming teams. He told Sakura that she was so obsessed with Sasuke that she had not lifted a finger to help Naruto when he needed it. He told Naruto that he had tried to do everything alone. He told Kanade that her ego made her think she was superior to others and that she had only become a genin because the Hokage had asked for it. The dark-haired girl drew a kunai from her weapon pouch and ran toward Kakashi, but he seized her arm and used the weapon as a demonstration, placing a blade at Sasuke's throat while keeping a grip on Kanade. He made the danger clear without harming anyone. Kakashi explained that Uchiha often believed no one was their equal and therefore preferred to work alone. Sasuke warned that Kakashi did not know anything, still under his control. Kakashi stressed that teamwork was essential and that when individuals put themselves above the team, failure and death could follow. He staged a grim lesson. If Sakura did not stop Naruto, Sasuke would be the one at risk, and if Naruto did not stop Sakura, Kanade would be in danger. The Jounin created an impossible-sounding choice to show how cruel decisions on a mission could become. Naruto struggled to loosen the knot binding him to the post but could not, while Sakura stared at her own hands helplessly, knowing she lacked the strength in taijutsu and ninjutsu to intervene. Kakashi explained that this was what happened on real missions. An enemy could take a hostage and force a team into an impossible decision where someone might end up harmed. He released those he controlled and pointed out a memorial stone nearby, explaining that the names carved into it belonged to heroes honored by the village. The four looked toward the stone in silence. Only the breeze moving through the trees broke the quiet. Naruto suddenly declared with excitement that he would have his name carved on that stone someday and that he would become a hero. Kakashi murmured that those heroes were a special kind and, when Naruto begged to know what kind, Kakashi began to answer MS, drawing everyone's attention. Sasuke then clarified somberly that the stone marked those who had given their lives in battle they had not returned. They had sacrificed themselves. Kakashi explained that it was a memorial stone and that the names of his closest friends were engraved there. After a moment, he said he would give them a second chance, but the test would be harder. They would have 3 hours to take at least one bell from him. They could eat their lunches to regain strength, but Naruto would not be allowed to eat. If any of them tried to feed him, they would lose immediately. Kakashi reminded them that he made the rules and they had to follow them, and then he left with a single jump, disappearing from their sight. An hour later, Naruto's stomach began to growl again, interrupting the others who had decided to eat in front of him. It was about the 4th time that bothersome sound had broken their moment of peace. Kanade watched Naruto eye his lunch as if it were the last meal on Earth and considered sharing, knowing the hungry boy would not give his best effort when distracted by an empty stomach. Their eyes met, and Naruto looked away so she would not see how he admired the neatly arranged food. Naruto insisted, with bravado, that he could go days without eating if necessary. His cheeks flushed crimson as his stomach interrupted once more with a loud rumble. Kanade offered her lunch at chest height, which made Naruto part his lips slightly, not fully understanding what she was doing. Kanade indicated that the meal was a gift, and when Sakura looked at the blonde she noticed his eyes glistening. Sakura warned with fear that Kakashi might find out, glancing left and right to see if they could spot any trace of the Jounin who had given them a rule before leaving. Kanade replied that Naruto would be a distraction if he remained hungry, that they had to work as a team, and she would not tolerate his loud stomach or his habit of shouting when speaking. Kanade rose from her seat and used her chopsticks to take a piece of food and offer it to Naruto, who had already become annoyed by Kanade's sudden change of attitude. Naruto protested angrily that he was no longer hungry, especially not for food from her, and began to complain that he had had enough of her character. He stopped when the piece of Kanade's lunch was already in his mouth. He chewed reluctantly but, because the meal was so delicious, he did not spit it out or outright refuse to be fed by a girl. Naruto mumbled with his mouth full, which bothered Sakura, who watched from her spot. Kanade explained that she was not trying to placate him, but rather to prevent him from disrupting their training. They were a team and had to work together for Kakashi to accept them as his students. Sasuke agreed and walked toward Naruto with a frown, saying that they were a team and Naruto would only be a hindrance on an empty stomach. Naruto felt overwhelmed by insult from both a teammate's bad temper and being treated like that by a girl. Before he could complain further, Kanade stuffed another piece of her lunch into his mouth, filling it to prevent him from speaking. Sakura announced with annoyance that she would do the same. Standing and approaching Naruto, Naruto's cheeks shifted to crimson again. Sakura explained begrudgingly that she would do it only once and then extended some food to Naruto's lips, which he accepted happily. Before Naruto could swallow, a large cloud of smoke enveloped them, and when it dispersed a silver-haired Jounin stood before the four of them. The four tensed, knowing they had been caught breaking the rules. Naruto spat out the mouthful, which made Sakura wince, and all three felt the weight of Kakashi's disappointed gaze. Kanade remained expressionless, She did not regret feeding Naruto and would do it again if necessary. Kakashi reprimanded them, telling the four that they had disobeyed his rules and that they should be prepared to face consequences. He formed several hand seals, and lightning flashed a few meters from them in a dramatic display. Kakashi asked if anyone had a final word. Naruto began to respond that Kakashi had said they were a team, insisting that Kanade, Sakura, and even Sasuke had helped him. He paused, realizing he had mentioned those who had not always liked him. Sasuke crossed his arms and declared that teams support one another and that they would not let a teammate weaken because of hunger. Kanade admitted she would feed him again to help a teammate and would not regret it. Sakura added with determination that the four of them were one. Kakashi moved closer, studying them, and then relaxed his expression and removed the seal he had been forming. Everyone noticed the smile revealed by the one visible eye. He told them that they were approved. The team was confused at first by the approval. Kakashi explained that his other teams had done exactly what he asked, falling into each of his traps because they were thinking only of themselves. He placed a hand on the memorial stone and spoke with nostalgia about a lesson a ninja must learn. Those who break rules are reckless, but those who abandon a friend are worse. Naruto struggled to hold back tears, saying that Kakashi was someone great. Kanade listened and recognized the sincerity of Kakashi's words as a lesson he had clearly learned and now passed on to them. Kakashi announced that the exercise was over and that they had passed. He declared that Team Kakashi would be ready for their first mission the next day. Naruto and Sakura erupted in joyful shouts while Kakashi's gaze shifted to Sasuke and Kanade, who remained more serious. Kakashi placed a hand on each of their shoulders and said he was glad they had understood what a team was, and that he hoped he could count on them as he could on others before. Naruto shouted with tears of happiness, proclaiming that he had become a ninja and moving excitedly. Kakashi observed that although they could be annoying, from now on they could be called teammates or perhaps even friends. He urged them to forget past difficulties and move forward toward peace. The brief, meaningful exchange of glances between the Uchiha had already faded. Kakashi told them to head home, and the four followed. Naruto called out that he had known they would act the way they did, exclaiming that it was always the same. The blonde shouted in frustration and began kicking to try to break free from the incredible binding. Kakashi looked over his shoulder when he heard a thud coming from that direction and found the blonde on the ground and 3 shuriken lodged in the tree trunk that had cut the rope that held him. Before Kakashi could continue on his way, he noticed Kanade smoothing her hair as she watched the blonde shake his ninja clothes angrily, recalling perfectly the words the Third Lord had told him. Kakashi remembered the Third Lord saying that Kanade was not a bad person, that she only lacked someone to encourage her to show what she truly felt, and that he believed Naruto could be that person. The Third Lord had smiled faintly and explained that at first Kanade had approached the fox out of interest, but now she wanted to stay by Naruto's side to watch him grow. Kakashi asked in confusion if the Third Lord really believed that and watched as the older man walked to the window of his office. The Third Lord assured him that he was sure Naruto had the power to make people change. When Naruto arrived at Kanade's side, Kanade scolded him that he had to stop being a burden and that they could not always keep helping him. Naruto insisted that he had not asked for her help, sticking out his tongue like a small child. Kakashi noticed Sasuke watching them both intently but decided not to pay him any more attention and continued on his way. Kanade stepped forward and admitted that Naruto had only been shown pity, leaving the blonde speechless. Naruto growled and started running to fall back into step with Kanade, who remained serious though she seemed somewhat amused by his behavior. Before he could collide with the dark-haired woman, Sasuke grabbed her wrist and pulled hard, causing her to stumble against his chest. They pushed each other with obvious disdain before their gazes could meet. The blonde stopped when he noticed how tense the atmosphere had become. As he prepared to approach Kanade again to tease her, he saw her looking at the spot where Sasuke had held her, and from the corner of his eye he noticed Sasuke glance briefly at the hand he had used to grab her. The blonde wondered what they were hiding, why they hated each other, and suspected that they knew each other from before and perhaps had once been closer than they appeared. Those questions circled in his head as he considered the deeper reason for their visible contempt. The fat woman, the wife of the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, hugged her cat Tora despite the cat's desperate meows for release. Lord Hokage read from several files and announced that the available tasks included caring for the 3-year-old child of the chief counselor, helping the counselor's wife with shopping, and planting potatoes. Naruto reacted angrily and demanded a real, challenging, exciting mission, insisting that those tasks were child's play. Irika, the instructor, scolded Naruto and reminded him that he was a new genin without experience and that he would have to start with missions appropriate to his level. Naruto protested that babysitting a 3-year-old was stupid. Kakashi, the silver-haired jonin, had no choice but to tap Naruto on the head, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Lord Hokage explained that the village received all kinds of requests every day, from childcare to assassination jobs, and that newcomers had to accept the missions that matched their rank. Kanade crossed her arms as their protector's explanation continued. She often thought he spoke too much when a simple order would have sufficed, but as an elder of the village, people respected his explanations because they clarified the reasons behind decisions and helped everyone understand. Kanade listened as Naruto began to talk about ramen. He recalled that the first time he ate ramen he had been afraid, but he had decided that if he did not try new things he would learn nothing. The dark-haired woman asked whether that was why Naruto acted like an idiot, prompting Naruto to glare with contempt. Sakura offered a small smile and said that the lesson was valuable. If they had not broken the rules and experimented, they might not be standing before the Hokage now. Sakura added that it had been worth following Kanade's stubborn order. Sasuke commented with some disdain that a weakling only weakened a team and that they could not afford a hungry weakling, which caught Sakura's attention and made her pleased that Sasuke had joined the conversation. Lord Hokage's words began to go unheard as the team, including the supervising jonin, stopped paying attention. Naruto, offended by Sasuke's remark, resumed insulting him and the conversation grew more lively. Naruto insisted that he did not care what they called him and urged them to continue. The dark-haired woman, annoyed that Sasuke had received so much attention, told Naruto to go on. Naruto explained that he liked trying new ramen flavors at Ichiraku and mimed a little bowl with his hands. Kanade glanced at the third Hokage as he prepared to finish his explanation and added that she had eaten ramen with ketchup yesterday and would try Mitsu ramen today. The Hokage shouted for silence when he noticed that no one was paying attention, and Kakashi scratched his neck, embarrassed to be reprimanded. Naruto declared that he was no longer a child to be lectured and that he was now a ninja who wanted a real ninja mission, then turned his back on the Hokage. One subordinate asked the dark-haired woman if she thought the same as Naruto about wanting a true mission. Naruto raised an eyebrow upon hearing that the Hokage considered Kanade his honorable granddaughter. Irika explained to everyone that Kanade had been found by the Lord Hokage years ago in the forest. She had not been raised in the village because she claimed to be training with someone, but the Hokage had brought her to live with him. When Kanade grew older, she had moved back to her old home but continued to visit the Hokage. The villagers called her the honorable granddaughter because the Hokage regarded her that way. All attention then turned to Kanade, who clicked her tongue in annoyance. She had always hated being the center of attention and felt judged for being a survivor of the Uchiha clan. She was grateful to the old man but did not consider herself a relative. She had been taken in and, despite the villagers' kind treatment, she felt uncomfortable. She had lost her family and was not ready to replace them. Kanade quietly said that she also wanted a real mission. The Hokage agreed and assigned them a C-rank mission. They would serve as bodyguards on a journey. Naruto laughed at the announcement. Naruto reacted with excitement and asked whether they would be guiding someone remarkable, perhaps even a princess, his enthusiasm evident in every word. Naruto complained angrily that he still did not understand why they had to guard the old man, arguing that there were no ninjas in the land of waves, the place their grandfather had described. Kakashi sighed in frustration, unable to understand how someone could complain after getting what they had requested. Kakashi explained to Naruto that the villages were independent and held equal status. For the people of this continent, a shinobi village represented military strength, the way they protected themselves and kept balance with neighboring lands. Villages like these had no rulers. Kakashi described how the village hidden in the leaves belonged to the land of fire, the village hidden in the mist to the land of water, the village hidden in the clouds to the land of lightning, the village hidden in the rocks to the land of earth, and the village hidden in the sand to the land of wind. Only the leaders of those villages were allowed the title of Kage. Sakura asked confidently whether there was anything to worry about, and Kakashi reassured her that there was not. They continued down the path toward the village of waves to finish the mission assigned by the Hokage. When their reassurances reached the ears of Tazuna, he tensed and exchanged a worried look with his dark-haired companion, alert to the concern on the old man's face. Kanade noticed a puddle to the side of the path and immediately realized something was wrong. It was the hottest season, so there should not have been standing water. Sasuke called Kanade, interrupting her focus and leaving her confused. She stopped and asked what was wrong, but Sasuke snapped to forget it. Kanade grumbled in annoyance at having wasted time listening to him. They did not get along. Kanade told Sasuke that he should stop bothering her, saying she was not comfortable sharing more time with him and that his talking only made things more awkward. Sasuke fell silent at her glare, briefly reconsidering his own attitude. Sasuke replied that he had wanted to speak to her but felt she would not understand, then walked past her without much concern. Kanade warned him to stay away and threatened that, because he was Itachi's brother, she would not hesitate to oppose him if necessary. He left after glancing over his shoulder. A sudden scream from one of their teammates made Kanade look up. She saw their sensei under attack and raced forward in anger to help. She was furious at herself for being distracted by Sasuke and realized the puddle had been a clue she had missed. Naruto shouted for Kakashi. Two men positioned themselves behind Naruto, ready to strike. Sasuke leapt to assist, throwing a throwing star and a dagger that knocked the enemy's weapon aside and saved Naruto. Sasuke then launched himself at the two attackers, using precise, non-lethal kicks to separate them from their weapons. One assailant moved toward Naruto while the other ran toward the women. Kanade activated the Uchiha Eye ability when she saw Sakura step in front of Tazuna to shield him from the incoming attack. Kanade stepped forward to take the place Sakura had taken and performed several hand seals, ending with the tiger seal. She released a fiery technique, but the attacker dodged with ease. Kanade slipped through the flames and grabbed his arm. She looked to her right and saw Naruto on the ground while the attacker threatened him. Kanade forced the enemy to complete a sequence of seals and, with the support of that motion, unleashed another fire technique. The enemy, surprised and caught off guard, moved to attack Sasuke, Sakura, and Tazuna instead. Kanade realized she had held back because she doubted her own strength. Unsure whether it was the right moment to reveal more of her abilities, she restrained herself and swallowed hard. Without warning, their high-ranking ninja appeared through a burst of smoke, shielding Naruto, who still seemed stunned. Kakashi approached his students while holding the two subdued assailants, apologizing for not intervening sooner and explaining he had not expected Naruto to freeze like he had. He praised Sasuke and Sakura for their efforts and warned Kanade never to hesitate like that again under any circumstances. Sasuke then teased Naruto about whether he was hurt, mocking him as a frightened kitten, and Naruto responded with a growl. Kakashi informed them that the attacker's claws had been coated with venom and that they had to treat Naruto quickly to prevent it from spreading through his bloodstream, which caused a wave of panic in Naruto. Kakashi also told Tazuna that they needed to speak with him. The young team stepped back, except for Sakura, who remained close to listen to the adults' conversation. As the others moved away, Naruto glanced at Kanade, but Sasuke grabbed her wrist and pulled her close. He scolded her harshly, asking what she had been thinking and accusing her of nearly getting the team killed by standing frozen. Kanade denied that she had been afraid, saying she had stopped feeling fear long ago when hatred had blinded her. Naruto decided that the conversation was not for him and left with Sakura. Kanade explained that she had not wanted to reveal everything she could, it had not seemed necessary. Sasuke shortened the space between them until their faces were very close, creating a charged silence. He noticed the change in her eyes and asked whether the Uchiha visual ability had awakened after the massacre. Kanade answered that she had awakened it when her brother died and sighed with sorrow. Their gazes met, and Kanade's eyes regained the deep onyx color that marked her as Uchiha. Sasuke then asked her what she wanted. Kanade took Sasuke's wrist to pull him closer, and Sasuke frowned, clearly confused. Kanade said that she had loved her brother more than anyone, even more than her parents, and that it had been his brother who had taken him from her. She explained that she had lost everything in the massacre, including the sense of safety she once felt with her brother nearby, and that she lived now to seek revenge. She paused and released Sasuke, who continued to look into her eyes. Kanade stated that she would finish Itachi to avenge her older brother and admitted she did not believe he could understand her desperation. Sasuke interrupted and said that he understood. He then revealed that his own older brother had betrayed him and their clan, that the betrayal had shattered his dreams, and that his brother had spared him only to ridicule his innocence and make him feel weak and worthless. He struck a nearby tree trunk in frustration after stepping away from Kanade, and Kanade lowered her gaze, feeling powerless. Kanade placed a hand on Sasuke's shoulder, and before she could speak again, Sasuke stepped forward and wrapped her in an embrace, pressing his face into her long hair. Kanade was surprised by the sudden, sincere show of affection after so much mutual hostility. After a few seconds, Kanade returned the hug, placing her hands over Sasuke's side. Both of them realized that much of their hatred had been a shield against the painful memories of their shared past. Seeing each other again had exposed how unhappy they had become after losing everything, and contempt had been easier than facing that hurt. Sasuke murmured that he had thought Kanade was dead. Kanade replied that she was not, trying not to lose the warm contact that reminded her of the childhood embraces they had once shared. Their bodies separated when Sasuke stepped back and took Kanade by the shoulders so they could look into each other's eyes again. Sasuke began to speak, struggling to find the words. Naruto, feeling downcast, asked why he was different. He reflected that he had worked so hard to reach his goal, training alone for hours and pushing himself to become stronger. He vowed that he would not retreat, would not let anyone rescue him again, and would never lose to Sasuke. He made that promise sincerely. Sasuke and Kanade decided to set aside their intense conversation and turn toward their teammates, who were already causing a commotion. Sasuke pressed his lips together as he realized what he was doing. He did not want to grow close again to someone he had considered an enemy, but memories of happier days made him vulnerable, and guilt over having lost everything because of someone he had once called his brother gnawed at him. Kanade had not wanted to get closer, but Sasuke's sincere expression made her trust him for the first time in a long while. She was surprised that someone could remind her of both happiness and suffering at once. Kakashi warned Team 7 to stay alert after hearing a strange noise. Kakashi noted that Naruto had been brave when he stopped the poison, but warned that if Naruto lost any more blood it could be fatal. Naruto panicked at the thought, his hand trembling as the bleeding continued. He dashed around, declaring that he was too young to die, which made Tazuna laugh quietly. Kanade reacted quickly by kicking the blonde, causing him to lose his balance and sit down, resigned. She pulled a bandage from her ninja pack and began to provide medical attention while Naruto looked on in confusion. Kanade's actions were partly to observe how the Nine Tails chakra helped the wound heal, and she watched as the injury began to close rapidly before she could finish bandaging it. Tazuna, looking weary, confessed that he had no choice but to explain the threat against him. He told them about a powerful but small-seeming man named Gato. Tazuna explained that Gato was a very wealthy and respected businessman who, beneath the surface, used ruthless methods to gain advantage over rivals. He trafficked in drugs and smuggling, using gangs and ninja to enforce his will. About a year earlier, Gato had set his sights on the land of waves and, with his money, seized control of transportation and migration. Anyone who interfered tended to vanish. Tazuna added that there was one thing Gato feared: the bridge. Once the bridge was finished, it would take away his control. The group looked out into the mist as they listened, leaving the rest of the story for later on their journey across the boat to Tazuna's village. Tazuna then explained how he had been coerced into giving up his daughter and grandson, how that blackmail had forced him into a desperate situation and had led to the team accepting the mission. As they moved, Kakashi alerted Team 7 to remain vigilant when he heard another odd sound. Naruto threw a kunai toward the noise to test it, and a frightened mouse darted out and scampered away. Naruto muttered in frustration that it had only been a mouse. Sakura chided him for reacting so strongly to a rodent, and Tazuna scolded the young ninja in his own blunt way. The team checked their surroundings to ensure no one was hiding nearby. Everyone looked toward the direction where a throwing knife had been launched again. Kanade took the initiative and approached whatever had attacked her teammate. She aimed a throwing star at the white rabbit, which frightened Sakura. Sakura ran toward her to prevent harm to the animal. The throwing star flew off in another direction, missed, and alerted the rest of the team except Kakashi. The silver-haired man steadied the old man and helped him avoid a sword that was sent his way. The blade embedded itself in a tree trunk. The team turned toward the attacker and found a strangely composed man balanced on the sword, his upper body uncovered and a bandage covering his mouth. Kakashi stopped Naruto and warned that Zabuza Momochi was not like the other ninjas. Kakashi reached up and moved the headband that covered his left eye, explaining that he would have to use it. Zabuza pointed his massive sword at Tazuna and announced that Kakashi of the Sharingan would have to hand the elder over. Kanade parted her lips slightly at the nickname. She could not understand how the silver-haired man possessed that eye. The thought that someone might have given it to him or that it had been stolen troubled her. Sasuke clenched his fists but forced himself to calm down, deciding he would ask Kakashi questions later to clarify everything. Kakashi ordered a battle formation. Protect Tazuna and stay out of the fight, insisting it was time for them to demonstrate teamwork while he revealed the eye technique to the squad. Kanade stared at the different appearance of their sensei, wondering how he had acquired that power. Zabuza sneered that he would be honored to see the Sharingan in action. Naruto, curious, asked what it was. Kanade explained that it was an eye technique capable of perceiving and copying hand-to-hand techniques, illusion techniques, and ninja techniques. Using them as if they were one's own and even modifying them. It could also sense an opponent's chakra reserves, whether low or high. Sasuke declared that it was a rare trait of the Uchiha clan and claimed that it belonged to his heritage. Zabuza mocked the young girl's explanation. A thick mist began to envelop everyone around the planned battlefield, and Kanade stepped back to stand beside Tazuna. Zabuza announced that they had strict orders to destroy the Jounin and reminded them that Kakashi was known as the ninja who had copied over 1,000 techniques. Team 7 took position to defend Tazuna. Zabuza vanished into the mist, using a concealment technique that made the younger members uneasy. Kanade closed her eyes, ready to show that she also possessed keen ocular ability, but a hand on her shoulder broke her concentration. Kakashi told her it was not necessary. Sakura frowned at Kakashi's warning. Kakashi explained that Zabuza was a silent killer who struck in an instant without warning and that he would likely target Kakashi first. The Sharingan alone could not completely neutralize him. Naruto shouted that the mist was growing thicker. Kanade looked over her shoulder as Kakashi disappeared and scanned her surroundings anxiously. Zabuza's rough voice listed several vital points on the body and asked which one would be his point of attack. The words put everyone on edge. Panic crept into Kanade, and she began to form hand seals, trying to find a way out of the rising desperation. Kakashi called her name sharply, telling her to stop. When the mist cleared, Kanade saw Sasuke shaken and acting as if he had lost himself. She steadied him with calm, firm words that being cowardly would accomplish nothing. Zabuza appeared suddenly in front of Sasuke. In an instant, Kakashi placed himself between them to protect Sasuke and managed to push the enemy back. Zabuza leapt to avoid the counterattack and the two vanished into the mist. Naruto warned that their sensei was behind them. The fog parted and for a moment it appeared that Kakashi had been struck, but in fact he had used a substitution technique, transforming into water to evade the blow. He had copied the enemy's method. Kakashi then held a kunai at the opponent's throat, declaring that the enemy was finished. The enemy surprised everyone by appearing behind Kakashi, forcing the onlookers to react. Zabuza tried to strike but Kakashi stopped him. The enemy kicked and sent Kakashi into the lake. Kakashi gave chase into the water to continue the confrontation. Zabuza formed a reinforced sphere of water that trapped Kakashi and limited his movements, declaring that he would deal with Kakashi later and that the youngsters would be destroyed. He created a water clone and sent it into the mist, diverting attention so the team would have to protect Tazuna while their sensei was restrained. A clone of the enemy then appeared in front of Naruto and struck him, tearing off his headband in a flash. Kanade ordered everyone to take Tazuna and run as far as they could. She looked to her sensei and shook her head, then explained that Zabuza's chakra was sustaining the water prison and that he could only attack them through his water clone. That clone could not stray far from the original body, so if they put distance between themselves and the clone it would not be able to follow. She urged them to run. None of them wanted to abandon their sensei, having learned before not to leave a teammate behind. Naruto declared that they had to act and charged toward Zabuza, gathering himself and leaping into action. Kakashi attacked Zabuza with determination, but Zabuza seized him by the throat and threw him to the ground. Kakashi spun several times before colliding with a tree. Kakashi shouted in desperation. Naruto ran at Zabuza and launched himself, but Zabuza threw him aside. As Naruto picked himself up, the team noticed that Zabuza held a headband he had previously taken. Zabuza declared with grim determination that he would mark Naruto in the bingo book as the ninja who would become Hokage of the Hidden Leaf, Naruto Uzumaki. Sasuke launched several shuriken to draw attention. The shuriken made Zabuza start to move toward him without haste, creating an unnerving tension. Kanade realized how dangerous it was to approach the enemy, since he attacked directly with hand-to-hand combat. Kanade told herself she had no other choice. The distinctive eye technique they had discussed appeared in her eyes. She quickly formed the necessary hand seals and created a shadow clone that appeared in front of her. Kanade shaped a wooden spear in her hand, preparing to drive it through the clone that paid no attention to her. Her aim and chakra control were still imperfect, and using her eye technique to analyze every movement demanded a great deal of energy. The clone charged at Sasuke, who retreated uncertainly before such an opponent. Sasuke wanted to do more than retreat, but he knew he was not yet trained to handle experiences like that. They were still inexperienced rookies. Kanade closed her eyes to concentrate, and when she opened them the spear had fully formed. Her clone ran at the enemy and Sasuke struck it, causing it to vanish in a burst of movement. Zabuza shouted that they could not have expected to stop him and prepared to attack Sasuke, but he suddenly felt something pierce the space in front of him. Kanade activated a wood release technique that sent several branches sweeping forward and scattered the water construct that had been near him. The branches struck cleanly and the construct dispersed in a spray. The real Zabuza opened his eyes at that display and, intrigued, wondered whether the girl possessed would release. He glanced toward the prison where he had confined Kakashi and decided to free him to rush at Kanade. Before he could take her, Kanade began to form several hand seals. Zabuza grabbed her firmly by the throat before she could finish. Kanade deactivated her eye technique as she found herself trapped. Zabuza slammed her against a tree, and she cried out from the impact. The teammates gathered quickly through the mist, none able to see where Zabuza stood holding Kanade, and the helplessness weighed on them. Zabuza taunted that they would not be able to help the damsel in distress, which ignited an irrational rage in Kanade. Her special eye technique flared again, catching Zabuza's attention. He realized what she was about to attempt. Kanade growled that he knew nothing about her and strained to free one of her hands, but Zabuza held it to prevent her from completing any seals. Zabuza mocked her limited ability to use her eye technique on a large scale, but he admitted he was surprised she possessed it and decided to spare her life. Kanade's lips parted slightly as she absorbed the sting of that pity, the same kind of condescension she had felt when Itachi had left her alive under the veil of shame. At that moment, an attack by the senior ninja in charge of the rookies interrupted Zabuza. He had forgotten that Kakashi had been freed. The senior ninja's assault sent Zabuza's attention back toward him, and in the scramble Zabuza threw Kanade away. Kanade's body struck a large rock not far from her, and without hesitation the pink-haired teammate grabbed Tazuna's arm and ran to where Kanade lay. The pink-haired teammate hurried to Kanade and helped her up. Kanade winced and coughed from the loss of breath. The pink-haired teammate explained that the fog made it hard to see, but she knew Kanade had done a great job. Kanade looked toward the battlefield and realized Zabuza was still capable of using his techniques despite the disappearance of his water construct. Anger swelled within her when she realized she had wasted chakra. She could have kept more reserve to attack the real enemy, but she had chosen to save Sasuke. The elderly bridge builder assured Kanade that the brat and the arrogant one Naruto and Sasuke would handle it, and that she could rest since they had the help of the senior ninja. Comforted, Kanade deactivated her eye technique and tried to take a break. For the first time, her body began to place a small measure of trust in Naruto and Sasuke. She had no chakra left and had done enough by freeing her sensei from the water prison. She had to rely on them now. Her eyes grew heavy and the world went dark as she lost consciousness from the internal strain she had sustained. She opened her eyes with a start to find herself lying on a comfortable futon. The room was unfamiliar, and she realized they had not returned to Konoha but had stayed somewhere to recover after the battle with the stranger. Kanade sighed, relieved that her team had achieved their objective of protecting Tazuna and that Kakashi had defeated Zabuza with the others' help. Her teammate called Kanade's name. The girl with onyx hair parted her lips slightly when Naruto suddenly wrapped his arms around her. It had been a long time since anyone had hugged her. She wondered why Naruto behaved that way when she was usually so rude to him. When he stepped away slowly, she moved aside. She did not want that kind of contact and did not wish to be friends with them. Sakura admitted with a smile that they had hoped Kanade would wake before dinner and that she had missed so much. Naruto and Sasuke had made an astonishing team. Kanade nodded and touched her abdomen, feeling a bandage there. She realized she had injured some ribs after colliding with a tree and then striking a nearby rock. Kanade asked about Sasuke, who was nowhere to be seen in the room. Sakura explained that he had wanted space because he had not liked that Kanade had been able to dispel the enemy clone on her own. A voice from the doorway scolded Kanade, telling her she had no reason to risk herself to save insignificant people and that she should have stayed back and completed her mission like Sakura had. The voice walked toward her, and Kanade clenched her fists in anger. Kanade clarified that she had saved a life and touched her side when a twinge of discomfort arrived. She tried to stand but a small pain forced her back onto the futon. She complained about how they were supposed to be going to see Kakashi. Naruto moved closer, but Sasuke was faster. He steadied Kanade from behind and placed his hand on her forehead. Kanade did not resist the touch. Something about it made her feel unusually weak. Sasuke observed that Kanade had a very high fever and Sakura ran off to fetch help. Sasuke raised an eyebrow. It confused him that she had not recovered from the battle. He removed his hand and noticed Kanade's flushed cheeks. Naruto looked away, struck by how beautiful she looked in that vulnerable state, sweaty from the fight, long hair falling at her sides, a pale face softened by crimson on her cheeks, and onyx eyes framed by long lashes. Even Sasuke could not help but notice her appearance. Unlike his companions, Sasuke had been able to see the technique that made the clone disappear. He was certain it resembled a wood-style technique, a stake that expanded and produced many protruding spikes that surrounded the area. The strain of that powerful move had clearly exhausted Kanade, which was evident in her dimmed awareness. Naruto excitedly recounted the battle, explaining how he had distracted Zabuza with clones, transformed himself into a wind shuriken, and worked with Sasuke and Kakashi to create the opening they needed. Sasuke brusquely interrupted and told Naruto not to brag, insisting it had been luck. Naruto protested while rubbing his head. Sakura praised the teamwork, noting how seamlessly Naruto and Sasuke had coordinated without speaking. They might dislike each other, but they fought well together. The two of them exchanged annoyed looks and grimaced. Kanade murmured that she felt she had not been very helpful. Sakura sat on the futon opposite her and reassured her that she had freed Kakashi and defeated the clone that Zabuza had sent. Kakashi-sensei was impressed. Sasuke stood, crossed his arms, and said they would go see Kakashi once Kanade had recovered, though he realized he had already paid her more attention than usual. Kakashi announced confidently that Zabuza was still alive, which alarmed his students who had believed the man was dead. Sakura protested that Kakashi himself had examined Zabuza and had declared his heart stopped. Kakashi explained that the heart had only stopped briefly as part of a ruse to feign death and that the tracking device had kept him alive. Tazuna offered a cup of tea and asked whether Kakashi might be exaggerating. Kakashi took a sip and shook his head. Sakura asked again how they could prepare if they could barely move, and Kakashi laughed lightly. Kakashi said he could continue training them, that he had defeated Zabuza because they had helped and matured, and he told Naruto that he had grown more than the others, speaking with pride. Naruto, the blonde, responded that Kakashi had noticed and insisted that things would start to get better. Kakashi then said he needed to speak with Kanade. Kanade returned a suspicious look. A small voice from the slightly open doorway declared that nothing would improve, and everyone turned toward the little boy hiding there. Tazuna asked excitedly where Inari had been, and the boy hurried past everyone to embrace the old man. Inari's mother scolded him for being rude and reminded him that the ninjas had brought his grandfather back safely. The boy glanced at the ninjas from the Hidden Leaf Village and stepped away from his grandfather. Inari warned his mother that the ninjas would die because those men would return and exterminate them. Naruto retorted that Inari did not understand, boasting that he was a true hero who would become the village leader and that such threats were no match for him. Inari shot back that heroes were nonsense and accused Naruto of having foolish ideas, then warned the group to return from where they had come if they wanted to stay alive before darting out of the room. An omniscient narrator set the scene as the training began. Kakashi indicated that they would first review chakra, the basic source of a ninja's power, and tried to sound like a true sensei. Kanade crossed her arms and noted that they already knew that. Naruto, however, spoke awkwardly and used the wrong word. Gatra, which made Kanade wince. Naruto corrected himself, scratching the back of his neck and saying that he meant chakra. Kakashi called on Sakura to give Naruto a more detailed explanation because she was the most scholarly and intelligent of the group. Sakura obliged and explained chakra as the elemental life energy that ninjas use for their jutsu and the source of all their power. She described the two forms of chakra, a physical energy present in the body's cells that work together, and a spiritual energy that is intensified through training and experience. Sakura emphasized that these two types of chakra must be balanced to perform a jutsu, and that the interplay between physical and spiritual energy is what constitutes chakra. She added that hand seals concentrate and release chakra. Naruto scratched his neck, still confused. Naruto questioned why such an explanation mattered if the important thing was just to perform the jutsu. Sasuke agreed that Naruto had a point for once. Sakura reiterated that they needed to equalize the physical and spiritual energy and then combine them, and Sasuke supported Sakura, earning a small smile from her. Kanade felt pleased to finally see support between them. She had wanted to be friends with Sakura since she learned they were on Team 7 and since Sakura's arrival at the academy had caught everyone's attention. Kakashi explained that each jutsu required different chakra types in different proportions and that the students had only been guessing so far. He warned that producing a lot of chakra was useless if they could not balance it correctly. The jutsu would fail and they would waste chakra and become exhausted, making them easy targets. When Naruto asked how to change that, Kakashi said they must train until chakra control became second nature. Once they reached that goal, they could push themselves further. Kanade asked what they would have to do. Kakashi announced that they would climb a tree and placed his hand on a trunk. The students reacted with surprise. Kakashi explained that the exercise would teach chakra control. He demonstrated by forming hand seals and concentrating chakra in the soles of his feet, then removed the seals and began to climb the trunk easily, surprising his students. He instructed them to concentrate chakra in the soles of their feet to connect with the tree and apply chakra in that way. Sakura demanded to know how that would help in the fight against Zabuza. Kanade smiled privately at Sakura's tendency to relate everything to practical outcomes. Sakura's questions often uncovered useful angles. Kakashi answered that this method would teach them two crucial things: precision in directing exact amounts of chakra to specific parts of the body, a skill difficult even for advanced ninja, and the ability to maintain chakra levels during battle, which was much harder under stress. Mastering both would theoretically allow them to handle any jutsu and prevent fatal mistakes in combat. Kanade looked at her hands and realized how much she struggled with chakra control. Being an elite ninja by reputation meant little if she could not manage her energy and avoid burning out in a fight. The title she had carried since surviving the destruction of her clan had proven insufficient without control. Kakashi then tossed 4 kunai toward the students. He instructed them to use a kunai to mark the highest point on the tree they could reach and to try to pass that mark the next time and the next. At first they would have to run at the tree to gain momentum. Naruto confidently declared he was ready and boasted that he had matured the most. Kakashi warned Naruto that he talked a lot and told him to focus on the task. Kanade looked toward her teammate, who was already perched on a tree branch. Sakura had managed the climb exactly as expected. Kanade felt frustrated at not succeeding on her first attempt, but she acknowledged that Sakura was superior in concentration. Sakura laughed with a bright smile as she watched from above the others who had not climbed very far. The girl on the branch praised Sakura for her skill, and Naruto called out happily that he had known Sakura was the best. Kanade murmured that she did not care and ran back toward the tree she had chosen. She began to climb but soon slipped, landing hard enough to cause a sharp sting in her hip. She rubbed the sore spot, annoyed at herself for failing at such a simple task. She scolded herself for not marking how far she had reached. Kakashi observed that Sakura not only understood chakra but could control and calm it, remarking that of those present only Sakura seemed likely to become Hokage. His words were clearly meant to provoke Naruto and stir up competition. Sasuke grunted at Kakashi's teasing about the Uchiha not being able to climb a tree. Sakura, irritated, told the instructor that he had spoken enough. Kanade muttered a curse under her breath and stared again at the tree. She realized that making angry faces or cursing would not help. The bruises from earlier landings and Kakashi's comment had sharpened her resolve. She needed to learn to control the flow of her chakra. Kanade watched Sakura and studied the calmness in her posture. She decided to try the same approach. She closed her eyes to concentrate, fixed her mind on the tree, and reopened her eyes with a steady focus. Walking toward the trunk, she found herself able to climb it with no trouble. She reached a branch and allowed a genuine smile to appear, surprising everyone who watched. It seemed impossible that her smile could be so radiant. Kakashi praised Kanade warmly, his smile evident despite the mask. She jumped down from the branch and began walking toward Tazuna's house, but paused when she saw a taller tree. To prove it was not luck, she climbed it calmly and positioned herself face down on a branch, satisfied that she had met the challenge. She dropped down into a squat on the ground and noticed Naruto approaching with an eager expression. Naruto asked if he could ask a favor, and Kanade nodded quickly. He then asked how she had managed to climb so easily. Kanade explained that she had focused only on the tree and kept her mind calm. Naruto offered encouragement, telling her to keep that same focus and not to lose sight of the goal. He spoke in a friendly, earnest way that made her a little self-conscious. She stepped back and nodded in thanks before deciding to head to Tazuna's house. Naruto watched her go, still a little puzzled. At Tazuna's house, Kanade broke off a piece of bread and began to eat while the others talked about Naruto, who had gone out to train much earlier and had not yet returned. Tazuna asked if Naruto was not there and noted that he had spent the night outside. Sakura, in a sour mood, said that Naruto might have been foolish to climb trees in the dark and joked that he could be dead from overusing his chakra. Tsunami, Tazuna's daughter, voiced genuine worry about a child spending the night alone in the woods. Kakashi reassured them that Naruto was reckless but competent and could take care of himself. Kanade, tired of careless remarks about Naruto's behavior, interrupted with a sharp rebuke. Naruto might be foolish, but he had more determination than any of them. Instead of making thoughtless comments, they should be sure he was actually safe. Her tone made the room heavy. She stood and thanked them for the meal before leaving. Sasuke rose from the table and followed Kanade. She glanced over her shoulder as he fell into step and asked whether he intended to follow her to the room. Kanade asked reluctantly, and Naruto answered that he would go train and see if that idiot was still alive. Kanade frowned. Perhaps her scolding had made him react. She told him to concentrate on the tree, not to get distracted, and to remain calm, then left him behind to continue her way. It did not matter to her if Naruto and Sasuke took days to learn to climb a tree. She was content simply to have done it herself. After all, she did not rely on them to grow stronger. Later, Tsunami served dinner calmly, paying no mind to how tense Sakura appeared. It was clear Sakura was worried about Sasuke, who had not returned from training since he left that morning. Sakura crossed her arms, expressing her concern that both of them had arrived late. The door opened and Sasuke entered looking exhausted, carrying an equally tired Naruto. Both looked at those seated at the table. Tazuna raised his arms in a familiar skeptical gesture as they clumsily entered the house and approached their team. Everyone noticed how worn out the blonde was, since he had not spoken. Tazuna commented that the two looked as if they had been scratched by a cat. Naruto finally spoke with pride, saying that they had both managed to reach the top of the tree. Kakashi then informed them that they would move forward the next day and that both would serve as Tazuna's bodyguards. Naruto shouted excitedly and raised both hands. His motion caused him to fall backward and lean his weight onto Sasuke, making them both hit the floor together. Sasuke spat that Naruto was so mediocre. Kanade extended her hands to help them up, waiting for them to take them. Neither refused. They accepted her assistance with a little enthusiasm. Kanade actually felt proud of them. She had expected them to take longer, and was pleased that they had proved her expectation wrong by achieving the goal in less time. After a few minutes of quiet eating, Tazuna finally looked up and said he had wanted to ask them something but never had the chance. Kakashi answered with determination and pride that those who stray from the path of justice are cowards, but under the leadership of a great leader, cowardice does not survive. Tazuna then prompted anyone else to speak, and a small voice, broken with sorrow, asked why they had stayed on the mission even after knowing they had been lied to. Naruto asked what had been said, and the small boy, crying, replied that all the stupid training was a waste of time. He said that Gato had an army and would defeat them and destroy everything afterward. The boy declared that all the nice things people said meant nothing. The strong always win and the weak always lose. Naruto responded angrily that the boy was only speaking for himself. He lowered his head on the table to hide from the others' stares and said that for him it would not be that way. Inari, shouting, told Naruto to be quiet and that just seeing him made him ill, accusing him of knowing nothing about their land or suffering and calling him meddlesome. Naruto snapped back with too much anger, telling Inari that he was only a coward. Sakura protested loudly that Naruto had gone too far. Naruto rose without showing his face and left without thanking anyone. Kanade called him, and when he did not respond she had no choice but to get up, offering thanks on behalf of both of them. She followed him until he left the old man's home and sat on a small bench outside. Kanade walked up and sat beside him without asking. Naruto asked gruffly what she wanted. Kanade told him that he could cry if he needed to, then added, without looking at him, that she knew he had no parents, like Inari, and that he was broken inside. She said she was surprised he could speak so freely around others. She confessed that she often wondered how he could treat everyone kindly when they were unpleasant to him, unlike her, who confronted people harshly and never forgave easily. Naruto said he only wanted to be accepted by Konoha and to have friends like anyone his age. Kanade interrupted suddenly, explaining that after losing her family she had learned that solitude was her best ally and that revenge had become her source of strength. Naruto touched his headband and smiled sincerely, causing the familiar discomfort Kanade felt whenever he behaved kindly. She did not feel anything unusual at the gesture. Naruto was indifferent to her in her view. He did not place weight on their interactions and did not see them as important. Naruto expressed his determination to become Hokage someday so that everyone who had turned their backs on him would respect and love him. Kanade rose and looked at him over her shoulder. She told him she saw his sincerity and would not insist he change his mind. She encouraged him to prove his strength and suggested that perhaps then he would achieve what he sought. She trusted he could do it, just as she had trusted he could climb the tree. She warned him not to lose her trust and called him clumsy as she left him with those words lingering. Kanade sat on the structure, noticing how quiet the place had become. Her entire team was with her except Naruto, who had fallen asleep after sneaking into bed very late, as if he had been dwelling on everything that had been said. She frowned when mist began to surround the area and rose quickly to move toward Tazuna, who immediately assumed a guarded posture as the ninjas prepared to protect him. Kakashi was certain this was the same attacker who had struck before, but this time the enemy was accompanied by the one Kakashi had identified as his partner, the man who had previously saved his life. Kakashi observed that he had been right and that the whole thing had been a ruse. Sakura demanded angrily who the masked man expected to fool and teased him for hiding behind his mask. Kanade remained silent, waiting for the enemies to make the first move. Sasuke announced that he would handle the masked man and fixed his gaze on him. Sakura, excited and admiring, expressed how impressive Sasuke was, reflecting how much she valued his skill, Kakashi had said similar words, but they had not sounded as meaningful to her. The masked man began to spin, creating a small tornado as he advanced towards Sasuke. Sasuke stepped forward a few paces, drew 2 daggers, and showed a determined expression. After much training he felt different, and he demonstrated it by stopping the enemy's attack when his dagger met the masked man's weapon. Kakashi ordered Kanade to stay with Tazuna and Sakura and let Sasuke handle the fight. She took her position reluctantly. Sasuke's speed matched the masked man's, and Zabuza understood why his silver-haired student had been allowed to face him alone. Zabuza's attention, however, shifted to the dark-haired girl who watched every movement in total silence. He noticed her activate her Sharingan, the 3 tomo appearing in her eyes, and he saw Sasuke forming hand seals with one hand. The masked man muttered the name of his technique, Secret Technique 1000 Needles. A cloud of smoke rose above them and many needles emerged, flying toward their positions. Both fighters leaped away and avoided the attack. Sasuke hurled several throwing stars while airborne, forcing the attacker to fall back as he dodged. When the throwing stars ceased, Kanade appeared behind the masked man and attempted to strike with her dagger, but he evaded easily and both returned to their stances. Sasuke was quick enough to throw a dagger with his other hand, pushing the masked man back. The enemy ducked to avoid a kick from Kanade, then the dark-haired girl struck him in the face, sending him falling to the ground near Zabuza. Zabuza admitted with surprise that no one had been faster than Haku. Sasuke taunted the masked man for thinking himself faster and challenged what he would do now. Sakura and the others argued back in defense of their team, reminding the enemy that insulting them would only bring out Sasuke's fighting spirit and praising Sakura as their sharpest mind and Kanade for having defeated a clone. They also mentioned their number 1 hyperactive teammate, Naruto Uzumaki. The masked man laughed maliciously, which only fueled Sasuke's anger. Haku declared that nothing could stop him and placed his hands in an unusual seal, making the air around them grow cold. Kanade had no choice but to step toward Haku. Haku apologized for the technique he was about to use, which confused the dark-haired girl, but on instinct she grabbed Sasuke's shoulders and pushed him away from the area to protect him. Haku announced his secret technique, Ice Crystal Mirrors. He slipped into one of the mirrors and appeared across many reflections, surprising Kanade as she looked around. Needles began to approach from multiple reflections. With her Sharingan active, Kanade managed to avoid the ones aimed at the center, but she saw in the reflections that many more needles were being launched, surrounding her and leaving her with no clear route out. Kanade let out a sharp cry as the needles struck her, and Zabuza allowed a small, satisfied smile at the sight of the girl he had disliked struggling. The needles hit Kanade and caused sudden pain. She staggered and grimaced, but there were no graphic injuries. Sakura intervened by distracting Haku with a thrown dagger, which he easily stopped. A throwing star suddenly struck Haku and dislodged him from a mirror. Everyone turned to see the source and were surprised to find the familiar blonde head of Naruto there. Sakura exclaimed that Naruto was really present. Kanade muttered that Naruto was such a foolish kid when she saw him so fired up. Zabuza launched several throwing blades at Naruto, and Haku intercepted them, which impressed everyone. Kakashi scolded Naruto for rushing into battle and becoming an easy target, and Naruto began to apologize loudly in his usual frantic manner. Haku pleaded to be allowed to fight the boy. Kanade looked to her right and found Sasuke extending his hand, insisting that she take it so he could give up his place against that enemy. Seeing Kanade had been struck while the attack had been aimed at him had been enough for Sasuke to act. A tense silence fell as the team braced for the next move. Sakura had no choice but to take Sasuke's hand, and he pushed her quickly toward the rest of their team. Kanade had stumbled clumsily but began to remove the needles still lodged in her body, receiving help from her teammate who worried about her battered appearance. The masked opponent dodged the throwing knives Sasuke sent, proving he was out of their league. Needles were soon hurled through the air, striking Sasuke and causing him to cry out in pain, which alarmed Sakura. Kakashi, their instructor, instructed Naruto that they needed to attack from both outside and inside, since Naruto remained outside the crystal field. Sasuke scanned his area for a clear way to strike the masked enemy with Naruto's help. Kanade noticed Naruto was no longer where he had been and felt a drop of alarm when she saw him suddenly appear inside Sasuke's space, right beside him. Naruto announced that he had come to save Sasuke, smiling as if proud of the move. Sasuke looked at him with a confused, angry snarl. Kakashi muttered, embarrassed, that Naruto should surprise the enemy, not his ally. Kanade crossed her arms and muttered that Naruto was earning the title of the most foolish ninja, and Sasuke scolded him sharply to think like a ninja before moving. Naruto protested loudly that he should be grateful for the help, and the two traded heated words until Sasuke, exasperated, declared he would destroy the ice mirrors once and for all and launched a fireball technique. The great ball of fire filled the space, but the ice mirrors remained untouched. Fire should have melted ice. Sasuke could not understand what kind of technique the enemy was using. Kanade watched silently from inside the opponent's technique. Naruto had created several clones, but the needles pierced them and the clones vanished. Kanade murmured that not even the copying eye could replicate that technique, and Sakura, confused, saw Kakashi nod in agreement. They realized the crystal formation could neither be destroyed nor stopped easily. The masked fighter Haku spoke, declaring that he did not want to kill, but if his opponents advanced he would have no choice. He said he would set aside compassion, act as a ninja, and show no mercy if he had to, because he fought for a dream and for someone he cherished. He would face death for that person so that his dream might be realized. His voice carried a quiet, determined menace. Sakura urged Sasuke and Naruto to finish him, but Kanade rested a hand on her shoulder and warned that neither of them was a match for Haku. Kanade explained that Haku had been trained to kill like a weapon, while Naruto and Sasuke had not been trained to take lives. Kakashi supported Kanade's assessment. Zabuza turned to Kanade and asked whether she knew what it meant to crush the feelings in one's heart and to destroy an opponent without pity, remorseless. Kanade met him with a disdainful look. Zabuza accused her of hiding painful truths, and Kanade replied that she had realized the nature of his technique when he shattered her water clone. She asserted that his hands bore the stain of lives he had taken, and Sakura demanded an explanation. Kakashi placed his hand on his forehead protector as a sign that he would use his eye technique again. Zabuza lunged at Kakashi at full speed, but Kanade intercepted with a kick that deflected his attack. Zabuza tried to push past her, diverting her palm with a leg and then sending her flying with a punch, yet she dodged the blow thanks to the heightened perception granted by the copying eye and sprang back with several jumps to put distance between them. Kanade admitted that she did not use this technique often because it exhausted her, but said that training with Kakashi had taught her to measure her energy flow. She smiled with a hint of malice and acknowledged that ending a life did not trouble her or make her feel contemptible. Kakashi ordered Kanade to stop and go help Naruto and Sasuke, telling her to provide support. She nodded and ran toward her teammates, slipping easily into the House of Crystal and closing the distance to her two injured comrades. Kanade's lips parted slightly when she saw the Sharingan in Sasuke's eyes, but with only two tomo, and she could not help a small, amused smile because he had kept it hidden. Haku growled as he realized both of them had Sharingan and remained covering the unconscious blonde's body. Kanade watched the reflections in the mirrors, following every move of the enemy. When she noticed him turning toward Naruto, she had no choice but to scoop the blonde into her arms and leap away with him. She opened her eyes wider when she felt chakra directed at her back and turned over her shoulder, ready to defend. Sharp projectiles struck Sasuke's chest. He seized the masked man's wrists and threw him forcefully into the mirrors. The masked man slammed into the glass and fell face down to the floor. Sasuke said with resentment that Kanade and Naruto were always interfering. Naruto started to speak but stopped when he saw Sasuke's condition. Naruto, with a bitter edge in his voice, told Sasuke he should see his expression, calling it mediocre. Both Naruto and Kanade kept their eyes fixed on Sasuke. Kanade whispered Sasuke's name, concerned, and asked why he had done what he did. Sasuke stammered that he had simply acted and then, coughing and weak, said he thought he had remembered a promise he made. He told Kanade that he could never hate her. Kanade lowered her gaze, remembering the promise Sasuke had made when they were children, and clenched her fists, reminding herself she needed to focus on helping him. Naruto rose slowly and demanded to know why Sasuke had protected him as well, insisting he had not asked to be saved. Sasuke replied that his body had compelled him to protect them both and that he had not had time to think. He groaned and began to collapse. Kanade ran forward and caught him before he fell, feeling in her arms the one person who reminded her she had once been happy. Sasuke said with difficulty that someone else was still out there, glancing toward Naruto. Then, placing his hand on Kanade's cheek, he explained that he had promised his brother to preserve life until he could carry out his own plan. He asked Kanade not to let Naruto's dream die. His hand fell away, and the breathing of those watching froze. A final breath escaped Sasuke before his head sank into Kanade's lap, showing that he had been defeated by the pain. Kanade adjusted his limp body in her arms and, speaking softly to herself, admitted that he was all she had left, the closest thing to the vague memory of a family and childhood. She leaned her forehead against his. Her breathing grew quick as memories of Itachi's gaze and the rivalry born of vengeance rose up. She felt the familiar pressure in her chest, the same sensation she had experienced when she lost loved ones. She refused to cry to avoid showing weakness in front of the enemy, but an uncontrollable ache filled her for someone who had sacrificed himself for her and had always defended her as children. The lessons she had learned about hiding emotions when a comrade died seemed to vanish. Kanade, gripping Sasuke's face with both hands, shouted in a voice full of rage that he could not die. Haku replied with coldness, asking whether this was the first time they had seen a friend fall in battle and reminding them that this was the ninja world. Haku did not know of Kanade's hidden past as a child. Naruto snapped at Haku to be quiet. For the first time, a storm of rancor and a desire to kill flashed across Naruto's face. His eyes reflected an irrational hatred that could frighten those who met it. He pushed himself up from the ground and, nearer to the Uchiha, his chakra began to pour out in waves. A red aura enveloped the Uchiha standing close to the blonde. Naruto threatened Haku with a promise to kill him, and Kanade noticed the aura and the change in Naruto's body. His wounds closed and his stance shifted. The energy around him felt more like the fox's. She realized the seal had broken, and he began to growl with overwhelming rage. In an instant, Naruto vanished and reappeared directly in front of Haku, landing a series of surprisingly powerful blows the masked man could not evade. Crystals and shards began to shatter, and the gusts that Naruto's chakra generated forced Kanade to hold onto Sasuke more tightly. Kanade's eyes widened as countless crystalline fragments fell toward them at incredible speed. She formed hand seals and invoked with style, protective dome, creating a wooden barrier that shielded them from the falling shards. When the rain of crystals subsided, Kanade placed her hand on the dome and absorbed it. The embedded fragments slid slowly from the barrier to the ground as it dissolved. She turned to the battlefield and saw that Naruto had struck the masked man with the minimal amount of force he could muster. A frown formed on her face as she murmured that something was wrong and noticed two shadowy figures approaching. Her teammate ran as fast as she could, then dropped to her knees and began to sob, overwhelmed with worry for the person Kanade was holding. Instead of telling her to move away, the teammate knelt and, with trembling hands, began to remove the sharp objects still embedded in Sasuke. The teammate then asked urgently what had happened. Kanade asked nervously. Sakura defended the man, saying that he had risked himself to protect them and was not as bad as he seemed, and she ran her hand through Sasuke's hair. After several minutes of clashes and destruction, they attended to the fallen and assessed the scene. Sakura announced that she would go to Naruto and began to run toward the blonde who lay exhausted on the ground. Kanade parted her lips slightly when she realized that Haku was dead and that Zabuza lay a few meters away in a pitiable state. Naruto called Kanade with sadness. Kanade replied with a grimace that crying would not accomplish anything, praising Naruto for defeating Haku and protecting them and admitting that he never ceased to surprise her. A small smile appeared on her face as she realized she had been right to feel moved about being in the same squad as Naruto. They turned and found three figures walking toward them, and Kanade's lips opened slightly when she saw Sasuke at Sakura's side. An impulse made her run to the dark-haired man, ignoring everyone's stares, and she threw herself into his arms around his neck. Sasuke responded by wrapping his arms gently around her waist. Kanade demanded that he not fake his death, insisting that he was all she had left of what had once been her home and separating from Sasuke as she spoke. Sasuke blinked a few times, confused by her sudden behavior, then told her to calm down and, with annoyance and embarrassment, assured her that he would not do it. Gato's men prepared to attack in force, but the villagers rallied under Inari's leadership to defend the bridge and brandish their weapons bravely. Naruto and Kakashi created several clones, which frightened the attackers and sent them fleeing toward their boats. Inari declared victory with pride and a joyful smile. Suddenly everyone looked to the sky as snow began to fall. Kakashi carried Zabuza's body to lay him beside Haku, and Zabuza closed his eyes and died beside someone important to him. Naruto murmured, trying not to cry, that Zabuza had told him it always snowed where he lived. Kakashi remarked calmly that Zabuza's spirit had been as pure as the snow. They both looked up at the sky, thinking that perhaps Zabuza would be able to accompany Haku after death, since he had been noble and true for them both. Tazuna thanked them and admitted he could never have finished the bridge without their help, adding that he and the villagers who had come to see them off would miss them. Naruto announced cheerfully that they would return to visit soon, and the little Inari began to sob. Sakura asked Naruto to promise, and Naruto's eyes began to glisten along with Inari's. Naruto gently told Inari that it was all right to cry and encouraged him to let the tears out. Both boys tried to hold back their emotions. Then, when Sakura teased that one of them should go first, they both broke down and cried, exchanging a tender farewell. Team 7 turned and began to walk away, leaving the villagers waving. Naruto put his hands behind his neck and, still upbeat from the mission's success, promised that the first thing he would do upon returning was ask teacher Irika for ramen. Naruto glanced at Sakura, waiting for her to speak. He then nudged her playfully. Sakura turned to Sasuke and asked if he would like to go out somewhere when they arrived, but Sasuke returned to his usual sullen, rude self and refused. Sakura let her head fall in defeat. Kanade noticed Sasuke walking beside her and frowned when their eyes met, sensing that something between them had shifted after the mission. Later, the dark-haired woman murmured with regret as she took in how devastated Naruto looked. After returning from the mission with the old Tazuna, the third Hokage had decided to have them get used to D-rank missions because they had been through too much facing stronger enemies. Kanade had not objected to that order. None of them had expected to be misled about the enemies pursuing Tazuna. Naruto, as ever, had tried to tackle challenges beyond their rank to prove his maturity and strength, but he had been left shaken and exhausted by the bad turns his impulsiveness had caused. Kanade observed that Naruto was the kind of person who always needed help, a remark that made Naruto drop his hand from Sakura's shoulder with the intent to strike. Sakura threatened to deal with him if he went further, and Naruto trembled at the idea. Kakashi admitted with a grimace that the team's cohesion was falling apart. Naruto accused Sasuke of ruining the teamwork and insisted he always had to interfere, but Sasuke continued on without responding. Sasuke muttered that Naruto was an idiot, then told Sakura coldly that if she did not want to owe him anything, she should become stronger than him. He left them with that and received only a look of rage in return. A flash of hatred crossed Sasuke's face as he thought of those outside Konoha who boasted about being the strongest. It angered him that routine missions interrupted his training, and he resented that Naruto had beaten the masked opponent who had taken him down using mirror techniques. Kakashi dismissed the day, saying he needed to file the mission report. Sasuke announced he was leaving and began to walk away. Sakura called out that she would go with him and hurried after the indifferent shinobi as fast as she could. Naruto offered to get ramen, but Sakura said she was going to train and turned away, leaving Naruto frustrated. Sakura blushed and suggested to Sasuke that they focus on teamwork from now on, asking timidly if they could work together. Sasuke compared her to Naruto and, in a brusque but practical tone, told her that if she had time to worry about him, she should practice some techniques. He bluntly said that, to be honest, her skills were inferior to Naruto's, then walked off, leaving Sakura's confidence shaken. Naruto tried to shake off the tension, calling for everyone to forget the squabble and train together. At that moment, Kanade noticed a badly disguised rock that had been pretending to be a square stone with holes. The camouflage was covering someone small, and the person complained in a childish voice that square stones with holes did not exist. Naruto scolded from behind the annoyed Kanade, recognizing the familiar childish tone. The disguised figure stepped out, and the presence of so much gunpowder nearby made Kanade and the others cough and tear up from the smoke. The person responsible protested that he had warned them it was too much gunpowder, while the squad leader felt foolish under Kanade's disapproving stare and began to blush. Konohamaru declared loudly that he was following the man who was his inspiration and rival. Kanade reminded them that she had told them she was not their sister and urged them to stop wasting time following Naruto and to focus on training on their own. "Stay away from him, you'll catch his foolishness," the man warned before turning and walking away, leaving Naruto confused by Kanade's harsh mood. She was not the calm black-haired girl he had seen during the fight with Gato. Konohamaru murmured with a smile that it was always like that. Kanade said no, but she was always keeping an eye on him and resented being distracted. A small smile appeared on Naruto's face at that, recognizing that Kanade treated the little boy like an older sister who, despite her indifference, watched over him. Kanade began walking toward the Uchiha district but stopped when she felt Sasuke's gaze. She found him leaning against a wooden fence, and when she started to move again he reached out and grabbed her forearm to stop her. Sasuke asked in a gruff tone if she was acting like his sister. Kanade crossed her arms, freed herself from his grip, and replied that the Hokage had offered to adopt her with his granddaughter, but she had refused firmly. Sasuke then asked why she had decided to stay in their village. Kanade explained that it was their home, where their family's memories lived, and that she could not abandon it without a very strong reason. Sasuke crossed his arms, surprised by how much they were talking compared to before. Shouts from children pulled their attention. They saw a blond boy on the ground with 3 small children hiding behind him, and in front of them a pink-haired girl was fuming and massaging her knuckles. Kanade glanced at the pair but showed no concern. Their distance was obvious. Sakura declared that she had no time to argue and had to train. A rude comment from some of the children suggested she was ugly and questioned whether she was even a girl. Naruto, hiding behind the 3 youngsters he called his students, looked startled. Kanade's smile curved at the realization that most of the kids were teasing Sakura for reasons she did not understand, and she found it mildly amusing. She noticed Sasuke watching her smile and their onyx eyes met, making him scratch the back of his neck, puzzled by how they were beginning to interact. A small boy called out to Kanade, hurrying to catch up with her, but he closed his eyes and missed her, stumbling into someone and falling onto the ground. The boy winced and said it hurt. In front of them stood a blonde woman and another person wearing heavy makeup. The woman carried a fan-like object while the other had a bulky item slung across his back. The person with makeup grabbed Konohamaru roughly by the collar, hoisting him off the ground and making the boy grimace. The blonde told them to let the boy go, warning that they would only get into trouble. Sakura tried to intervene but found her words ineffective. Naruto charged at the aggressor in anger, but the man merely moved his fingers and Naruto stumbled and fell. Kanade stopped Sasuke from moving toward them and observed the man who was still holding Konohamaru. The man sneered that the genin from Konoha were weak. Naruto, furious, threatened him, but Sakura grabbed Naruto to hold him back and prevent him from escalating the situation. The unknown man spat that he disliked small people and considered the kids impertinent. He warned he would deal with the smaller one first and then the noisy one. The man tightened his grip and aimed a blow at Konohamaru's face, but before it landed a swift, precise kick forced him to release the boy. Konohamaru did not fall. Kanade had intervened and was holding him firmly by the forearm, her expression unreadable. She scolded Konohamaru for disobeying and for causing trouble by not staying away from Naruto. The stranger tried a hand motion to pull Konohamaru toward him, but Kanade's grip held fast, and a thrown stone struck the aggressor's hand and stopped him. Sasuke approached and demanded to know what they were doing in this district, drawing closer to Kanade while she still held Konohamaru. Sakura smiled at the sight of her friends standing up to the aggressors. They looked like true shinobi defending the boy. The stranger spat again that another brat was challenging him, and the blonde barked at them to leave. The woman who accompanied the man flushed and glanced at Sasuke with obvious interest. Konohamaru, deflated, told Naruto that in his eyes Naruto was not as impressive as Kanade and the boy who had just helped. Naruto began to reply but trailed off, unsure how to answer. He excused himself, saying he would take care of him without looking at the little one. The man complained that brats who thought they were clever were the ones he hated most, and he lowered the object from his back, which drew his companion's attention. She asked in surprise whether he intended to use karasu for that. Kanade looked toward the presents hidden behind a tree branch and was surprised to find a red-haired boy with a solemn stare watching everything. She finally released Konohamaru, who had tears in his eyes from the pressure she had put on his forearm and from the scolding that had left him feeling guilty. Everyone looked at the man the dark-haired girl had noticed earlier and were taken aback by his calculating demeanor. He accused Kankuro of being a disgrace to their village and demanded to know why they had come all the way to Konoha. Gaara stammered his name and, voice shaking, blamed the others for having started the incident. Sasuke's gaze met the identified boy, and he was surprised to realize the boy paid him less attention than he had given to Kanade, who had spotted him before anyone and was now looking straight at him. Their eyes met, producing an awkward silence. Gaara warned the other to be quiet in a low voice, and the other obeyed, visibly frightened. Gaara then apologized to the youngsters, looking directly at Kanade, who only frowned. The red-haired boy found himself intrigued by Kanade, not by surface beauty but by the way she had kicked Kankuro to free the child, catching him off guard. He was also curious about the black-haired boy who had halted his companion with a single rock. Suddenly the red-haired boy stepped forward among his companions, who still regarded him with some fear, and told them they had no time to lose, beginning to walk with them following. Sakura addressed them with measured words and turned to show an identification badge, which caused the others to stop. The trio confirmed they were from the Sand Village and had come for the Chunin exam selection. Naruto looked confused. Konohamaru explained that one could be promoted from Genin to Chunin by passing the exam. The three from the Sand Village began to walk away, leaving the Konoha children behind. Sasuke took a few steps forward to catch up with Kanade, who had moved ahead a few paces. Sasuke asked for a name. Kanade placed her hand on her chest, showing her surprise. She wondered if he meant her, but Sasuke clarified that he had been asking about the one beside her carrying the gourd. The red-haired boy muttered his name as Gaara and admitted he was curious. Kanade introduced herself as Uchiha Kanade, and Sasuke gave his name as Uchiha Sasuke. Gaara returned his attention to Kanade, still studying her with curiosity. He was interested in the fear she inspired in others and the strange way she behaved. His eyes were somber and intense. Naruto called out to remind them he still existed, but Gaara said he did not care about him. Naruto scowled as the Sand Village trio walked away and then crouched down, discouraged. Konohamaru quietly asked if Sasuke thought he was weak, and after a slight nod he was told bluntly that he was inferior to Kanade and Sasuke. Determined, Naruto declared he would not lose to Sasuke. Sasuke responded with an irritated retort. A short distance above them, three strangers watched the scene unfold. Their leader observed the dark-haired pair and the gourd-carrying boy and suggested they keep a closer eye on them. The others agreed. The dark-haired girl told Konohamaru she would bring him to their third teammate so he would stop wasting time with Naruto. Konohamaru brightened and ran to walk beside her. Kanade glanced to her right and noticed Sasuke walking beside her. Everyone reacted with surprise at the unlikely pairing. Sasuke snapped at her to stop following, clicking his tongue in annoyance, then explained that he wanted to learn what to expect in the Chunin exams and that the best place for information was the Hokage's office. Kanade began walking without replying, understanding his intention. She also wanted to know about the exams and what she might face, so she continued toward the Hokage's office feeling comfortable in Sasuke's company and willing to share what she knew. After all, she did not feel uneasy around him. The four turned toward the door where a crowd of people confronted two men guarding it. It was clear the veterans would not let the newcomers pass. The novices had shown themselves strong and skilled enough to face anyone in their way. Kanade stepped forward to stand before them, accepting the scornful looks from both opponents. One of them could not help noticing her striking beauty, but he stayed aloof, and his companion did not appear intimidated by the girl's onyx gaze. Sasuke smiled slightly and noted that they should undo the illusion technique and step aside so his team could reach the third floor. One of the strangers on the ground, still recovering from a blow, demanded what he was talking about. Sasuke addressed Sakura, praising her intelligence and honesty and trusting her after she had doubted herself following an earlier incident. Sakura murmured her thanks and, her insecurity gone, stated that she had noticed from the beginning and that they were indeed on the second floor. The illusion faded, revealing the number 201 on the door they surrounded. One of the strangers smirked with satisfaction and looked at the pink-haired girl with contempt. He declared that their skills alone would not get them anywhere and then kicked toward Sakura. Sasuke reacted instantly and used his leg to intercept. Both kicks were stopped by a dark-haired young man with an odd haircut, who then looked toward Kanade. Kanade crossed her arms and watched in silence, raising an eyebrow when she realized how much strength the newcomer possessed. He had halted both the strangers and Sasuke's attacks. A long-haired teammate scolded the dark-haired young man for breaking a promise not to draw attention, stepping forward to join him. Kanade lost interest in the dark-eyed youth and fixed her attention on the long-haired man instead. He looked back at her without expression, but his attention was interrupted when a thick-browed teammate stepped forward and, with an apparently delicate motion, took her hand. Kanade bristled, pulling it away roughly and clearly displeased by the unsolicited contact. The thick-browed man introduced himself as Rock Lee and, blushing, offered to accompany her and keep her safe. He smiled with earnest confidence. Kanade responded coldly that she did not like people like him. When he asked what kind of person interested her, she answered that it was someone he definitely was not, directing her gaze toward the long-haired man who had caught her attention. Rock Lee glanced over his shoulder and realized that his teammate was also staring at her. The realization filled him with anger and frustration at being outshone again. The long-haired man stepped closer and asked Kanade for her name. She replied that she was Uchiha Kanade. Sasuke chided her gently that the one asking should introduce himself first. Naruto parted his lips slightly, surprised by Kanade's interest and wondering whether this was the first time she had noticed someone. He then asked whether they were all newcomers and how old they were, but Sasuke intervened and positioned himself between them to prevent further. Kanade felt drawn to the long-haired man. His eyes were what fascinated her most. Something hidden seemed to lie behind them, and she wanted to find out, but Sasuke's defensive posture threatened to ruin the moment. She snapped that they were not obliged to answer and received a disgruntled reaction from the stranger. The girl beside him blushed at the sight of Sasuke's presence. Sakura suggested they leave, then took hold of her teammates' wrists and began pulling them away to avoid the strangers. Kanade crossed her arms as her team left her behind and began to walk, but a hand on her shoulder stopped her. She turned and faced the man with pale eyes, allowing him to examine her as he likely wanted to evaluate a rival's qualities. Kanade remarked that the dark-haired fellow was also an Uchiha, speaking with an arrogant smile. The pale-eyed man said he would not answer unless he knew her name. He then identified himself as Hyuga Neji. The dark-haired man confirmed that they were both of the Uchiha clan and glanced back to find his companion observing Kanade with interest. Kanade reflected that members of the Uchiha clan tended to attract attention for their looks. She turned and began to walk again, pausing to look over her shoulder. She acknowledged that the gifts inherited from her parents did not help much in battle, but asserted that she was superior to many, including Sasuke. She smiled briefly at Neji and added that there would be many interesting opponents for him to face. Then she gave Lee a serious admonition to act like a shinobi and stop searching for a girlfriend. When she refocused on finding her teammates, Kanade felt satisfied that she had met people she would likely face again. Neji glanced at the emblem on her chest and noticed his companion's admiring stare. His companion then asked whether Neji had been more interested in that girl than was strictly necessary. Kanade and her companions began to walk without Lee. Kanade turned to see what he was doing and noticed that he was still watching the path the Uchiha had taken. Kanade asked Lee if he was coming. Lee said he had to do something first and walked in the opposite direction. Kanade stopped before her teammates, and they waited in an open space. Naruto ran up to her and, with confident curiosity, asked if she had liked the long-haired boy. Kanade responded with a look of disapproval. She admitted that Rock Lee had interested her, but his behavior had led her to act indifferent. She added that, of the three, Gaara was the one who most intrigued her. Sasuke glanced over his shoulder at that revelation, surprised by Kanade's interest in competition. He understood that she was drawn to people who could give her an interesting fight. The team froze when Rock Lee called out, identifying the one with sharp eyes. Lee was climbing the stairs and then asked if Sasuke would fight him there and then. Kanade felt intrigued because she understood what Lee wanted to prove. Sasuke agreed and leapt down from the upper floor in a single jump. Lee introduced himself and then pointed at Sasuke, reminding him that introductions should come before questions. Sasuke gave his name as Uchiha Sasuke. Kanade offered a brief smile and then looked away, which frustrated Lee at her obvious indifference. Sasuke raised an eyebrow at Kanade's familiarity with both of their names. Lee explained that he wanted to fight Sasuke to see what his moves could do against a descendant of a strong clan and, more personally, to prove to the person he admired that he could be a capable ninja and not someone who came looking for a girlfriend. He said this with earnest sincerity. Sasuke responded arrogantly, calling Lee ignorant and asking if Lee wanted to learn what the Uchiha name could do. His gaze darkened in challenge. Naruto interjected, volunteering to take on Lee instead, but Sakura warned him not to interfere. Kanade smiled knowingly at what was about to happen. Naruto insisted that he wanted to face an Uchiha, not Lee, and then charged at Lee. Lee easily sidestepped Naruto's punch, sending him stumbling back, and then spun to kick Naruto away with a swift technique. Lee declared that he was the strongest rookie ninja in all of Konoha at the moment, maintaining his fighting stance. Sasuke accepted the challenge with a calm, detached expression. Kanade checked the time and reminded them they had to submit their applications in half an hour. Sasuke told her to relax and insisted the fight would only take 5 minutes. Sakura warned that Sasuke was no match for Rock Lee, but Sasuke told her to be quiet and watch what he would do. The fight began in a blur of fast, stylized movement. Kanade activated the Uchiha Eye technique to make sure she did not miss a single motion. Sasuke tried to land a blow, but Lee's speed let him vanish from one spot and reappear behind Sasuke to deliver a powerful kick called the Leaf Hurricane. The move sent Sasuke flying toward the girls, and Kanade could not help but smile at the sight of the accomplished Uchiha being bested by the newcomer. Sasuke warned that he would show them more and finally revealed the Uchiha Eye technique in his own eyes. Kanade noted that Lee's speed could allow him to dodge many attacks, and she pointed out that Lee relied mostly on hand-to-hand combat rather than elaborate techniques. Sakura marveled quietly at the Uchiha Eye technique when Kanade reminded her that it was a characteristic trait of that clan. Sakura voiced her faith that Sasuke could turn the fight around. The combatants traded a rapid series of blows. Lee's movements were fluid and precise, allowing him to evade many of Sasuke's attempts, while Sasuke took several hits and struggled to regain footing after a strong kick to the jaw. They continued to exchange strikes and counters with energetic, anime-style intensity until Sasuke stumbled back after a forceful blow to his midsection. Lee emphasized that what he used were straightforward hand-to-hand skills, and then he vanished for a moment only to reappear right behind Sasuke. Sasuke swung out of desperation, grunting in frustration as the exchange continued. Kanade remembered hearing that the Uchiha Eye technique allowed its user to perceive and counter many types of ninja techniques, illusions, and hand-to-hand moves, which made the outcome all the more uncertain. Kanade told an exhausted and devastated Sasuke that she could see through and counter ninjutsu and genjutsu, which required seals and chakra concentration, but that taijutsu was different. Sasuke, breathing hard, asked what she meant. Kanade explained that even if his Sharingan could read her movements, his body did not have the speed to match hers. In other words, seeing the movements meant nothing if the body could not follow. Sakura, surprised, looked at her teammate, unable to believe that Kanade had known the outcome of the fight from the start while Sasuke still tried to defeat someone he could not surpass in taijutsu. Kanade remarked that there were those with a gift and those who had trained hard among the strongest. If Sasuke's Sharingan was a gift of the Uchiha, she was among those who had worked tirelessly to improve her taijutsu. Seeing Sasuke charge again with too much fury, Kanade concluded that the combination of his Sharingan and her ultimate taijutsu skills was deadly. She delivered another precise kick to his chin, sending him into the air in a dramatic, anime-style move. Rock Lee leapt and positioned himself behind Sasuke, beginning to unwrap the bandages on his arms. A smile crossed Kanade's face at the astonished look on Sasuke's face. Sakura ordered her to stop smiling and take action. Kanade deactivated her Sharingan when Lee was stopped by an odd turtle that appeared. As Sasuke began to fall quickly, Kanade ran to catch him, preventing him from hitting the ground. She braced herself and absorbed the impact on her knees. Sasuke's expression was lost and despondent, showing how shaken he felt after being defeated so decisively. Kanade reached out to touch his cheek in a gesture of concern. Sasuke immediately steadied her hand and held it gently to keep his balance. Kanade admonished him for being irresponsible and foolish to think he could overcome Lee, who was on the same level as the others. Sasuke allowed his head to drop against Kanade's chest, exhausted. Several minutes passed, leaving Kanade and Sasuke aside from what was happening with Lee's sensei. Kanade sensed a presence and looked up to see him. Sasuke, still with his head bowed on Kanade's chest, observed his victor and noticed a wary look in his eyes. Lee then made it clear that he had come to test his skills and had lied earlier. He admitted that the strongest genin in all of Konoha was on his team and that he had come to the exam intending to defeat him. He added that both Uchiha were now in his sights, and that he would no longer think of Kanade as a romantic prospect. He urged them to prepare for the upcoming exam before leaping away toward the second floor. Kanade whispered the name Niji Hyuga as she watched Lee go. Sasuke separated from Kanade when he noticed the excitement on her face at the sight of the long-haired man, and he clenched his fists remembering how he had been bested by someone as capable as Lee. He had heard that Lee's sensei was a rival of Kakashi and that he might be able to defeat him. Naruto, hands behind his head, commented that the Uchiha clan did not seem as formidable as everyone claimed, apparently forgetting that Kanade was also an Uchiha. Sasuke, furious, muttered that next time he would make sure to beat him, causing Sakura to look frightened. Naruto pointed out that Sasuke had been overwhelmingly defeated. Sakura tried to hush the blonde boy, who seemed annoyed by Sasuke's performance. Kanade observed that Lee's hands and techniques had impressed Naruto. Lee had trained harder than anyone to reach his level and had put in more effort than Sasuke had. Naruto watched Sasuke tighten his fists in response. Naruto then noted that things were getting interesting with the upcoming Chunin exam and urged Team 7 to move out. Ino announced that Sasuke had arrived late and that she had been waiting since she heard they might see each other again after so long, moving closer and placing an arm around him in a familiar, possessive gesture. Sasuke remained distant, his expression flat and annoyed. Sakura ordered Ino to stay away from Sasuke and, pointing at her rival, insulted her angrily. Ino mocked Sakura, sneering about her forehead and appearance while sticking out her tongue. Shikamaru questioned whether all four of them intended to take the exam, sounding plainly annoyed. Ino made clear that Sasuke belonged to her. Kanade scanned the area for the person wearing the pumpkin head but froze when an arm slipped around her shoulders and someone moved into her personal space. She turned and found a boy with a small dog perched on his head, and she rolled her eyes in irritation. A newcomer greeted Kanade warmly, saying she was the only rookie he particularly wanted to see. Kanade looked at him with indifference, but he came up behind her and gave a friendly, unexpected hug from behind. She remained unreadable. Kiba taunted Sasuke about how far he planned to go, his tone teasing. The comment annoyed the blonde who had been clinging to Sasuke and brought a smug smile to Sasuke's face. Sasuke replied that he did not know and asked what Kiba thought. Kiba insisted he would not be defeated this time, claiming his team had trained hard to challenge Sasuke. The dark-haired girl abruptly broke away from the dog's companion and stepped aside to avoid listening to the stranger who had approached them. She watched her group gather around him but felt no interest in their interactions. She had been trained not only to win but, if necessary, to eliminate anyone who stood in her way, and she kept the source of that drive to herself. It all had begun with Uchiha Itachi's betrayal. Her eyes met those of a boy with pronounced eyebrows, and she walked toward him to speak. He opened his mouth in surprise at her approach, his heart quickening at her presence. She warned him that she would not forgive anyone who belittled the gift the Uchiha had been given at birth. She made it clear that she had trained hard and that, had they faced each other directly, she would have defeated him. The boy blinked several times, taken aback. Naruto loudly proclaimed that he would not lose to any of them, pointing toward the center with an excited smile. Neji observed that Naruto remained energetic even after the rough treatment he'd received earlier, and he addressed his companion with a dry remark about it. Kanade watched the blonde intently and, quietly to herself, admitted that Naruto might be the most surprising of them all. Neji glanced toward Kanade and smirked at the sight of someone he considered pathetic. Naruto called out to Kanade, inviting her over to complete Team 7. Kanade turned, exchanged farewells with Rock Lee's team and received a bright smile from a girl who found her kind and endearing. She then walked to her teammates and stopped in front of them. Naruto smiled at her and she returned the smile, surprising him. His earlier outburst had shifted the mood of those who had glanced at them from annoyance to competitive focus. Sakura moved behind the blonde and grabbed his collar to scold him for the commotion he had caused. She apologized nervously to the others, insisting it had only been a joke and lecturing him about causing everyone to stare angrily at them. She warned him in an exasperated tone that he needed to understand the situation. The dark-haired girl watched as a group approached quickly and smiled with sarcastic amusement at what was coming. 3 challengers sprang forward. One launched two kunai that the pale-haired boy dodged with nimble movements. Another, identified as someone from the Sound Village, threw a quick strike that was likewise evaded. One assailant's attempt glanced off and sent an opponent's glasses askew and then shattered them, a clear sign that the attack had landed despite not striking the face directly. Sasuke moved past Kanade and asked what had happened, noticing that the evasive maneuvers had clearly succeeded and that someone's glasses were broken. The pale-haired opponent suddenly became ill and began to vomit, prompting stunned silence in the room and revealing that the exchange had indeed hit its target. Kanade opened her mouth slightly, uncertain of what to make of the scene. Sasuke called out in concern for Kabuto as others reacted to the sudden turn of events. Sakura shouted in alarm, and she and Naruto moved forward to offer support. An onlooker mocked that the veteran was not as skilled as expected despite having taken the exam 4 times. Everyone froze as a smoke ball appeared in the center of the room, and when it cleared, a man with a scar on his face stepped forward and announced himself as Marino Ibiki, who would administer the first test of the Chunin exam. Ibiki, watching those who had stepped back at his authority, demanded to know who from the Sound Village thought they could fight and warned them that they risked disqualification before the exam even began. An embarrassed examinee admitted that he was nervous because it was his first exam, glancing over his shoulder at the figure standing nearby. Kanade crossed her arms, thinking back to the earlier encounter with Kabuto. She was certain the man had dodged the enemy's strike, yet somehow still been struck. She set aside the rules the sensor device was beginning to broadcast to everyone present. Ibiki announced that it was time to begin the first test of the Chunin selection exam and held up a tile marked with the number 1. He instructed the examinees to take a tile. The number they drew would determine their seat. Afterward, the proctors would distribute the written exam sheets. The proctors produced several papers to show that this was a serious written test. The dark-haired Kanade could not help glancing at Naruto, whose terrified expression amused her briefly at how pathetic he looked. Everyone took their seats after drawing tiles, and the exam proctors took their places, making clear they would spare no one and would watch the candidates closely. Naruto appeared nervous and distressed. Written tests were not his strength, and he had not prepared, assuming the exam would center on training and combat. Kanade smiled faintly when she noticed her team had been separated and that the only familiar person nearby was the man with the gourd on his back. The sensor device positioned itself in the center of the room and announced that it would explain the exam rules. Ibiki explained rule number 1, stating that the written portion would use a point reduction system. Each examinee would start with a perfect score of 10 points, and 1 point would be deducted for every incorrect answer. He gave an example that missing 3 questions would yield a final score of 7. He continued with rule number 2, informing them that teams would pass or fail based on the combined score of their 3 or 4-member team. The members of Team 7 reacted with alarm to this revelation. Sakura protested at the idea of a team total being used, and Ibiki ordered them to be quiet and listen, insisting there was an important reason for the rule. Naruto clutched his head under the weight of his teammates' expectations. He had never passed an exam before, not even at the academy, and he knew he could not count on a miracle to earn him a high score. Ibiki explained rule number 3, warning that sentinels distributed throughout the hall would watch for any sign of cheating. Any detected cheating would cost the perpetrator 2 points, and he warned that their vigilance was sharp. Being caught 5 times would result in disqualification before the exam ended. Kanade scanned the room to gauge the distance between each sentinel, noting there were 4 for every row, each watching with a predatory smile. She sighed, convinced that Sakura and Sasuke would probably score well and that they might be able to compensate for Naruto's weaknesses. Ibiki added that if one team member answered everything incorrectly, the entire team would be disqualified. The dark-haired girl's lips parted slightly at that final warning. Something inside her made her feel helpless. She was sure Naruto would ruin their chances without even trying. She watched him anxiously as he hugged himself with worry, convinced their failure would be blamed on his lack of contribution. Sakura cried out again in concern, and Ibiki gave the command to begin. The Uchiha narrowed her eyes as she turned over her exam paper and started reading the questions. The first problem described a shuriken trajectory. Line B in the diagram indicated the path of a shuriken thrown by Ninja A from the top of a 7-meter-tall tree toward enemy C. The examinee was instructed to describe and formulate the required trajectory if C were placed at points D, E and F, define the shuriken's maximum range, and explain how that conclusion was reached. Naruto read the first question several times until his head ached. The questions were advanced and clearly intended for those with strong analytical skills. Sakura, who possessed such skills, sat far away from him and could not offer help. Kanade observed the room again, studying the sentinels, and brought her pencil to her lips. Understanding that they were there to monitor the examinee's behavior, she subtly activated her Sharingan and began to take notes on the boy directly in front of her, who was already writing on his answer sheet. He was not cheating, he was simply gathering information from his surroundings, and the Sharingan was helping him a great deal. All he had to do was copy the movements of the person ahead and write the answers in the appropriate places. He performed several hand seals beneath the desk, causing a branch to appear under the table, and he quickly wrote all the answers. The branch then slid beneath the wooden floor toward Naruto, who remained worried because he had not answered a single question yet. Hinata whispered to Naruto that she could show him her exam if he wanted. Her cheeks flushed. Naruto looked surprised to hear that and found it incredible that someone would risk so much to help him. He asked in confusion why she was saying that, and Hinata, her hands trembling, admitted that she did not want him to fail. She explained that they were one of the 10 rookie teams and they all had to reach the end together. Naruto hesitated about whether he should trust her, but something in her gave him confidence. Before he could look at the exam, a branch appeared beneath his desk. He frowned when he realized someone else was helping him and glanced at Hinata, who had stopped looking at him and was carefully extending what appeared to be an exam, watching the proctors ahead. Naruto's lips parted slightly as he read the answers written on the branch, and his cheeks flushed when he saw the final note attached, signed by Kanade. The note advised him not to be obvious and to stay calm, saying this would be the last time Kanade would help and that she was not doing it for him but to avoid being expelled because of him. Naruto blinked several times and reread the single encouraging word Kanade had used. He felt happier from the support of a teammate. It reminded him he was not alone and that, even grudgingly, his companions were beginning to support one another. He was especially pleased that Kanade, usually indifferent, had shown concern for someone other than herself. To Naruto, it felt like an act of kindness and camaraderie from a teammate he trusted more than others. Numbers began to be called out one after another, and Naruto started to tremble nervously. It seemed logical that the proctors had discovered cheaters. He moved to look down to copy the answers but stopped when a kunai whizzed past his cheek and struck the student behind him. The examiner Ibiki announced that he had discovered that particular student, who vehemently denied the accusation. A sentinel stepped in, seized the student by the collar, and forcefully threw him against his desk to subdue him. Kanade turned her exam sheet, realizing she no longer needed to keep it in that position, and analyzed Naruto's movements. He still looked tense. It was clear he would not use the help after seeing the student behind him discovered and removed so harshly. Kanade glanced left to see that Sasuke had already finished and then looked ahead to see Sakura had also completed her exam. As time passed, Kanade had no choice but to undo her Mokutan technique. She smiled faintly upon realizing Naruto had not used her help and still appeared as nervous as at the start. The proctor assumed a determined posture before the remaining students and smiled with disdain. Ibiki announced that it was time for question 10 and added that there were 1 or 2 additional rules to be aware of. He explained that each student was free to choose not to participate in the final question. If they opted out, they would score 0 regardless of their previous answers and their entire team would fail. He went on to warn that if they accepted the final question and answered incorrectly, they would not only fail the exam but also lose the opportunity to ever retake the Chunin exam. His voice and demeanor conveyed absolute authority. Tension rose as Ibiki laughed in a chilling way. Some of the more nervous students raised their hands, apologized to their teams, and were escorted out. Kanade tapped her heel nervously, aware that they faced an unfavorable situation. The final question was uncertain, and if Naruto chose not to raise his hand out of concern for his teammates, the whole team could be permanently expelled. She was certain Naruto would not want to bear the burden alone and watched Sakura, who was slowly raising her arm. Kanade wondered if Sakura had decided to spare Naruto the guilt. Naruto suddenly raised his hand and then slammed it down onto his desk, producing a loud sound. His entire team frowned at his strange behavior, unsure what he would do, but expecting something characteristic of him. Naruto declared that he would not give up, that he would not quit or run away, and that he did not care if he remained a genin for the rest of his life. He stood, placed both hands on the table, and affirmed that he would one day become Hokage before sitting back down. Those words of determination inspired several others to settle into their seats with renewed resolve to continue the exam. Naruto had a peculiar ability to make people trust themselves and even to put trust in him. Ibiki observed everyone present with seriousness. The examiner announced that all of them had passed the exam. Sakura stood up and asked what had just happened. Kanade raised an eyebrow, astonished by what his censor had reported. It was remarkable how the tension in a place could shift so suddenly after words everyone wanted to hear. The sand girl asked angrily about the 10th question. Ibiki received a mocking laugh in response and explained that the 10th question had never existed in written form. The examinee's choices had been the answer. He added that the first 9 questions had a crucial purpose: to test their ability to gather strategic information intelligently and covertly under adverse circumstances. He pointed out that they had placed 2 Chunin who knew all the answers, and 2 people raised their hands to indicate they were the ones he meant. The sand girl crossed her arms and admitted that this explanation made sense. Everyone took away the wiser understanding that the organizers only wanted to verify their capabilities and information-gathering skills. Each had performed in their own way. Many obtained the answers without being noticed, while others had been eliminated. Naruto shrugged and admitted that it had been obvious they would notice. A bead of sweat ran down the foreheads of the rest of Team 7 at that lie. He had been the most nervous during the whole exam and likely had still not grasped the real purpose of the questions on the paper they had been given. Ibiki concluded by telling them they had passed the exam and were one step closer to becoming Chunin, then wished them luck. A woman appeared after breaking the window glass, capturing the attention of all the genin. She radiated bold confidence and a playful flair. She announced that she was their next sensei, Madarashi Anko, and called for the start of the 2nd stage of the Chunin exams, raising her arm to lead them. Ibiki murmured that the atmosphere was something, appearing behind the large cloak the woman had placed in front of him. Anko's face flushed slightly at her own forward display, and those who knew Naruto suspected she shared some of his impulsive energy. It was surprising to see an adult behave with such brashness. One of the men at Ibiki's side scowled and asked whether Ibiki had allowed 26 teams to pass this time, suggesting the first exam must have been very easy. Ibiki replied that there seemed to be many excellent students applying this year. Anko looked the candidates over with a wary eye, noting that they were ordinary genin like the rest. She placed both hands on her hips and warned that she would make at least half of them withdraw by the end of the 2nd stage. Her malicious smile vanished in seconds as she told them that things had been easy so far but would change the next morning. She would inform their jounin where and when to meet, then dismiss them. A victorious smile appeared on Kanade's face at having advanced with the rest of her team despite the uncertainty. She was growing closer to her goal. Naruto then introduced himself enthusiastically, adjusting his headband as he did so. He described himself as a ninja from the Hidden Leaf Village who loved pranks and ramen and had recently become a genin. He declared his dream of becoming Hokage and vowed to be the best so that everyone would recognize his strength. He acknowledged that people had once called him a fool and a clown, but he had graduated and become a member of Team 7 under Kakashi-sensei, taking on difficult missions every day. Konohamaru scolded Naruto and urged him to introduce the others. Naruto described Uchiha Sasuke as an arrogant child and a survivor of the Uchiha clan, dismissing him brusquely. He portrayed Haruno Sakura as someone who often reacted strongly toward him. Naruto interpreted her blows and anger as a complicated mix of frustration and care. He said that Kanade, also an Uchiha survivor, often argued with Sakura because Naruto teased her. She defended him when Sasuke mocked him. Naruto noted that Kanade had a difficult, defensive personality and complained a lot, but he thought she was one of the most striking girls in the village. Konohamaru corrected Naruto, reminding him that Kanade disliked him, which made Naruto wince. Naruto went on with pride, saying that with those three they made up Team 7, the only team of their generation with 4 members, and that they had already faced many dangerous missions. Konohamaru asked whether D-rank missions could be dangerous, and Naruto admitted that they could be, remembering how badly some missions had gone in the past. Moegi announced that they would have a lesson from Sakura, who was their kunoichi superior and would teach some ninjutsu. Sakura presented herself as Haruno Sakura. A child looked puzzled at the description of her as beautiful. Sakura crossed her arms and asked if there was a problem, and the child shook her head in denial. Sakura began by listing Naruto's techniques, naming the CC technique, the shadow clone technique, the harem technique, and the eraser technique with a wry expression. She then introduced the top graduate of the academy and the #1 rookie, Uchiha Sasuke, noting that he had been the most popular boy in their class and had even managed to spar with Kakashi. Sakura announced Sasuke's name with excitement. Naruto muttered that Sakura's presentation of Sasuke was too long. Sakura ordered Naruto to be quiet. Sakura went on to describe Sasuke's powerful moves, mentioning Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Shuriken, a Shadow Whirl, and the Sharingan. She added that his most remarkable feature was his eyes, and she pleaded for Sasuke to look her way. Sasuke grumbled that he would never look at her and shot an annoyed glance at the pretty green-eyed girl. Sakura's tone fell as she observed that Sasuke's cold demeanor also made him appealing in a way. She introduced Uchiha Kanade next, explaining that Kanade had only been at the academy briefly and, as her name indicated, belonged to the same clan as Sasuke. Sakura noted that Kanade had become popular quickly, was under the 3rd Hokage's protection, and had defeated Zabuza's clone. She added that Kanade had told her, in a few words, that Sakura might have a chance with Sasuke one day, and Sakura reacted with a shout of excitement before clearing her throat as everyone turned to look. Sakura listed Kanade's impressive techniques: Fire Release, Great Fireball Technique, Wood Release, Seedling Technique, Wood Release, Wooden Wall, Wood Release, Sprouting Technique, and the 3-Tomo Sharingan. She marveled that Kanade could use the Wood Release attributed to the first Hokage and found it astonishing. Kanade looked toward her classmate with irritation and turned her face away to show she did not care for Sakura's detailed praise. She had never liked being the center of attention, and Sakura's focus irritated her. Sakura continued with Hatake Kakashi, describing him as the copying ninja who could read his opponent's moves with his Sharingan. Sakura said rumors claimed he had copied more than 1,000 techniques. She observed that Kakashi was always late to meetings, often read a strange book when bored, and appeared perpetually uninterested. Sakura admitted concern about the face Kakashi concealed beneath his mask and wondered aloud why he had a Sharingan in his left eye, a trait unique among the Uchiha. She finished with a sincere smile, and the children thanked her for the information. 3 youngsters approached Kanade, who kept a serious, expressionless face and caused some unease among them. Konohamaru admitted that he was afraid to approach the girl he considered his older sister. Kanade asked what he wanted and gave him a cold look that made him tremble from her indifference. Konohamaru announced that he would ask another boy what he thought about people showing interest in him and went to Sasuke, who regarded the child with the same coolness but slightly less brusqueness. Naruto protested that others should not have to ask anyone else and insisted that people were interested in him too. Sasuke replied that no one was interested in Naruto and claimed that everyone who sought out Team 7 did so because they were interested in Kanade or him. Naruto recalled all the times he had been ignored because of the presence of the Uchiha and felt diminished by those who had not bothered to learn his name. It was clear that the Uchiha inspired intrigue, especially because of their unfriendly manner and the story behind the clan's massacre. A younger boy supported Sasuke's remark, agreeing that nobody was interested in Naruto. Naruto quickly insisted that nobody had seen how amazing he was yet. Kanade, finally meeting his gaze calmly, told him he was mistaken. Naruto faltered at seeing everyone turn against him. Sasuke warned that the Chunin exam candidates were the best of their classes and could not be defeated by ordinary means, advising caution. Sakura responded sharply that Sasuke should take care of himself and not become dull. Sasuke objected irritably. Kanade announced that they had passed the first stage of the Chunin selection exam and were about to begin the second stage. Sakura acknowledged that they did not yet know what dangers awaited them but declared they would face them without fear and hoped to pass the exam to become Chunin, emphasizing their strength as a team. The children thanked them for answering their questions. Kanade directed them to thank Naruto and Sakura, not her, and turned to continue on her way. Sasuke looked over his shoulder at Kanade, then followed her to keep her company. Sakura felt a surge of frustration at the sight of the two Uchiha together and hurried after them to prevent them from being alone. Konohamaru admitted that Sakura was right. The more someone rejected you, the more you wanted to be near them. Kanade examined the place where everyone who had passed the first stage of the Chunin exams had gathered. A dark forest stretched before them, more menacing than any she had seen. It reminded her of when she left Konoha after the Uchiha massacre. She had never been in such a somber wood. Anko announced with a victorious smile that this was where the second stage of the Chunin exams would begin, known as the Forest of Death. Before they began, she reached into her jacket and produced a consent form that everyone would have to sign. Naruto looked confused and asked why. Anko explained that some of them might not come out of the forest alive and that she needed their consent because of that risk. She handed all the forms to Naruto to distribute. Anko then drew attention to the exam's setup and rules. She unrolled a scroll that showed a map and described the training area. The training zone had 44 sealed gates. Forests and rivers lay inside. In the center of the area stood a locked tower located 10 kilometers from each gate. It was within this confined area that the survival exam would take place. The exam would be a battle at any cost to seize certain scrolls. She produced 2 scrolls from her jacket, one blue and one white. Kanade, puzzled, asked about the 2 scrolls. Anko explained that they would fight to obtain the Heaven Scroll and the Earth Scroll. All 26 teams would take part. Half would pursue the Heaven Scroll and the other half the Earth Scroll. Each team would receive 1 scroll at the start, and those were the scrolls they would compete over. Sasuke asked how they would pass the exam. Anko explained that the entire team had to bring both scrolls to the tower. Sakura realized with visible concern that this meant many teams would fail. Anko added that there was also a time limit. They had to finish within 5 days. Choji panicked about food. Anko pointed out that the forest would provide food, but Kabuto murmured that the forest also contained dangerous beasts and poisonous plants. The genin began to whisper, showing fear at the prospect. Kanade remained composed. She relied on her Sharingan, Sakura's analytical mind, Naruto's perseverance, and Sasuke's strength. Anko reminded them there were many ways to be disqualified. First, if not all team members reached the tower with both scrolls within 5 days. Second, if a team lost a member or if a member became incapacitated and could not continue. Most importantly, nobody was allowed to view the contents of a scroll before reaching the tower. When Naruto asked about accidentally opening and reading a scroll, Anko answered in clipped words that they did not want to read what was inside. She finished by directing them to a booth where they could exchange consent forms for a scroll and choose a gate for entry, and she warned them not to die. The booths where the scrolls were distributed were covered with red cloth so no team would know which scroll another team had received, making the challenge harder. Kanade began looking for her teammates, finding them at a short distance from one another. She walked over to Sakura, who hesitated over signing her form and was arguing loudly with Yamanaka Ino. Ino stood with her arms crossed and a triumphant smile, taunting Sakura and Kanade. Ino accused Kanade of needing help to face her battles and boasted that she was more feminine and would win Sasuke's attention. A bead of sweat ran down Kanade's temple at Ino's words. She did not want to argue but was tired of being provoked by someone she regarded as insignificant. Kanade told them to stop, annoyed by the loud quarrel. Ino scoffed that Kanade was jealous and would be left behind, then walked away in frustration, declaring she could not stand the situation. Sakura offered a quiet thanks to Kanade for helping with Ino. Kanade crossed her arms and smiled slightly. A brief pause followed before the teams moved toward the booths to receive their scrolls and choose their gates. Sakura trembled when a distant cry reached her and hugged herself, trying in vain to stop the nervous shaking. She moved to sit beside Kanade, who remained calm on the ground, observing their surroundings and quietly considering a plan to secure the other scroll. Sakura spoke to Kanade with a confident tone, asking why she hated Sasuke-kun, unsure what topic to bring up with her teammate. They had been silent for a few minutes. Sakura glanced at Sasuke, who still sat beside Naruto. It was clear to Sakura that Kanade did not enjoy sharing moments with him unless circumstances forced it. Sakura had seen Sasuke rest his head against Kanade's chest after his fight with Lee and had recognized a rare look of peace on his face, something she had not witnessed even after the battle against Zabuza. Seeing Kanade permit that closeness made Sakura suspect there was no deep hatred between them. She waited for one of them to clarify. Kanade explained that Sasuke tied her to a past she wanted to forget, yet he also awakened memories of happier times. She revealed that they came from the same branch of the family. Sakura acknowledged that they were both of the Uchiha clan, but Kanade interrupted to clarify that their parents were siblings and their mothers were cousins, which had bound their fates by family decision. Their parents had arranged alliances within the clan to secure powerful heirs, and the expectation had been for Sasuke and Kanade to fulfill that legacy. Kanade added that she refused to continue that legacy. With their clan gone, the agreement that had bound her to Sasuke was effectively nullified. Sakura, stunned, began to realize what Kanade was implying and felt her hands sweat and her lips tremble. The idea destroyed the hope she had been clinging to about a future with Sasuke. Kanade noticed Sakura's reaction and, with a gentle smile, told her that she could have Sasuke. Kanade then averted her gaze and turned her attention to their other two teammates, who were studying the map they had been given. Sakura processed what Kanade had said and understood that their lives had once been determined by the village and the clan leaders. Now, with the clan gone, both she and Sasuke could choose their own paths, though something lingering from their upbringing still pulled them toward each other. Sasuke himself was aware of the obligation and did not want it, but that shared history still created a bond. Feeling a little lighter, Sakura stood and offered her hand to Kanade. Kanade accepted without hesitation, and the two of them walked over to join their teammates. Naruto called out loudly that this would be given as a gift and there was nothing to fear, then suddenly announced that he had to relieve himself and dashed toward a nearby bush. Sakura chased him down at top speed and knocked him over, scolding him for acting like they were in a kennel and insisting he would not do that in front of the team. Naruto fled deeper into the forest, leaving the group in an awkward silence. Sakura took the opportunity, after Kanade's revelation, to approach Sasuke and smiled, hoping to get closer to him. Kanade interrupted, questioning why they were just standing there and pointing out that Naruto was exposing himself to danger alone. Kanade suggested that, as a man, Sasuke should have accompanied Naruto. Sakura countered sharply, asking why Kanade had not gone instead. Kanade replied that she could not afford to be distracted. The exchange ended with tense amusement. Naruto made an odd remark about being able to write his name, which earned a disgusted look from Sakura. Suddenly Kanade rushed toward Naruto and gripped his arms tightly to stop him from moving. The person they restrained began to scream, but before anyone could ask for help, Sasuke produced a kunai and motioned toward the neck of the captured figure. The team realized the person was not the real Naruto when the cheek scar he had always had was missing. The imposter cried that they had gone mad, struggling against Kanade's hold. Sasuke demanded to know what had happened to the scar on the imposter's cheek. The imposter responded by headbutting backward, forcing Kanade to release her grip to dodge. Sasuke engaged the imposter, taking several blows and matching them with quick defensive moves until they separated to a safer distance. The imposter then threw a kunai with his left hand, which revealed he was not Naruto, who used his right hand. Kanade folded her arms, watching the man pretend to be her teammate, and demanded to know where the real Naruto was. The imposter, panicked, insisted he was Naruto, while Sasuke asked pointedly about the missing cut on his cheek. A tense standoff held as the team tried to determine the truth and locate their missing companion. Sasuke asked with a face of astonishment, noting that Naruto was right-handed and calling the other person incompetent. A layer of smoke began to cover the enemy until it dispersed, revealing his true appearance and drawing a victorious smile from those who had known his deception. The enemy admitted he had been caught but demanded the scroll and threatened them. The enemy lunged at them. Sasuke formed several hand seals, finishing with the tiger, and unleashed a fireball technique from his lips. The enemy dodged the flame and began throwing several kunai. Sasuke grabbed Kanade's clothing to bring her closer, and when their eyes met she pushed him away with force, just in time to avoid an explosive kunai. Kanade opened her eyes in surprise to see 3 explosive kunai embedded nearby and placed her hands up to protect herself. Someone grabbed her by the waist and sent her flying, ensuring the fire did not reach her. She looked to her right and found Sasuke keeping his gaze fixed on the enemy. She straightened to indicate she was unharmed. The enemy reappeared just behind Sasuke, so Kanade leaped at him and disrupted the kick that would have struck Sasuke in the face. She noticed her teammate Sakura standing without protection and began to run toward her as the enemy quickened his approach. Sasuke urgently warned Sakura not to remain still and that the attacker was not alone, snapping Sakura out of her paralysis. Sakura stumbled to the ground, terrified as the enemy aimed an explosive kunai at her. Kanade threw herself in front of Sakura to shield her. The enemy smiled maliciously, believing his kunai had struck true. Sasuke stood frozen for a moment, unsure what to expect when the smoke cleared. Then his eyes widened in surprise as a wooden barrier rose and covered both girls. The enemy backed away several steps when Kanade absorbed that defense, looking fearful at the determined expression on her face. He fled in another direction and tripped to the ground, shaken and convinced he had run out of time to execute his technique. Sakura cried out Kanade's name and hugged her tightly, expressing her gratitude. Naruto ran quickly back to his team after witnessing the scene, convinced he had missed something important. Seeing Sasuke's astonished expression confirmed his suspicion. Naruto asked how such a thing could be possible. Sakura stepped away from Kanade to look at Sasuke, who remained surprised. He had seen Kanade use wood techniques before but had thought she could only perform the jutsu she used against the clone of Zabuza, not create such an impressive protective barrier. Kanade murmured that they should forget it for now, since the enemy had failed and they were all safe. She glanced at Naruto and recognized him as the real one, apparent because of the spirit he carried. Sakura agreed with Sasuke and suggested they establish a password after what had happened. Naruto asked what kind of password would be necessary. Sasuke explained that the enemy might assume someone else's appearance to get close to them. If someone did not know the password, they would assume the person was an intruder regardless of how they looked. He said he would say the password only once and that they should listen carefully. He then explained that the challenge would involve asking the phrase about the Ninki Ninja song and that the correct response would be a rhyme about it being a good occasion when a large number of enemies appear, that there is no hiding even in a quiet place, and that a ninja must know the exact moment when the enemy grows tired and lowers their guard. He finished his explanation with a small rhyme. Both girls nodded. Naruto made a doubtful face. He asked Sasuke to repeat it, but Sasuke reminded him that he had said it only once. Sakura protested that she had already memorized it and teased Naruto about his inability. Sasuke protested embarrassingly that he did remember, and Kanade rose reluctantly. Kanade whispered that she did not need a password because her Sharingan could not be imitated, urging the others to keep studying. Sasuke gave a small smile and told her not to be so conceited, though he admitted she was right. Later, Kanade activated her Sharingan after sensing a strange presence and made a discreet gesture that her team understood. The four of them hid without difficulty. After a few minutes they emerged from their hiding places and eyed each other warily. Once the password was exchanged, the tension evaporated. They turned toward a blonde figure emerging from a bush. Sakura positioned herself in front of the dark-haired members of the team and held a kunai pointed at the blonde intruder, demanding the password. The blonde responded cheerfully with the long rhyme Sasuke had provided and then evaded the kunai Sakura threw at him with ease. Sakura reacted incredulously, saying that Naruto would never learn something so long and that Naruto would not have dodged that attack in such a manner. The man impersonating Naruto stuck out his tongue and licked the corner of his mouth, an action that repulsed the members of Team 7. They looked at him with confusion, unsettled by his demeanor and the strange look in his eyes. Everyone tensed when they realized it was a genjutsu. Kanade activated her Sharingan and managed to break free, but a sharp, ringing sound forced her to drop to her knees. She glared at the enemy, certain he was the source of the buzzing. With determination, Kanade performed several hand seals, placed both hands on the ground, and completed a wood release, germinate technique. One of the teammates drove a kunai into his own leg to snap himself out of the genjutsu and then threw it to help Kanade, who still had her hands occupied. Branches erupted from beneath the ground and carried the three teammates and Sasuke away. Sasuke looked at Kanade with some suspicion, watching her hands as they rested on a branch, showing she was controlling its movement. Sasuke asked how Kanade could use wood release, genuinely confused. Kanade replied that there was no time to explain and insisted they had to get far away to protect Sakura, fixing her gaze on Sakura, who still trembled from the ordeal. Sasuke agreed. Kanade increased her chakra and forced the branches to move faster through the forest, weaving between massive trunks and putting distance between them and the enemy. As the branches began to disappear underground, Kanade glanced worriedly at the rest of the team. Naruto had remained where he had vanished and knew he should go back for him later, but he saw no option but to use his technique to distance them from the threat. Sasuke noticed the teammate's wound and, with concern, asked if he would be all right. Sasuke silenced Kanade with a raised finger and then, over his shoulder, they all saw a huge snake heading straight toward them. Sasuke ordered them to run and leaped away with his teammates. The snake split into two and surged at the dark-haired pair, who awkwardly dodged the strikes. Kanade desperately called for them to move and hurled several shuriken, which successfully neutralized one of the snake forms. Sasuke threw multiple kunai and took down the other, then stared at Kanade with ragged breaths while she looked back with a worried expression. From one of the fallen snake forms, the man who had been impersonating Naruto began to emerge. He split his head in two, revealing he intended to use a clone to attack both of them. His mouth opened, showing fang teeth, and he moved his neck forward with unnatural speed toward the black-haired teammates, who met his advance with fear. Four shuriken flew toward the enemy, forcing him to stop, and the clone struck by the attack vanished instantly. Kanade turned to the source of the assault and found Naruto standing there, his expression firm and determined. For the first time, Kanade felt grateful for Naruto's help. Naruto apologized to his teammates, explaining that he had forgotten the password, his expression firm with determination. It was evident that Naruto was beginning to mature as a shinobi. His timing and movements had improved. He appeared when needed, protected those who required help, and even from a distance he could locate his team to lend support. Sakura smiled sincerely and called Naruto's name. Kanade could not tear her eyes away from the enemy. This opponent was not like the other genin at their stage. There was something different in the way they carried themselves. A predatory darkness settled in their gaze, and a sense of another presence seemed to hide within that body. Kanade could not tell if the figure was male or female. A part of the face looked unnaturally altered, as if more than one presence shared the form. They all knew they should retreat. The enemy had swallowed Kanade's scroll in front of them and then returned that chilling look that made their skin prickle. Kanade backed away slowly, pressing herself against the tree trunk in fear, while throwing a quick glance over her shoulder to meet Naruto's steady gaze. Naruto parted his lips slightly when he saw how shaken both Uchiha were. When he looked at Sasuke, concern was written across his friend's face. Sasuke warned Naruto that he had come to show off by trying to save them, and ordered him to flee because the opponent was far above their level. The enemy wrapped their body around a tree branch and looked at Naruto with a malicious smile, noting that one of the large summoned snakes had been defeated. Naruto stepped forward, striking a confident pose and declaring that those who preyed on the weak would answer now that Uzumaki Naruto was present. Kanade could hardly believe Naruto's recklessness. She feared this opponent would defeat him before he could move. With no other option, she retrieved the scroll she had been guarding and held it up to show the enemy. Kanade offered to hand it over in exchange for their safety, and she announced her decision with urgency. Naruto reacted with outrage, furious that she would give the scroll away so easily. Sasuke, watching the exchange, muttered that the plan was clever in its logic. The enemy observed all of it in silence. With little choice left, Kanade threw the scroll toward the enemy, but Naruto intercepted it, catching it firmly in one palm to show he would not surrender under threat. Kanade ordered him not to interfere as Naruto positioned himself between the enemy and his friends. Sasuke warned that handing over the scroll might be the only way to survive. Kanade demanded the scroll back and scolded Naruto to stop acting like a foolhardy hero. In response, Naruto spun and struck Kanade hard enough to send her off the branch. She landed by bracing with her palm and crouched, shaken. Sasuke leapt up to Kanade's branch and, leaning in, noticed that her lip had been split by the impact. He reached to check the injury, but Kanade pulled away quickly. Furious, Sasuke demanded why Naruto had done such a reckless thing. Naruto, gritting his teeth, said he could not be sure of what he had seen but insisted that this was not the real Kanade and that the person in front of them was not truly Sasuke either. The imposter sneered and accused them of lying, calling them cowardly fools. The enemy declared that giving up the scroll would not guarantee their freedom and that they did not understand the danger they were in. Then, as if confirming something darker, the enemy revealed a ritual mark on their sleeve and bit their thumb to draw blood to complete the seal. Naruto had no choice but to rush the enemy. The opponent performed a summoning technique and a massive snake erupted from beneath them, lunging at Naruto. He dodged the attack with timing born of hard training. Sakura watched the clash with acute attention. She felt the pull of the battle between Naruto and the enemy, and her face went pale as Naruto unleashed a flurry of fierce punches at the summoned snake. His anger drove him on, and the snake was forced to retreat under the force of his strikes. Kanade looked up and met the same look of hatred Naruto had once shown in a past, painful battle when they believed Sasuke had been lost. For a moment, a darker seal within Naruto flared, and even Kanade, aware of the danger that brought, felt a strange calm settle over her. Sakura asked, trembling, why Naruto had become so strong. Naruto stepped back to gain momentum for another blow, but the enemy suddenly hurled a fireball that struck him, sending him crashing against a thick branch that held his weight. The enemy advanced toward the two Uchiha and murmured that it was time to see how the Uchiha would respond. Kanade's body began to tremble and she braced herself, meeting Sasuke's equally tense expression. Neither moved despite the threat. Sakura cried out in fear for Sasuke. They closed their eyes and raised their arms to protect themselves, bracing for an attack that never came. When they opened their eyes, Naruto stood between them and the danger, having intercepted the threat. He had stopped the snake with a single kunai and the force of his body. The enemy mocked them with a taunt about being frightened and hurt like a frightened kitten, their voice dripping with malice. A tense silence followed as both sides prepared for what would come next. He spoke with disdain, reminding Sasuke of the words Sasuke had used against him when he had been stunned by Zabuza's skill. Kanade's eyes opened in surprise at the blonde's different behavior. He was gaining strength and beginning to act like someone worth noticing. Her gaze reflected resentment, a kind of hatred and helplessness toward the mediocrity and fear that the Uchiha were showing things he had always despised, since they had once shown superiority and earned respect and admiration from those who knew them. However, Kanade knew this was not Naruto. The blonde's look went blank and his blue eyes were replaced by an intense red. The enemy spoke with contempt, insisting that these cowards could not be who he knew. The assailant seized Naruto and examined him with a satisfied smile, then revealed the seal on his abdomen. Naruto struggled awkwardly to free himself, hurling insults in desperation. Kanade tried to move but an unseen fear held her back. The assailant made a hand seal and purple flames began to dance at the tips of his right-hand fingers. He activated a technique known as the 5-element seal and placed his fingers against Naruto's abdomen, causing Naruto to cry out in pain. The assailant then stepped away and Naruto's eyes returned to their usual blue before he fell unconscious in the assailant's grip. The assailant retrieved a scroll from Naruto's weapon pouch, glanced at it with satisfaction, and then discarded Naruto's limp body as no longer useful. The assailant turned his back and looked toward the girl who had been guarding the dark-haired teammate with whom she had grown fond. The dark-haired girl dodged an explosive kunai thrown at her and cried out in fear at the betrayal of someone she had trusted. Omo, the one who had warned not to grow attached, was the betrayer. Panic rose as the companion ordered Omo to kill. One of the betrayer's shuriken struck Kanade's arm, drawing blood. The dark-haired girl held the kunai tightly as Omo closed in. She shut her eyes in terror. Kanade cried out to stop and something suddenly surged from her arms, preventing the blow's worst impact. When she opened her eyes she saw a chilling sight. The person who had just betrayed her lay motionless among the branches. The betrayer's collapse left Kanade with their blood on her clothes and face. The dark-haired girl reached toward the fallen figure, but the figure's features flickered as if an illusion had broken, and the figure faded. The dark-haired girl then stepped back, hurt and resentful. The assailant said he had been sure she would act that way and insisted that, deep down, Kanade was identical to him and had lost everything, because in a world like this only pain and suffering remained. Kanade accused him of planning it and lunged, but her strikes passed through him as if he were not solid. When he moved toward her with lethal intent, she did not feel fear. His attacks simply passed through her, leaving her unharmed in a strange, unsettling way. He murmured that they were definitely the same. Kanade fell to her knees and cried at the terrible cruelty of the world. When she covered her face with both hands and then lowered them, she discovered that blood had mixed with her tears. Sakura pleaded for Kanade to save Naruto. Kanade acted on impulse, leaping and grabbing Naruto from behind so they fell together onto a branch. She cradled his cheeks with both hands and looked at his face, seeing reflected there a stubborn bravery. She brushed his hair back gently. Sakura watched as Kanade's tears fell. Kanade pressed her forehead to Naruto's, thinking how different he truly was and remembering all the times she had considered him a fool, knowing now that he was not a coward. She clenched her jaw, burning with anger for Naruto's plight, and declared that Naruto was not a coward. Sakura called to Sasuke for help. Sasuke looked up, recalling the look of his older brother, and after a few silent seconds he activated his Sharingan. He readied a kunai and set it in his hand before dashing toward the enemy. The enemy unleashed a powerful gust of air but Sasuke leapt high and avoided it, landing on a tree trunk. He took a running start and began throwing shuriken, which the assailant dodged with a satisfied smile. Sasuke's resolve flared. He charged and landed a strong kick that was blocked, then followed with a punch that the opponent caught. The dark-haired assailant had no choice but to pull away and counterattack. Both fighters moved with agile precision, evading and striking in a quick, tense exchange. The serpent-like enemy retreated and darted through the branches with extraordinary speed, followed by Sasuke's Sharingan. Refusing to give up on defending his team, Sasuke tracked the enemy's movements. When Sasuke timed his counter and performed several hand seals, a massive flame burst forth and struck the foe. The enemy responded by generating multiple successive flames, each larger than the last. A smile crossed the adversary's face as he watched Sasuke assume battle stance again, reading his moves with keen interest. A gust rushed toward Sasuke, who skillfully evaded and surged with surprising speed, appearing behind the enemy to grab him by the torso and fling him toward a large branch. The enemy's head struck the branch, cracking it under the impact. Sasuke stepped back when he realized the battle was over, but his breath caught when the man's body seemed to dissolve into mud. Several kunai flew toward him, one grazed his cheek. He produced a wire and used it to drop from the branches, cutting through foliage until he came to rest on a sturdy, distant bough. He opened his eyes in surprise when the figure appeared before him and began delivering a flurry of blows that Sasuke could not fully evade, one strike sending him to the ground with a hit to the jaw. As the enemy closed in, explosives attached to the man detonated, forcing him to his knees and giving Sasuke enough time to retreat with several leaps. Sasuke produced multiple swirling shuriken and launched them. The weapons were attached to the same wires that had helped him escape, and they wrapped around the assailant, binding him to a thick tree trunk. The enemy, revealing a masculine voice beneath a feminine disguise, expressed astonishment at Sasuke's command of the Sharingan for someone his age and declared his intention to take control of Sasuke, convinced the boy had greater potential than his brother Itachi. Sasuke's attention shifted toward a nearby voice and he realized a young blonde remained supported on a branch. A dark-haired teammate arranged the blonde more comfortably and clenched her fists, though she did not yet show her face. The enemy moved toward her with the intent to trap her in an illusion, but his expression changed when he saw the brilliant Sharingan in her eyes. The woman reacted fiercely, ordering him not to speak of Itachi, and launched herself across the branches to confront him. The man lunged with a sudden, snake-like motion, but his momentum carried him through her body. She anchored a hand in a branch and a wooden dragon erupted, striking toward him. Before he could recover, trailing limbs or vines coiled around his ankles and immobilized him. He observed the presence of the Manjikyu Sharingan with a satisfied expression, recalling how his attack had passed through her. He twisted through the branches to free himself, and in seconds the wooden dragon faded back into the wood. The woman pursued, allowing his body to pass through her again. She declared, with hardened resolve, that he would never touch her, then advanced while performing hand seals. With each step she took, stakes of wood began to form around her. A strong wooden took shape in her hand, then she fashioned a thin bolt and assembled a makeshift bow, attaching an elastic cord from her weapon pouch. She drew and released an arrow, but the enemy moved with overwhelming speed and seemed to dodge. Immediately afterward, however, the arrow struck his midsection. He glanced over his shoulder at a portal from which the woman had appeared and then noticed a second portal, confirming it was a space-time technique before the openings closed. Before he could finish speaking, branches surged outward and wrapped through his form, pinning him and causing him to cry out in pain as he fell, incapacitated. The woman exhaled with regret, realizing she had used more chakra than she intended to subdue her opponent. She turned away and moved back toward her teammates, whose positions had shifted as a result of her action. Sakura regarded her friend with a mixture of fear and awe, understanding that the woman had defeated an opponent without hesitation and displayed an unerringly calm resolve. Sasuke walked forward, recognizing that she possessed a technique superior to most. Her Sharingan had changed, elevated in power, and even their enemy had been unable to touch her. The woman collapsed to her knees, clutching her eyes in sudden pain. Her hands came away stained and she began to tremble. Sakura knelt beside her and checked her eyes, concern evident on her face as she noted the extent of the injury. Sakura whispered, feeling helpless and unsure of what to do. Kanade deactivated her Sharingan, devastated, and wiped the blood from her cheeks with her wrists, trying to erase the trace of what she had done. She stopped when she heard a strange sound coming from where she had finished off the enemy. The three of them turned and watched as the defeated figure seemed to shift, a mask-like layer falling away to reveal a man in the same clothing but with a different, unsettling visage, as if he had shed a disguise to reveal his true form. All three were halted by the same technique that had stiffened their bodies earlier, a paralyzing effect that froze them in place. Sasuke demanded angrily who the intruder was. The man introduced himself as Orochimaru, holding a scroll that began to burn in the palm of his hand. Sakura reacted with alarm at the burning scroll. Orochimaru explained calmly that, after witnessing the girl's abilities, he had reconsidered his initial plans. He acknowledged Sasuke's strong potential but said that the girl's ocular power interested him greatly as well. He smiled with a satisfied expression and implied that either of them might be useful to him later. Sakura snapped back in anger at his insinuations. Orochimaru responded that if they wished to see him again, they should pass the examination as if their lives depended on it. One of them would have to defeat his 3 subordinates from the Sound Village. Sakura declared that they definitely did not want to see him again, which earned a faint, mocking laugh from Orochimaru. He formed some seals, then stretched his neck and opened his jaw in a disturbing display before sinking his teeth into Sasuke's neck and then doing the same to Kanade. He returned to a composed posture and smiled as if satisfied with his work. Sakura cried out in alarm, asking what he had done. She watched both of them writhe in pain, clutching the spots where he had bitten them. Orochimaru said that he had left them a parting gift. One or both would seek his power in time, and he was certain that Sasuke would be the one to do so. He admitted to having enjoyed testing their abilities, particularly the girl's ocular power, and then he slowly disappeared into the trunk of the tree he had been on. As the sun began to set, only the caws of crows echoed through the trees. Kanade and Sasuke staggered to their feet, but both suddenly collapsed and fell unconscious onto a branch, Sasuke beneath Kanade. Sakura rushed to them and placed her palms on Kanade's back in an effort to help. Sakura called desperately for Naruto, then stopped when she saw his body in the same state and felt tears slide down her cheeks. She whispered that they were unconscious and pressed her lips together in worry. She felt devastated. She had not expected to be left so disadvantaged or to have to face the exam alone, having always believed the team would protect her. Several crows flew from the branches at Sakura's cries, and she followed them with her gaze down to a cave far below. She parted her lips at the sight of what stood before her, the only hope they had. Kanade grimaced in pain, then looked at the others with a determined expression. She resolved that she had to protect them. They braced themselves for what came next. Sakura calmly changed the bandages on Kanade and Sasuke, who still had fevers and trembled, their unconscious bodies showing how much they had suffered. She looked toward the trunks of the trees and noticed dawn had arrived. She had been awake all night and her exhausted body begged for rest, but she would not allow herself to sleep while her 3 teammates lay unconscious. Far from where Team 7 rested, Niji's team approached, followed by a few Sound Village ninjas identified as Orochimaru's subordinates. Another group decided to act on its own, hoping to take matters into their own hands. A blonde woman stepped from her hiding place and admitted that she had always wanted to get closer to Niji. Niji dismissed her curtly, making clear he had no interest even in accepting her scroll. Niji had actually been searching for a trace of the dark-haired teammate he had met during the first Chunin exam. Since the start of the second stage he had tried to find her, but so far there had been no sign. He was unaware of the dire situation unfolding nearby. Rock Lee, however, watched from a branch above and saw Sakura's fear as she faced 3 members of the Sound Village. The Sound Squad leader ordered someone to wake one of the Uchiha, saying they wanted to fight one of them. Sakura reached for her weapon. She asked what they wanted, explaining they had heard the name Orochimaru and asking about the strange mark on her companions' necks and whether they truly intended to fight them after what had been done. One of the Sound operatives warned with a malicious smile that they could not ignore the matter and intended to kill the girl first and then both Uchiha. The 3 attackers rushed at the pink-haired woman, destroying the log she had set as a trap and demonstrating she was no match for them. Tears welled in Sakura's eyes as she realized they could be defeated. Rock Lee then intervened, launching a leaf hurricane kick at the 3 attackers, who dodged quickly. The masked man asked who he was, noting that the girl behind him looked surprised by his presence and that they were clearly not from the same team. Lee introduced himself as Rock Lee of Konoha. Sakura asked why he was there. Lee explained that if Kanade were in danger he would protect her. He then clarified that Kanade was not his only concern. He had promised to protect Kanade and now he would protect Sakura as well. He said he could not allow anything to happen to someone Kanade cared about. Sakura murmured her thanks, surprised by the revelation. She had not realized Kanade considered her a friend, and Lee's words brought a small measure of relief. The Sound leader declared they had no choice, tossed his scroll to a companion, and instructed Zaku to take Sasuke. One of the strange men charged them, leaping to avoid the kunai Sakura threw. When he tried to land a punch on the man with the distinctive brows, that man raised an enormous root from the ground to use as a shield, forcing the attacker to fall back. The brows man said he had studied the other's attacks and planned to evade them differently. The unusual boy began to unwind the bandages around his arms, freeing his fists and revealing the long white bandage he had used previously. The sound ninja rushed him but was stopped by a powerful kick to the jaw from Rock Lee, which sent the attacker into the air. Lee wrapped the airborne enemy in his bandage and spun him around, while another sound ally drove his hands into the earth to make the ground soft where the impact occurred. The enemy complained that, despite landing on soft earth, the blow had been punishing. He charged Lee again, but Lee evaded. The strain of their earlier exchange began to show. Lee dropped to his knees, dizzy from the sound-based assaults affecting his balance. The sound operative boasted that their speed and sound-based techniques outmatched Lee's and promised to show him a barrier he could not overcome through effort alone. Dizziness overwhelmed Lee. He vomited and then clutched his right ear in intense pain, clearly suffering a severe inner ear injury. Sakura screamed in alarm as she saw him covering his ear. The sound operatives explained their trick. Their attacks relied on manipulating sound, allowing them to harm opponents without direct contact. One of them charged at Sakura. She drew a kunai in case he got too close, but Lee, despite his injury, launched a quick kick that briefly stopped him. The sound ninja seized Lee and struck his ear, rendering him unconscious. Sakura's worry intensified. The sound attacker moved in to finish the job, but Sakura distracted him by launching several shuriken. The man's partner used a gust to reverse her shuriken, and in the confusion the sound female leapt forward, grabbing Sakura by the hair and pulling her into a hold that left her no way to escape, causing her to wince in pain. A brief moment passed as both sides regrouped. A short, tense pause bridged the next moves. It was clear she was at their mercy. When they forced her to stand, she obeyed without protest, feeling weak and useless. Tears began to fall as helplessness overwhelmed her. Sakura asked herself why she felt so weak. The sound kunoichi mocked her, saying that if Sakura had time to care for her hair she had time to train, and asked whether she thought her hair made her attractive. The woman tightened her grip and ordered Zaku to kill Sasuke in front of Sakura while she would deal with Kanade. Sakura thought with anger that she was only being a burden again, and let her fingers dig into the dry earth. She felt ashamed of always being protected and had hoped this time she could protect those she cared about. Clenching her fist, she remembered her teammates and Lee. Zaku announced that it was time to finish this and walked towards Sasuke, ignoring the pink-haired girl still held by her hair. Sakura reached for a dagger from her weapon pouch, reminded of why she had let her hair grow so long and how much it meant to her. She smiled with a sense of victory when she saw the confused face of her captor. The sound kunoichi asked if Sakura really thought she would use it on her, and then quickly cut Sakura's hair, leaving everyone stunned. Ino watched from a bush and saw the decision Sakura, her former best friend, had made. Ino reflected that she had always acted like an adult ninja, declared her love for Sasuke, complained that Kanade could not protect herself, and treated Naruto as if he knew more. She realized she had been standing behind others rather than showing her own strength. She remembered times when Sasuke, Naruto, and Kanade had protected her without hesitation, putting themselves between her and danger. No matter how much she tried to prove herself, those moments showed she had been protected. She recalled the mission in the Rain Village where the others faced Zabuza while she pretended to defend Tazuna. She thought of Lee, who had risked himself to protect Kanade and her whole team. The four had taught her something important, and she wanted to be like them. She pleaded silently for someone to watch her back. The sound man barked an order for Kin to kill her. Sakura began a series of hand seals before the sound kunoichi struck, creating a perfect substitution. The enemy only smiled, confident he would not fall for such a simple trick. Sakura charged and threw several daggers, then formed more seals and substituted again when he returned the attack. He found her above, but she performed the seals once more, and he began to appreciate the pattern in Sakura's movements. He threw more daggers that seemed to find their mark, and he started searching for her. He then noticed that Sakura had not completed her substitution technique. Before he could defend himself, she leapt onto him, driving a dagger into his arm and holding him fast. Zaku began punching him, trying to make him release his hold, but Sakura resisted his attempts. Ino felt a knot form in her throat watching Sakura being struck like that. She remembered how they had once been friends, how she had helped Sakura gain confidence and even concealed her own feelings for Sasuke so their friendship would endure. She remembered Sakura telling her with a smile that Sasuke liked girls with long, shiny hair. Her expression turned sad as she thought of how they had become rivals over Sasuke's affection. Tears slipped down Ino's face when Sakura was thrown to the ground. She had seen enough and did not want Sakura attacked again. She and her team leapt out to defend Sakura. Sakura opened her eyes and was surprised to see Ino standing behind her. Ino reminded Sakura that she had promised not to lose to her, smiling as she stood ready. Sakura asked what she was doing. Ino declared that she would not let Sakura try to impress Sasuke alone, and kept a determined watch on their enemies. Chuji shouted in alarm, asking why they had to get involved since the enemies were dangerous. Shikamaru explained that because Ino had revealed herself, they could not leave her alone in this situation. Ino apologized for involving them and said they were a team of 3 who did everything together, smiling and making her teammates smile in return. The enemy told someone to let Chuji hide, mocking him with a cruel nickname. Chuji froze. Everyone who knew him understood that teasing him with that name provoked him. The enemy grew angry at Chuji's sudden stillness and shouted again, insisting he hide. Ino ordered Sakura to tend to the 3 who had been targeted and announced that Team Ino would attack with everything they had. Sakura ran to her teammates and noticed the blonde beginning to wake. She was surprised to find herself bloodied and her hair cut haphazardly. Looking toward the source of the commotion, she realized Ino's team was providing support, and she barely understood what was happening. Sakura understood that they were helping them. Sakura explained before the blonde could ask. Both of them widened their eyes in surprise as the enemies attacked their own comrade without hesitation, the same technique also affecting Ino because of its flaw. Naruto wanted to help Ino's whole team, who had already given up after being defeated, but his legs would not respond. He was still weak from the battle with the Snake Man. He looked toward the 2 onyx-haired shinobi who were making faces as if from a nightmare about their clan's massacre, remembering how Orochimaru had appeared offering them power that he delivered after biting them. An unidentified voice called out from a distance, commenting that it was annoying and drawing everyone's attention on the battlefield. A long-haired boy and his companion stood with arms crossed, watching from a distance and noting how the Sound Ninjas had beaten pitiable opponents who were not worth much. Zaku remarked with disdain that some simple Sound Ninjas were acting like winners after defeating those second-rate opponents. Sakura identified them as Lee's team, surprised by her companion's strong demeanor. Zaku grumbled with irritation that they kept coming like cockroaches. Zaku shouted angrily that the short-haired boy was on their team and that they had gone too far, then activated his Byakugan, which caused a chill among those who looked at him. He warned that if they kept fighting, they should know the team was not the kind to show mercy, but he stopped when he noticed a different chakra among them. The man with a covered face suggested that if the other did not like what he saw, he should stop the theatrics and come down to face them. Another voice answered with a victorious smile that there was no need, that he would not be the one to face them. From afar Naruto saw the onyx-haired girl he knew rise with visible sorrow. She was surrounded by a grayish chakra and marked across half her body. Naruto called out, glad she had stood up, but he fell silent when he saw the hostile chakra covering her and the different, hateful look in her eyes. Sakura's lips began to tremble as Kanade approached calmly. When their gazes met, Sakura decided to stay aside. Kanade's anger stirred at the pitiful state Sakura showed. She looked at the blonde beside the pink-haired girl and saw his shocked expression. Kanade asked coldly and calmly who had done that to Sakura. Everyone opened their eyes when the other onyx-haired shinobi rose in the same state as Kanade, but with a purple chakra covering him. Both closed their eyes and, upon opening them, revealed a peculiar Sharingan that caused fear in those who understood what they would face. Sakura whispered fearfully about their bodies and what had happened to them. Kanade, trying to reassure her companion, explained that they should not worry, this was power arising within them. She said that he had given them this gift and that she now understood they had to obtain the power they lacked, even if it meant a demon took over their bodies. The sound ninjas were stunned that these young shinobi had reacted to Orochimaru's cursed seal and were capable of using the power it granted. Kanade demanded angrily that Sakura tell who had hurt her. A voice announced proudly that he had done it. Kanade's gaze locked onto that person, and the sight of his eyes bearing a Sharingan unlike Sasuke's put him on edge, causing him to take a battle stance. He reacted with alarm when Kanade's eyes flashed unnaturally and the cursed marks spread over her body. He answered by unleashing a much stronger gust of wind than before. Sasuke grabbed his teammates by the arms and leapt with them, keeping his eyes on Kanade as she advanced through the gust without trouble. He spun his hands and sent cutting slashes through the trunks behind her, but Kanade continued forward through the attack. Zaka had no choice but to fall back in fear when his attacks proved ineffective, and he cried out as she seized one of his arms. Kanade looked at Sasuke with a victorious smile, and Sasuke ran to grab Zaku's other arm. Sasuke then asked with disdain whether Zaku was ridiculously proud of his arms. Together they pressed with their legs to force him down, immobilizing him and causing him to cry out in pain. The Uchiha could not help but smile at the enemy's cry, which revealed to them the extent of the power they had been given. They released him with disdain and turned toward their other nervous companion. They advanced, savoring the moment of subduing him. It was Sasuke's turn to face the next duel. Naruto clenched his fists, realizing these were not the teammates he knew. Something was taking hold of them and making them act like this. He remembered a smile Kanade had once shown and understood that this was not truly her. Naruto called out for Kanade and lunged to hold her firmly from behind. Sakura shouted for everyone to stop and, unlike Naruto, she embraced Sasuke instead of restraining him forcefully. The concerned looks from Naruto and Sakura brought a measure of calm. Those looks sparked an internal struggle in the onyx-haired pair against whatever had been possessing them, and the cursed marks faded until the two were freed and regained consciousness. Both of them collapsed to the ground, exhausted, and their onyx eyes met the faces of those who had stopped them. They saw the concern on those faces and, confused, looked around to find Lee unconscious and the sound ninjas staring in terror. The leader of the sound squad said that they could not fight them, dropping his scroll. He admitted that they were truly strong and did not want to take risks, telling them to take the scroll and let them go. He added that if they met again later in the exam, they would not run away, and he kicked the scroll toward them, confessing that they had underestimated their opponents. Sakura demanded angrily that they wait and asked who this Orochimaru was and what he had done to her companions and why. The sound leader replied that he did not know, they had only been ordered to kill them. He finished speaking while supporting his teammates and led them away slowly. Kanade noticed drops of blood on her legs and raised a hand to feel a slight sting. She looked at Naruto as he began to release her. He kept a serious expression but offered a small smile, wiped the blood from her face, and placed a reassuring hand on her cheek. Choji asked if everyone was all right. Shikamaru instructed Ino to check on Lee and then ran toward the dark-haired pair and the rest of his team. Kanade looked up and met the expressionless face and cold eyes of Hyuga Neji. She watched him climb down from the branch with his teammate and head toward her while the other teammate ran with an unconscious companion. Neji placed a hand on her forehead and noted that she seemed better and was no longer feverish. Kanade scanned the area, seeing other teams supporting one another. Tenten urged Lee to wake up and shook him vigorously, urging him to stop sleeping. Neji stood to leave, but Kanade gently took his hand to stop him. He looked surprised at the contact and their eyes met. He appeared briefly affected by the gentle touch. Neji murmured his thanks for her concern, released her hand, and left with his team. Naruto drew closer, and Kanade realized their faces were very near. Naruto asked if she remembered what had happened at all. She shook her head. He wrapped his arm around her waist. Naruto admonished her lightly not to scare everyone like that, and Kanade gave a small, relieved smile. Naruto then moved toward the others to offer thanks. A shadow fell across Kanade from the sunlight, and she looked up to find Sasuke watching her with an unreadable expression. Sasuke offered his hand, and Kanade accepted it with some awkwardness to stand. They both watched as people supported one another and some even laughed, carried by Naruto's lively temperament. Sasuke finally said that Kanade was important to Naruto. Kanade replied that Team 7 was important to Naruto, not just herself. Sasuke turned his gaze away for a moment, then spoke to let her know what was on his mind. They called each other's names at the same time, and Kanade explained that they had driven off the enemies who had defeated Lee and had been stopped by their own team. She added that Orochimaru had been the one who had given them what changed the situation. Both Kanade and Sasuke regarded their team with serious faces, realizing how different the exam would be now that they had received that aid. They shared a quiet sense of gratitude. Naruto's clones chanted the Shadow Fisher Jutsu and leapt into the lake to round up the fleeing fish. Sasuke remained still and relaxed, watching Naruto chase the fish underwater. Kanade also noticed the clones pursuing several quick fish. The Uchiha threw kunai as the fish began to leap and managed to secure 4 by pinning them near a tree. Naruto broke the surface to gasp for air, visibly annoyed at being the only one getting wet while the others stayed put and only threw kunai. Sasuke ordered Naruto to make another pass because 4 fish were too few and he needed 4 more. Naruto glared at him in anger. Kanade crossed her arms as Naruto began a tantrum, but she admitted Sasuke had a point. 1 fish each would not be enough, and if they did not try harder the light would fade and everything would be ruined. Naruto complained about how tiring it was and demanded why Sasuke did not do it himself. Sakura announced that the campfire was ready and asked if anyone could use a fire technique to light it. Sasuke told Sakura to go with her and that he would help Naruto hunt, rolling his eyes with irritation. He then suggested, with disdain, that they simply leave 4 fish. Sakura bristled at his doubt about their abilities. Kanade began to form hand seals and lifted water around them where several fish swam. She smiled. She worked faster than the others, throwing kunai with her free hand and securing 8 fish. Naruto submerged again, embarrassed and annoyed that Kanade had hidden her technique so he would tire himself out. Kanade walked to the catch and placed the fish in a small basket alongside Sasuke's. She started to move away, leaving Naruto to change clothes, thinking about how they would get the second scroll and which team they might be able to take it from without wasting too much chakra. She paused at the sight of the fire and placed 4 fish on different branches. With the basket of 8 remaining fish set aside, Sasuke glanced at what Kanade had prepared. The pink-haired girl arranged the fish on the fire and everyone sat around it. Sasuke noted that the second stage of the Chunin selection exam had begun 4 days ago. Kanade calculated they had roughly a day left, maybe 26 hours. Sakura observed that many other teams had probably finished. Kanade handed a cooked fish to Sakura, then selected a larger one for Naruto, and finally offered one to Sasuke. The group watched as she continued cooking. Sasuke quickly took hers, saying it was about to burn. She shrugged and admitted she was not very hungry, her mind fixed on the sky scrolls. It seemed likely there were few people left from whom they could take one. Sasuke reminded them that since separating from the Konoha group they had spent 2 days recovering from their wounds and needed to increase how far they covered in the remaining hours. The next opponent they encountered could be their last chance. A distant scream pulled Kanade's attention. She stood up quickly but Sakura grabbed her to stop her, warning that the cry could be a trap. Kanade freed herself, insisting it might be their only hope and that the person crying out might have a sky scroll. She ran toward the roar of a bear and the cries of a child, meeting Sasuke to her right. Sasuke rebuked her with irritation, but Kanade said she would not let her go alone and that Naruto and Sakura could guard the scroll. They leapt branch to reach the source of the commotion. Kanade saw a girl running from a giant bear and immediately jumped at the beast, delivering a flurry of powerful kicks in an attempt to stop it. The bear swiped at the girl, and Sasuke swept her into his arms to protect her from the blow before returning to Kanade's side. Sasuke and Kanade landed together and delivered a synchronized strike that left the animal unconscious on the ground in a non-lethal, decisive way. Kanade scolded him for interfering, saying she had it under control, and Sasuke replied sharply that because of him the girl had almost been harmed. Kanade insisted she would have finished it with one last kick. Sasuke turned to the pink-haired girl from the hidden grass village and explained calmly that they had once had a sky scroll too, but they had lost it in a confrontation. Kanade asked if the girl was alone. The girl nodded shyly, adjusted her red goggles, and showed signs of relief at the arrival of their rescuers. The girl extended her scroll with trembling hands and made it clear she was prepared to hand it over without protest. Kanade crossed her arms at the girl's strange behavior. The girl murmured a quiet thanks as she adjusted her glasses and looked up at those who had saved her. Sasuke asked, with a cold tone, whether her teammates would be angry. The girl answered that she believed they were already dead. The redhead whispered, looking at the ground, and asked them to take the scroll as a token of gratitude. Kanade moved quickly to grab the unclaimed scroll and gave the redhead one last, chaste smile meant to reassure her. The redhead lifted her gaze as the black-haired pair returned. Both of the black-haired teammates exchanged a glance, and the redhead handed over the scroll. The girl received a shy smile from both, which brought a faint blush to her cheeks. Sasuke said goodbye, turned to Kanade, and the two of them began to leap branch to branch toward where their other two companions waited. Kanade opened her eyes when she realized the white-haired young man was already with their teammates and sped up, worried he might be searching for the Earth Scroll. Her movement was cut short when Sakura rose, hands extended, signaling for her to halt the attack. The two black-haired teammates stopped and listened as Kabuto explained. Kabuto warned with a hint of accusation that some teams intended to cheat by reading others' scrolls and forging duplicates, and he had prevented them from breaking the most important rule the exam proctor had set. Sasuke admitted with relief that they had come close to cheating. Sakura, embarrassed, apologized. Kabuto then explained that in a previous exam the scrolls had been rigged to induce sleep in anyone who opened them, so rule-breakers were forced to withdraw. He added that he already had both scrolls and produced them from his weapon pouch to demonstrate, then put them away again. Sasuke informed the group that their team had just obtained their second scroll. Sakura, smiling, ran to retrieve the sky scroll that had been given to them. Kabuto said that the scream they had heard had likely been their last chance to get the sky scroll, and he spoke with a touch of pride. Naruto reacted with an annoyed expression. Kabuto then said he would head straight to the tower to meet his teammates and suggested they all walk together to deliver their scrolls and talk along the way. All four agreed and quickened their pace when Kabuto warned that many enemies would be watching them now that they carried the pair of scrolls. They moved from branch to branch, scanning their surroundings to avoid surprise attacks. As they traveled, Kabuto described how other teams favored hiding around the tower to ambush whoever held the scrolls. Many set traps or waited in hiding, ready to pounce. After some hours the forest grew darker and they paused to view the tower in the distance. They expected dangerous opponents nearby. Kanade felt a presence to her right. Naruto shouted with excitement at the sight, then threw a kunai that snagged a huge centipede clinging to a branch. Naruto admonished the group to move quietly and carefully from then on. He said in his opinion they should not crash through the jungle like elephants and risk announcing their arrival. Kabuto adjusted his glasses and agreed. They decided to hide and advance calmly to reach the tower safely. The five pressed on, but Kabuto halted when he sensed something amiss, and the others felt it too. Kanade frowned when she noticed the same scorpion Naruto had previously taken down. Sakura, exhausted, dropped to her knees and admitted how tired she was. Kabuto remarked with a grim smile that this might be the welcome they had expected, and he pointed toward the centipede Kanade had seen. Naruto and Sakura both looked over their shoulders in surprise to find the insect seemingly revived, and they reacted with startled cries. Sasuke identified the situation as a genjutsu, an illusion. Kabuto noted that someone had carefully tricked them into walking in circles. Sasuke added that they were being watched in low, urgent tones. Kabuto suspected that the ambushers planned to wear them down and then strike. He pointed out several figures shifting among the trees. Soon the figures surrounded them, and the group realized they were encircled by an organized force. Naruto's eyes lit up at the prospect of another fight after his earlier encounter with Orochimaru. The opponents were more than simple pretenders. They moved and coordinated like a trained unit. Naruto lunged at one of them with quick, animated motions. The target split into multiple forms in an instant, creating a flurry of false targets. One of those copies flung a kunai at Naruto, but Kanade intercepted it. The attacker then aimed at Kanade and threw another kunai. Kanade's body suddenly stiffened under the influence of the cursed mark implanted in her, and Sasuke reacted without hesitation, shoving her out of the direct line of attack so they could both avoid the weapon. Sasuke blinked, feeling a sudden tension in his body, and Kanade felt uneasy at how he had frozen for a moment even while holding her close in the scramble. They had ended up uncomfortably near each other with only a small space between them. Both pulled apart as their bodies recovered, breathing faster than before and nursing a mild ache in their necks from the sudden movement. Kabuto explained the enemy tactic. It was a genjutsu that allowed them to synchronize their attacks because they were weak in close combat, and they would only leave their hiding place if their opponents fell into the trap. Naruto began to panic when he realized the clones seemed endless and the kunai attacks kept coming. He formed a hand seal, smiled with determination, and decided to wear down those who were harassing them. Naruto performed the shadow clone jutsu, and many copies of him appeared and attacked the enemies without stopping. The other four understood they could not let Naruto fight alone, so they also joined the assault. They fought until dawn. When the last clone vanished, everyone dropped to their knees, exhausted, and Naruto was frustrated that all their effort had achieved nothing. The clones dissolved and the ones responsible for their exhaustion revealed themselves. One of them recognized a girl among the group and taunted her, admitting with satisfaction that he had distracted them. They opened their eyes slightly when they noticed the blonde's smile and realized it had all been a trap. Looking over his shoulder, they found the real enemies watching from the bushes. The blonde undid his transformation jutsu and confirmed that he had been using shadow clones the whole time. The real Naruto reappeared, collapsed to his knees and breathed with difficulty from the huge amount of chakra he had used. Sasuke told Naruto to calm down and assured him they would take over, but Naruto struck one enemy, his blow sweeping away the other three. Naruto mouthed that he would not let them take the best part, his words strained by lack of air. Everyone was surprised by his strength and bravery. It was clear Naruto had grown more powerful through his chakra and had learned to control it with effort. The three opponents revived and took positions in front of Naruto, satisfied at the boy's exhaustion. They planned to end things quickly, keeping their true technique in reserve. The one in the middle activated a mist technique and, through smoke, many clones appeared. Sasuke warned everyone to be careful, noting that they were ordinary clones but might hide a tactic. Naruto deduced that if they were ordinary clones, one of them had to be the real one, so he would have to finish it. Kanade scolded him that he had already spent too much energy and should not be reckless. Naruto ordered them not to intervene. Sasuke and Kanade activated their Sharingan as Naruto struck the clones. Both went down to the ground, but unlike Sasuke, Kanade fell heavily, her face hitting the earth. Sakura rushed to support her and realized the curse mark was beginning to spread over Kanade's body. When she glanced at Sasuke, she saw that the mark there was also expanding. Sakura, alarmed, demanded that they stop using their Sharingan and placed Kanade's head in her lap to steady her. Kanade looked toward Naruto and saw that the enemies had attacked Kabuto after leaving their hiding place. She noticed a change in the pale man's expression, but before he could respond, Naruto delivered a powerful kick that scattered the three attackers and caused the clones to dissipate, showing they had been defeated. They decided to leave the defeated enemies behind since they did not need the scroll. The exhausted dark-haired pair received help from their comrades. Naruto helped Sasuke while Sakura supported Kanade. When they reached Kabuto, he smiled sideways as he reunited with his teammates. Naruto thanked him sincerely, and Kabuto returned the smile with a confident expression. Kabuto insisted that Naruto deserved the credit for the last maneuver. He and his team turned and entered a different doorway than Team 7. Kabuto walked the corridors until he stopped before a familiar figure and tended the wounds he had received earlier. The man handed 2 ninja tags to Kabuto and smiled with a victorious air. Orochimaru noted that Kabuto seemed to have taken a liking to those two and asked him to stay as a spy in the Hidden Leaf, to analyze both fighters' movements in combat and, if fortune allowed, to engage one of them himself. Orochimaru added that if Kabuto felt it was too much, he could withdraw but must report after both fights concluded. Orochimaru then vanished in a gust of wind. Kabuto smiled maliciously at the task he was assigned, feeling a thrill of excitement. It had been some time since Orochimaru had used him in combat, and he anticipated enjoying the challenge. After all, he could not disobey his leader. A haze began to form around the members of Team 7. Sakura and Naruto tossed the heaven and earth scrolls aside, hoping they would not fall under the genjutsu Kabuto had warned about earlier. Iruka appeared in front of them after the smoke cleared, smiling with satisfaction. He said that they had been through a lot in the test and that he had the important task of being their messenger. He told them they had arrived just in time and invited them to dinner at Ichiraku, glancing at his watch. Naruto could not contain his excitement. He yelled with joy at the offer to eat his favorite food, relieved to have a break from the repetitive meals of the last few days. The rest of the squad collapsed to the ground from exhaustion, unable to understand how Naruto still had energy after everything they had endured and after expending so much chakra in the forest of death. Iruka explained that the sky was like the head and the earth like the body. He said if one's qualities were of the sky, they should cultivate wisdom to elevate their mind. If their qualities were of the earth, they should train their body to become stronger. Sakura laughed lightly at the analogy, and Iruka looked at her. When he turned to Naruto, a look of concern crossed his face as he warned that the third exam would be more difficult and he did not want Naruto to overexert himself. Naruto assured Iruka that he need not worry. He said that since receiving his headband he was no longer a student in the same way and that Iruka himself had told him he passed the second exam. He spoke with triumph and began to laugh. Iruka gestured and they followed him into a larger room where the other teams who had passed the second stage had gathered. Kakashi's team took their positions while several shinobi formed a line behind the elder to allow the third Hokage to address them. The third Hokage smiled genuinely at the sight of all the novices gathered at the end of the second stage of the Chunin selection exam. Among them was Uchiha Kanade, someone in whom he had placed his trust. The group of novices looked enthusiastic. All 10 appeared ready for what would come next. Sasuke observed that it seemed every novice was present. Naruto noted the presence of the third Hokage, Iruka, and the elderly man with prominent eyebrows, excited that so many important people had come. The girl with black hair murmured that they probably had something planned, and Sasuke brought his hand to the back of his neck where the mark lay, unsettled by the sensation. The exam proctor announced that the Hokage would explain the details of the third exam. The third Hokage addressed them and asked why the exams involved allied villages. He explained that, beyond strengthening alliances, the true purpose was to simulate battles between allied villages. Tenten asked how allied villages could be made to fight. The Hokage clarified that the nations now allied had once been neighboring villages that fought for power. They agreed to select champions through contests, which became the basis of the Chunin exams. Naruto asked whether the exam was intended to choose a Chunin to fight. The third Hokage replied that while the exams did select ninjas worthy of the Chunin rank, they also served to demonstrate a village's strength and pride. Delegations from other nations would be observing the exams to gauge the strength of their neighbors. Those who did not demonstrate their capabilities would be rejected and told to train harder, so that when villages negotiated, military strength could not be dismissed. Uchiha Kanade demanded to hear the details of the next stage. The third Hokage began to explain, and the man known as Hayate Gecko stepped forward and cleared his throat to speak. He said they had not expected so many students to pass the second exam, so they would hold a preliminary to reduce the number of participants. Sakura questioned whether that was fair. Hayate responded calmly that the schedule had to be kept for the visiting observers and that only the best could proceed. He advised anyone who did not feel prepared to withdraw. He announced that the preliminaries would be sudden elimination and that those who could not compete should step aside. As the examiner finished speaking, the Uchiha felt a sharp sting at the mark on their necks where Orochimaru had left a seal, and they began to complain quietly. Sakura urged them to forfeit the preliminary, worried because they had acted strangely since their encounter with Orochimaru. The two Uchiha stared at her with hostile looks. A brief moment passed as everyone prepared for the next phase. A voice asked, moving a little closer to both of them. Kanade parted her lips slightly when she saw tears beginning to form in Sakura's eyes, though Sakura stopped them from flowing down her cheeks. It was clear how desperate Sakura felt. She did not want their teammates to act again as they had when they attacked the Sound Ninja and broke one of his arms. Sakura pleaded for them to stop, saying that she was very scared and reminding them they were not in condition to fight normally. Sasuke ordered her to be quiet with coldness in his tone. Sakura cried out that they had been enduring pain all this time, making clear how worried she was. Kanade murmured for Sakura to calm down and then told them she would inform the instructors about the marks she had noticed, clasping her hands to her chest. Sasuke snapped that she should not even think about telling anyone about their marks, but Sakura protested. Sakura asked if Kanade wanted her to stand by and watch them suffer, beginning to lift her hand before Kanade gripped her wrist firmly. Kanade told her that she was worrying more about them than about herself and reminded her that the exam was not about Sakura. What mattered to Kanade was measuring her own strength. This was where the best of the genin elite would be, and she wanted to prove she had improved. Kanade asked Sakura to understand and to support her as a friend, and Sakura resignedly nodded, bringing her hands together. Naruto called Kanade by nickname and extended his arm with a fist. Kanade frowned in confusion but did not refuse the gesture and met his fist with her own. Sasuke crossed his arms with a sarcastic smile and earned a glare from Naruto. Sasuke then said that Kanade was one of the people he most wanted to fight, which surprised Naruto. Kanade placed her hands on her hips to watch the rivalry taking shape between her teammates. Sakura put a hand on Kanade's shoulder, and Kanade gently moved her aside to hold her more delicately, telling her to do her best. Sakura opened her mouth slightly at the quiet show of support. Everyone fell silent when the new censor settled in front of them and began to explain the preliminary matches. The censor announced that there would be 11 encounters in total and that the survivors would advance to the third exam. The rules were harsh. They would fight until one side surrendered, could no longer continue, or was otherwise incapacitated. What would determine their fate appeared on the monitor behind the officials. A monitor opened in front of the contestants and began to display the pairings. It stopped on two names that attracted attention: Uchiha Kanade versus Yakushi Kabuto. Kanade looked at the opponent she would face and then at her worried teammates. Kabuto had behaved well toward them before. Naruto thought he deserved to reach the end of the exam, but it was hard to imagine it would be easy, given Kabuto's strength. Sasuke offered a brief wish of luck, and Kanade replied that she did not need it. The two names stepped forward, and the others moved to platforms at the sides to watch more closely. Kanade observed Kabuto with a small smile, expecting him at last to reveal what hid behind his SBMSSV, gentle demeanor. An official asked if either combatant objected before they began. Both shook their heads. A pained expression crossed Kanade's face and she brought a hand to the spot where a fierce burning sensation radiated across her neck. Kakashi, positioned behind her, leaned close enough to be only a few centimeters from her ear and warned her as he had warned Sasuke, "Do not use the Sharingan. If the mark became uncontrolled, both could lose their lives, and he would have no choice but to stop the battle." Kanade glanced over her shoulder at her supervising Jonin and nodded seriously. She knew the risks and did not intend to reveal everything she possessed in this exam. The referee signaled the start. Kabuto formed blades of chakra in his hands. Kanade produced a kunai, which prompted a fleeting scowl from Kabuto before he launched himself forward. She dodged the first blow but dropped to her knees from the sudden, intense pain in her neck. She blinked and then sprang away from him, throwing her kunai so that it struck his shoulder. She moved with speed and landed a strong kick that sent him into the air and slammed him to the ground. Kanade rushed in to seize him and attempted to lock his neck to force a surrender. Kabuto raised his hand and smiled with disdain. Kanade released him when she saw the chakra blades reform in his hands and stepped back. One of the blades struck her left arm, and she was shocked to discover she could no longer move it. The match had turned tense and dangerous, the action unfolding in fast, anime-like bursts without graphic detail. Kanade looked up and tried to move, but Kabuto moved so fast that his chakra blade struck her chest on the right side, passing through and causing her intense pain. Naruto shouted in concern, calling Kanade, and Sakura urged her to keep fighting. Kanade glanced at her teammate and then back at Kabuto, who frowned in confusion. She seized his wrist and, despite the searing pain, pulled the chakra blade free. With everything she had, she shoved him away and kicked. She began to form several hand seals to counterattack, but her body tensed and the pain stopped her. She had not intended to use a jutsu that would hurt her in that way, and she noticed strange markings beginning to appear on her skin. Sasuke's voice offered encouragement, and the sound steadied her for a moment. She had not been ready to reveal to everyone that she could wield would release. It would draw unwanted attention and judgment from people who did not understand where that power came from. Still, she had no choice but to press Kabuto with everything she had, since his blades seemed to absorb chakra whenever they wounded her. She watched as a wooden spear began to form at her arm, but before she could focus on Kabuto, she saw a sensor ninja's hand approaching. Confused, she retracted the small amount of wood she had manifested to prevent them from seeing. The sensor ordered her to stop. Kabuto announced that he was withdrawing, which ignited anger in Kanade. She tried to advance on him, but the sensor gripped her shoulders to hold her back. Kabuto explained that he had only wanted to test her abilities, having absorbed much of her chakra and seen how well she could fight and perform taijutsu. He decided to surrender rather than risk taking her full jutsu. The senior instructor stepped between them to calm the situation. Kanade called him a coward in frustration. The instructor reminded her that the match was over, and the announcer declared Kanade Uchiha the winner. She walked beside her mentor but paused to glance back as Kabuto headed toward the infirmary. He was leaving without appearing to seek immediate help despite his earlier attack, and she found it absurd that he would give up so easily. They ascended the stairs calmly. After the last step, the rest of Kanade's team approached with proud smiles. Sasuke remained where he stood, waiting until he noticed Kanade collapse to her knees. Naruto helped her sit up. Sakura leaned in and checked on her, and Kanade nodded in response. She admitted to her friends that she was irritated because Kabuto had surrendered before she could finish him. Naruto voiced his confusion at Kabuto's decision, and Kakashi suggested that perhaps Kabuto had realized he was facing certain defeat. Kanade kept her face buried in her arms as she hugged her knees, frustrated by such an anticlimactic end and resenting the pity she felt was implied. Naruto crouched and placed a hand on her shoulder to offer support. Sasuke approached slowly and crouched to meet her level. He murmured that she had done well, and she lifted her face to look at him sideways. She growled that Kabuto had humiliated her and that she would not forgive him. Rock Lee stepped forward with a genuine smile and praised her as a strong competitor, noting that despite her injury she had continued to move and had not gone to the infirmary. Kanade thanked him, stood, and looked at the monitor that cycled the names of the next competitors. The screen stopped on 2 names, and Kanade announced that it appeared to be Sasuke's turn, drawing surprised looks from those who saw the Uchiha name again. Kanade settled into a position to watch Sasuke's match closely. Sasuke was being pressured by an opponent whose technique absorbed chakra and left adversaries weakened. There was a real danger that things could go badly and that Sasuke might be forced to use the cursed power if he mismanaged his chakra. Kakashi instructed Naruto to keep his eyes on Sasuke. The raven-haired Kanade announced that she had noticed the blonde's attention shift to her. It was clear he was interested in how his teammate felt after hearing her complaints about their opponent's withdrawal, and also in what she was thinking, because Kanade was not behaving as she normally did. She remained seated and silent instead of mingling with the other competitors. In another situation, she would have gone to argue with the others about who the best opponent was. Everyone was surprised when Sasuke delivered a powerful kick that lifted his opponent into the air. Those who knew Lee's techniques recognized that Sasuke was imitating the same hand-to-hand moves Lee had once taught him. The 7th squad realized it was the same technique that had been interrupted by the boy's teacher before it could be completed. Kanade frowned as dark markings began to spread from Sasuke's neck toward his face. She understood he was giving everything he had to avoid losing, so she stood and watched as everyone else analyzed the same sight in silence. Sasuke staggered from exhaustion, the strain evident on his features, but he fought through it until the markings began to fade. Once he steadied himself, Sasuke unleashed a flurry of kicks that his opponent could not defend against. Despite every attempt to block, the other fighter was driven to the ground by Sasuke's powerful combination. Sasuke declared that he had used the lion combo as the final strike landed and the opponent collapsed. The exertion had taken its toll, and Sasuke staggered forward before collapsing to the ground, unable to move for a moment. Everyone watched in surprise, thinking he had pushed himself to the limit. The censor approached the fallen opponent and examined him calmly, then looked up to see Sasuke struggling to rise. Kakashi told Kanade there was no need for further verification, steadying himself and wiping his mouth. The announcer then declared the winner of the second match to be Uchiha Sasuke, pointing to the raven-haired youth, who glanced back at his team on the platforms. Kakashi glanced over his shoulder at his pupil and noticed how closely she studied her victorious teammate. He sensed jealousy that Sasuke had claimed victory, so he decided to approach her for a conversation she could not refuse. Kakashi explained that Sasuke had copied Lee's movements perfectly with the help of his visual technique. He praised Sasuke's intelligence in demonstrating those skills and said he was sure Sasuke would not have won without that hand-to-hand technique. He thanked Lee on behalf of his student and told Kanade she should feel proud. Sasuke imitating Lee's movements meant he respected Lee's strength and abilities. Smiled toward Sasuke, pleased that the young Uchiha had won using only hand-to-hand combat and by copying movements Lee had taught him before the first stage of the Chunin selection exam. Lee said Sasuke was a worthy opponent who improved with every battle and that he looked forward to fighting him and especially to facing Uchiha Kanade. Kanade acknowledged his words. Kanade admitted she had not performed at her best because her opponent had surrendered, but she promised that when they met again she would be different and much stronger. Kanade's lips parted slightly when the long-haired man with pale, pearly eyes approached behind Lee. He kept his face as serious as always, stopped beside Lee, and looked Kanade up and down, fixing his gaze on the noticeable wound on the right side of her body. He remarked that he expected nothing less from the Uchiha, that their destiny was apparent, and that he believed in each person's fate. His words made Kanade smile faintly. He added that he hoped to see her fight on a real battlefield, offered a sardonic smile, and then turned away to rejoin his team, leaving Lee silent. Lee warned that Niji would win and advance to the second stage, urging everyone not to doubt Niji's abilities. Kanade asked with a hint of incredulous sarcasm how much faith Lee placed in his teammate. Lee smiled and returned his attention to Kanade, who refocused on her teammate still seated in the arena. She wondered how someone could trust a teammate's skills so completely, defending their pride and predicting victory. Kanade admitted she did not have confidence in her teammates and was unsure who would advance. Everyone showed different skills that could help or hinder them. Maybe Sasuke had already moved on as she had, but Sakura and Naruto remained. Could they pass? The long-haired man explained that Niji was an elite ninja like Kanade and Sasuke, but unlike them his partner had become a rival. He insisted that his teammate was one of the most powerful junior ninjas there and shrugged, saying Kanade might face him in a match or perhaps be fortunate enough to deliver an incredible fight in the next phase. A sincere smile appeared on his face. He said he was interested in the upcoming matches, especially Naruto's and Niji's. He glanced at Sakura and noted the worry in her expression when she saw Sasuke's condition. He wished Sakura luck, then told Lee and the others that if any of them had to face that arena fighter, they should surrender. Lee felt offended and admitted he was hurt by Kanade's remark. Kanade insisted that she would never give up and believed the others felt the same. She crossed her arms with a scowl and pointed toward the approaching figure as she asked why Rock Lee would be unable to watch the matches. Rock Lee glanced over his shoulder and saw Kakashi, the high-ranking ninja of the 7 Squad, approaching with a serious expression. He stayed quiet until Kakashi gently took Kanade by the shoulder. Kakashi apologized to Rock Lee and explained that he had to take Kanade with him immediately. Kanade offered a faint smile to Rock Lee and told him not to worry about her. She was certain that Kakashi, their teacher, would take her somewhere to deal with the matter of her cursed mark, but she wondered how he intended to stop it. Kakashi ordered them to accompany him. Kanade obeyed and followed silently despite feeling uncomfortable under everyone's gaze. They moved towards Sasuke, who remained seated on the ground. When Kakashi stopped beside him, Kanade watched his movements closely and tried to read his lips but could not make out a single word. Sasuke rose and began to walk beside the silver-haired teacher. Both he and Kanade flanked Kakashi and drew the attention of the onlookers. The two dark-haired youths together gave off an impression of strength and curiosity. Their serious, expressionless faces created tension among those who watched them walk side by side. Naruto noticed Sasuke covering a mark on his neck while Kanade left hers visible. The marks differed. Sasuke's looked like 3 commas forming a circle, and Kanade's resembled hollowed triangles. Naruto gently shook Sakura's shoulder and asked if she had seen those marks on their necks again during the fights. Sakura, remembering what they had been warned about in the Forest of Death, looked toward her companions with a troubled expression. They did not want Naruto to learn that Orochimaru had been the cause of their marks and the suffering they endured. Naruto had only seen what the marks provoked but had no idea where the source of their power came from or the intense pain they caused. Kakashi told them he would take them to a back room and attempt to seal the cursed mark. Kanade asked if he could truly stop it, and Kakashi admitted calmly that he did not think he could fully stop it. Sasuke, confused and frustrated, asked why they were being taken away now if Kakashi could not stop the curse and argued that they should be allowed to watch the other matches to see who would advance to the main event. Kakashi scolded them, warning that if the curse continued unchecked it could become irreversible and might not be controllable by their will the next time. Kanade conceded that they could not refuse and looked one last time at the remaining competitors on the platform. They followed Kakashi to the rear of the tower, hoping he could do something to control the force that seemed intent on taking over their bodies and strip them of awareness. Every time they tried to use their own chakra, the mark seemed to interfere and throw them into turmoil. The room they entered was dark and devoid of candles, more like a strange shrine than a functional part of the tower, and it felt odd that no one was guarding it. The silver-haired teacher formed several hand seals until symbols appeared on the floor in a circle. Kakashi asked them to make minor preparations for the sealing and for the treatment of Kanade's wound. They complied. The markings on the floor began to move and climbed up their bodies, startling both of them. Kakashi placed a hand on Kanade's back at the site of her injury and explained that this would bring relief. Kanade cried out at the sudden pain, but after a few minutes the pain subsided and the wound had closed. Kakashi handed her a bandage, which she used to cover the healed area, and Sasuke watched quietly as she adjusted it. The others wondered how Kakashi had eased her pain with a touch, whether it had been a sealing technique or some form of medical ninjutsu. Footsteps approached, and a heavy, tense atmosphere fell over the room as a stranger appeared. The newcomers smiled with thin malice while studying the last survivors of the Uchiha massacre and noting the marks that dotted their bodies, marks reminiscent of the sealing technique Kakashi had set in motion. The stranger warned Kakashi that the simple sealing he had attempted would achieve nothing. Sasuke and Kanade frowned as the stranger drew near and placed a hand to each of their necks. The man warned that they would experience tremendous pain, even greater than that caused by Orochimaru's mark, and declared that he had no pity for those who allowed themselves to be marked. With a sudden shove, he forced both youths to the floor, and a red circle began to form around him. Sasuke and Kanade opened their eyes, stunned and struggling to understand who this terrifying figure was who had overpowered them so quickly. The new Bushido carried himself with a magnetic presence, his posture and manner captivating those around him. Observers announced Bushido's arrival and drew attention to the Uchiha pendant he wore. Kanade begged Kakashi-sensei for help as she felt pain in the grip of the pale-haired man. Both she and Sasuke groaned from the intense pain, and when the man released their necks he shifted his position, placing a knee on Sasuke's back and an elbow on Kanade's. He held them down like small, helpless children. Bushido declared that Kakashi's disciple was trained in sealing techniques and would never dare to defy him. He told them he would help control the curse, but that one of them would be placed under his guardianship, a pronouncement that made both of them open their eyes in surprise. When they were freed from his grip, their bodies trembled and they rose to rub the sore spots. It was clear they could not trust the pale-haired stranger, and it bothered them that their jonin placed seemed to allow them to be controlled like puppets. Bushido pointed at Kanade and said he would begin her training. If she refused, he threatened to place a worse curse. Kakashi assured them they would follow his instructions without objection. Bushido said he did not trust the young Uchiha, calling them naive and prone to take the easier path to power, and he criticized their association with someone like Orochimaru. He explained that he would use a seal to counteract Orochimaru's curse, but since it was itself a curse he could not guarantee stability and instructed them that they would need to learn to control their tempers and train to balance their chakra. The two Uchiha nodded, wondering how someone like him could be so cold and what privileges he held. Who is this Bushido? He circled them, studying the curse, gently moving Kanade's hair aside for a better look. Sasuke's mark showed with just a slight tilt of his neck. Sasuke asked what good the seal would do if Bushido could not remove the curse completely. Bushido crossed his arms and reminded them that he would help them live normally for a time so they could participate in the Chunin selection exam. If they destabilized during the competition, the Hokage's forces would likely lock them away until the curse was controlled, and none of them wanted that. Kanade arched an eyebrow at the comment. Kakashi vouched for Bushido's reputation in the village, saying he was known for his combat and sealing skills and that Kakashi had learned a great deal from him, including his ultimate technique. He acknowledged their resentment at being known as survivors of the Uchiha massacre but said they would have their chance to give a strong performance in the final stage. When Sasuke asked what Kakashi meant by a spectacle, he was met with a calm statement that they would discuss it later after dealing with the problem at their necks. Bushido focused on Kanade first, placing a finger at the edge of the curse and releasing a small hidden seal beneath the skin. He realized another concealed mark he did not recognize, and seeing that his student had not been paying close attention, he re-hidden that other curse and began the sealing that would hold Orochimaru's influence at bay for a time. Bushido warned that the procedure would hurt a great deal and brought his hands to the napes of the two young shinobi. When his fingers pressed against the base of Kanade's skull and then Sasuke's, sharp sealing chakra flared around his hands and both of them let out agonized cries that echoed through the dark courtyard. Kakashi watched as his pupils began to lose consciousness and felt a troubling satisfaction cross Bushido's face. It was clear this man could stabilize them when no one else had been able to. Their screams gradually weakened as they grew weaker. Kakashi noticed a different mark forming above Orochimaru's curse. Bushido withdrew his hands and allowed the sealing chakra to form a new pattern above the existing mark, which brought another wave of intense pain and caused both Uchiha to regain consciousness with heavy breathing. The silver-haired Jonin was struck by the concentration his senior displayed and chose to remain silent. Their bodies collapsed to the ground, and Kakashi moved forward, only to be held back by Bushido's hand. At that moment a familiar presence entered the darkness. Kakashi had already thrown a kunai into the shadows. Someone returned it, but before it could strike any of them a pale figure stepped forward, palm outstretched, stopping the kunai midair. Orochimaru's voice admitted it had been a long time and remarked that Bushido had not aged. Bushido responded with sarcasm. Orochimaru observed that Kakashi still appeared to be Bushido's student and stepped closer, glancing past the pale man to the Uchiha on the ground. He made it clear he was not there for them specifically but for the pair behind the ones whose eyes he coveted so keenly. Bushido asked if he still desired the Sharingan, and Orochimaru smiled in reply. Someone asked whether he would use them as a platform. Orochimaru admitted that was true and that they were more than mere pawns to him, and he began to step forward. Kakashi then began to gather Chidori around his hand and fixed the enemy Sannin with a resentful look. Bushido placed himself between them, crossed his arms, and warned Orochimaru that he would finish him if he came any closer. Orochimaru acknowledged Bushido's concern and anticipated that, at some point, the two youths would be consumed by vengeance and seek retribution. He said he would allow them to leave with Bushido when that time came. He added that he would let the boy go but claim the girl for himself. Kakashi, called sensei by the others, halted his Chidori when he heard that remark. It was clear that Orochimaru had taken an interest in Kanade and that Orochimaru had designs on Sasuke as well, but Bushido would not let them be taken so easily. Sasuke was also a member of the village, and Bushido refused to allow anyone to take him away, even if Sasuke wished to leave. Orochimaru turned and walked away, stating that the youths sought vengeance and that they would come to him in search of power. Kakashi, the white-haired shinobi, reminded him that he himself possessed far greater power, and Orochimaru looked back over his shoulder and smiled. Bushido noted with pride that Orochimaru had learned curses from him. Bushido had long been favored by the third Hokage, who had taught him sealing techniques and curses to improve his skills. That same kindness had led Bushido to share his knowledge with his best friend. At first both agreed to refine curses as a means of controlling enemy villages, but something changed in Orochimaru. His greed grew beyond reason, and he began to use those curses on the shinobi of Konoha itself. For the first time, Bushido found himself in opposition to his friend. Bushido warned Tsunade, their teammate, and she did not hesitate to inform their sensei. The Hokage, Hiruzen, was skeptical at first but eventually confirmed Orochimaru's actions through observation and secret surveillance. Acting as Hokage rather than as Orochimaru's former mentor, Hiruzen made the difficult decision to exile him from the village. In response, Orochimaru turned against the village and joined the ranks of the most wanted missing nin, achieving notoriety among the S-rank criminals. Bushido himself had been punished only for revealing what the third Hokage had confided. He was exiled for a time too and used that PRD to hone his techniques, training alone since he and Orochimaru had always worked as a pair. He missed his old partner, but Orochimaru's path, driven by greed, had diverged from the vision Bushido had for the shinobi world. Orochimaru raised his hand in farewell and declared they would meet again. Later, Bushido asked where Orochimaru had been, his smile sincere as he watched a raven-haired young girl sleeping peacefully in a Konoha hospital room. Orochimaru explained that he had been traveling and that he had come to the village covertly at the request of one of his sealing disciples. He did not want people to know he had returned. Bushido observed that the girl had caught Orochimaru's attention and asked what made her different. Orochimaru's expression was unreadable. It was noted that Orochimaru had taken an interest in the two youths, and Bushido made his objections clear. Kakashi had interrupted his Chidori before when such claims were made. When Bushido asked what Orochimaru was doing there, Orochimaru admitted that he had taken a pupil from someone else and dismissed it as none of Bushido's concern. He added that the boy in question was the child who had the nine-tailed fox sealed inside him and that he would have to deal with the boy for a while. Bushido smiled, convinced it was the same boy from Kakashi's squad, and the two men considered how those three youths had come into the hands of three of the Sannin. Ebisu arrived and stopped where the two pale-haired men were standing, looking at them with a serious expression. Orochimaru apologized to Ebisu for taking a student. Ebisu explained that the Hokage had been looking for them but did not yet know their location. The discovery that they were in the village would please Hiruzen. Bushido advised leaving matters as they were and not drawing attention. Ebisu asked whether they had come because of Orochimaru and whether they had come to deal with him. Bushido replied that each had their own reasons and that Orochimaru's presence was not their primary concern. They preferred not to become involved in problems if they could avoid them. Ebisu pleaded that Orochimaru was revered as one of the legendary Sannin like them and argued that they were the ones capable of stopping him. The tension remained as each considered their loyalties and the inevitable confrontations to come. She received only a look of disdain from the white-haired ones. They were aware of the situation. The seal of the nine-tailed fox that the fourth leader had placed on Naruto had been tampered with by Orochimaru, and Kanade had been given a curse by the same man. Still, none of them planned to confront him to stop his misdeeds. None wanted to face him in a fight to the death, which was, in its own way, selfish. She called out to Jiraiya and Bushido, pleading in a futile attempt to make them see reason. She woke when the sun struck her face and found the window of her room open. After a quick look around, she realized she had been taken to the hospital in Konoha. She let her head fall back on the soft pillow and sighed, resigned. She had missed the preliminaries entirely and had no idea who had advanced to the final stage. The curtain between the beds was drawn back suddenly to reveal the dark-haired boy looking at her with irritation, and she returned his gaze with equal displeasure. It was logical that Sasuke would be frustrated at missing the most important part of the selection exam and want to take out his anger on whoever was nearby. When he sat on her bed and shortened the distance to only a couple of centimeters, his lips parting slightly, he took her hand gently and began to play with her fingers. Their eyes met, and for the first time they noticed that something had changed. Their fates had been marked by an unknown force that claimed them, and they had no choice but to accept whatever awaited them. Sasuke stood and walked to the window to look over the crowded streets of the village. He had been talking with Kakashi, and the teacher had told both of them who their opponents would be, which made him anxious. Sasuke would face the boy from the sand who had left Rock Lee in a terrible state. He would have to train more than usual because his teacher had seen the battle and realized that speed was essential. Kanade asked with concern why he seemed so troubled. Sasuke told her that she would face the sound member. He clenched his fists and, looking at the floor with frustration, said he would face the boy from the sand and offered a crooked smile of pride at the thought. Kanade tried to sit up, but a pain in her chest made her fall back. Sasuke hurried to help and placed a hand on her back to support her. She had suffered a severe injury from Kabuto in their encounter. Even though Kakashi had closed the wound, the internal damage remained. Sasuke checked where the injury should have been and found nothing visible. He explained that the internal damage had not fully healed, but then sat down beside her and told her he had to leave. Kanade gripped his hand with worry and asked him what he meant. Sasuke said that unlike her, their teacher would not come to fetch him. Kakashi was waiting for him to decide whether to go or not. So, instead of wasting time in the hospital, he would go train. He rose and reached for his belongings in the wardrobe. Kanade remarked that it meant they would not see each other again until the matches. Sasuke ignored her and changed out of his robe into white shorts and a shirt, moving with purpose. He left his robe hanging on the wardrobe door and, in silence, returned to Kanade to take her hands gently. He told her to train hard and that he trusted she would do her best, teasing that she should not be too much trouble in the finals. Kanade shrugged. She promised she would not give up easily and looked at what Sasuke placed in her palm. Kanade's lips parted slightly when she saw a small Uchiha clan pendant placed in her hand. She met Sasuke's uneasy gaze. It was hard for him to give the gift. He explained that his parents had told him to give it to her on the day of the attack. He had not found her then and had returned home, only to discover that the attack had already taken place and their family had been destroyed by Itachi. He grimaced at the name, then squeezed her hand to help her close it around the pendant. Sasuke said he had had no choice but to flee his home, which was why she had not found him. He added that he no longer needed the pendant for himself, seeing it had been painful, and now he could give it to her. He let go of her hand, turned away, and, coldly, told her not to think it special. He said he simply did not want it in his home anymore because it reminded him of that day. He finished by ordering her not to wear it and then leapt from the window, disappearing quickly from view. Kanade lifted the pendant and watched it spin in the breeze coming through the window. She shook her head, thinking how petty the whole thing about their former engagement had been, and wondered aloud why he had waited so long to give it to her. The door to her room opened sharply, startling her and prompting her to hide the pendant beneath her pillow as if it were something dangerous. Looking toward the door, Kanade saw the nurse and, behind her, Sakura and Ino holding flowers, Sakura with 3 and Ino with 1. Before they could enter, the nurse stepped forward to inspect the room with concern. The nurse said it could not be possible and that Sasuke should not be wandering around in such condition. She looked at Kanade and asked if Kanade knew where he had gone. Kanade replied that she had just woken up and felt as confused as the nurse. She cursed the boy for not saying goodbye, though she was lying. The nurse ran from the room to fetch the doctor who had been treating them, leaving the girls with Kanade. Kanade allowed herself a mocking smile when she realized her lie had been believed and accepted the annoyed looks from her visitors. Kanade then explained that Sasuke had gone to find teacher Kakashi to train and said she hoped the others could keep the secret he had confided to her. She smiled slightly as Sakura placed 2 flowers in a vase beside Kanade's bed. Ino admitted that she had come to see them both but was genuinely glad to see Kanade. They heard the blonde make a small grunt. Sakura, angry, insisted she had wanted to see Sasuke. Kanade joked that Sasuke must have known Sakura would come and had left earlier, drawing a glare from Ino. Kanade asked who the 3rd flower was for. Sakura answered that it was for Rock Lee. Kanade frowned at Sakura's subdued voice. Ino asked if something had happened to Rock Lee. Sakura confessed that Rock Lee would not fight again. She looked toward the door, shook her head, and announced that his injuries had been so severe he would no longer be able to continue as a ninja. Kanade rose with regret, walked to the window, and saw Rock Lee doing push-ups with a pained expression and tears on his cheeks. Concerned, Kanade called to Lee to be careful, then turned and hurried away. Sakura and Ino went to the window, saw the same sight, and worriedly ran to catch up with Kanade, who was already heading with a nurse toward Rock Lee. They could not believe he was in such a state and that, despite his injuries, he insisted on training before he had fully recovered. Rock Lee was, without a doubt, the one who suffered the most among his generation. Naruto greeted with that tasteless nickname. Sakura immediately struck Lee with a sharp blow, refusing to treat him indifferently after he had protected his team so bravely. Sakura ordered him not to call Lee that again, her tone carrying a clear warning. Sakura then smiled sincerely at Lee and thanked him, saying that his actions had opened her eyes and that she intended to become stronger. A teammate remarked to Sakura that he needed more training and added that by defeating the Sound Ninja they had honored the Uchiha clan and shown great potential, while he himself had suffered a severe defeat. Kanade looked away, unsure how to take the comment. Both of the dark-haired teammates were aware of what they had done to that Sound Ninja. In the heat of battle their bodies had moved as if driven by a sudden, uncontrollable surge, as though something inside them wanted to display the power Orochimaru had given them. Lee turned his attention to Sakura and, speaking respectfully, promised that the next time they met he would be a much stronger man. Sakura returned his smile. Kanade produced a small blade and a hairbrush from her weapon case, surprising Sakura. Kanade announced with seriousness that she would fix Sakura's hair, making it clear she could not refuse. Sakura whispered her thanks and sat back on her knees so Kanade would not have to bend too far. Kanade trimmed the ends carefully to even them out and used the brush to smooth the strands. The silky texture of Sakura's hair helped as Kanade worked with practiced precision. Sakura remained still, feeling Kanade's hands glide through her short hair, and she smiled faintly at how much their relationship had improved. Kanade teased Sakura about taking care of her hair and squinted when she accidentally pulled it. Sakura stuck out her tongue playfully, realizing she had discovered a small secret about Kanade, and smiled as Kanade stepped back to admire the result. Kanade then called Sakura over and thanked her sincerely for looking after them, noting the battered expression on Sakura's face. A brief silence followed, filled only by the soft breeze through the leaves and the distant laughter of the others amused by Naruto's antics. Sasuke and Neji remained reserved, as they always did. Sakura recalled meeting Sasuke as a child and how she had fallen for him even though he always seemed to be with another girl. She remembered how the academy boys had mocked her when she revealed her feelings, convinced she had no chance against the other girl. Kanade laughed at the memory, then released Sakura's hair, which looked quite good. Sakura explained that her parents had told her the other girl would be Sasuke's future wife. Kanade reacted with surprise and admitted she had never imagined her best friend could also be her rival. Kanade took Sakura's ninja headband and tied it back in its usual place, doing so awkwardly on purpose, which made Sakura smile. Kanade told her not to speak of an engagement with Sasuke as if it still existed, her annoyance evident, and then began to massage and comb Sakura's hair, feeling it tangle slightly in her fingers and realizing it was not as perfect as it appeared. Kanade suggested using camellia nut oil and then let Sakura's hair fall free. His lips parted slightly when his gaze met the bluish eyes of the blonde he already knew. The blonde nervously shook his hair, smiling awkwardly as he realized how embarrassed he might be under the steady watch of his teammate. The paler-haired boy, who looked younger, approached his companion and gave him a firm punch on the shoulder, annoyed that their training had started without him and that his pupil had taken the lead in chakra control. The dark-haired girl walked over to Naruto and greeted him with a small wave, which he accepted, his cheeks flushing. Naruto asked what she was training, trying to ease the awkwardness. Kanade explained that Ero Sennin wanted her to walk across the river, but it was not working entirely. Naruto's lips parted in surprise when he saw Kanade head toward the river and he ran after her, shouting that she could not take off the top of her clothing. Kanade replied that she had a tank top underneath, and she removed her shoes before approaching the water. Jiraiya interpreted her expression as a challenge and walked toward her with a small smile. Jiraiya proposed that if Kanade could walk across the river without trouble, he would treat them to their favorite food. He added with a grin that if she got wet she would owe him a special barbecue serving, and she accepted proudly, stepping toward the river. The adult's eyes widened as Kanade walked across the river without difficulty and looked back at him with a victorious expression. After seeing the demonstration, he realized she had used a trick she already knew, that level of chakra control. He had accepted her challenge clumsily. Several minutes passed, perhaps hours. Regardless, the kids were growing tired of repeating the same thing without progress. Kanade remained standing on the river while Naruto sank slightly each time he tried to walk the same way. Naruto declared that he was fed up and not getting anywhere in their training. Kanade crossed her arms. Naruto climbed out of the river, growling, and marched angrily toward his sensei, who stood with his arms folded, annoyed by Naruto's impatience. Using a controlled reserve of chakra as he had planned, Jiraiya caused a sealing mark to appear in the center of Naruto's abdomen, which caught the attention of the others training with them. Kanade tried to get Naruto's attention and frowned when she saw blue flames beginning to curl around Jiraiya's fingers as he kept them hidden behind his back. She ran forward, ignoring the scowl on her new sensei's face. Jiraiya then delivered a firm strike to the area of the seal, and Naruto collapsed to the ground from the blow. Naruto complained about the force of the impact and glared at Jiraiya in frustration. He tried to approach his sensei, but Kanade placed a hand on his abdomen to check on him, which made him blush. Kanade asked if he was all right, and Naruto nodded with an embarrassed smile. He touched the back of his neck to hide his fatigue and fidgeted awkwardly. The closeness with Kanade and her concern made him nervous. He had never shared so much with her before and was struck by how special it felt that someone so kind was worried about him. Naruto demanded to know why Ero-sennin had done such a thing, glaring at the older man. Jiraiya approached the youngsters and, with a slightly defeated expression, handed some money to Kanade, scratching his temple as if trying not to show his frustration. He told them that the payment was there and that they should go eat whatever they wanted, returning after lunch to continue their training. The two genin were surprised that he was honoring the deal he had made with his disciple. Jiraiya told Naruto to get dressed so they could go to Ichiraku, and the blonde hurried to pick up his clothes and start changing quickly so as not to lose time. Jiraiya added that he and his colleague would be discussing a few matters and asked them to come back once they finished eating. Naruto believed him more readily than Kanade did. The two genin walked on in silence, leaving the training area and heading through the forest toward Konoha. Naruto felt excited at the prospect of having lunch with Kanade, wondering if it could be a sign. He could not imagine that he would be sharing a meal with an Uchiha. Naruto admitted that he would enjoy these training sessions if they ended like this. Kanade asked what he meant, and he explained that he liked training by her side and then going to lunch as if they were on a date. Kanade corrected him that it was not a date, and Naruto laughed, saying he would think of it as one anyway. As he glanced at her again from the side, Naruto noticed something around her neck. He asked if she had always had that necklace. Kanade said it had just been given to her. Naruto asked who had given it to her, and she responded brusquely that it did not matter, that she often received gifts from admirers and that it meant nothing special. She explained that she only wore it because it bore her clan's insignia, letting go of the necklace with indifference. Naruto then asked if he could give her a better one. Kanade froze in surprise, lips slightly parted and cheeks flushed. Naruto noticed her reaction and smiled. He approached calmly, took her hand gently and lifted it toward his chest in a respectful gesture. Kanade pulled her hand away and asked what he meant. Naruto shrugged and dismissed it as nothing. Kanade frowned at his frank, serious look. He had never spoken to her that way before, and she found it surprising. The change in Naruto since the battle against Orochimaru in the Forest of Death was obvious. The fight had made him more mature and stronger. She told herself to forget it and continued walking beside him while he kept that sincere smile. They ate at Ichiraku and discussed the matches ahead. Both were determined to do their best in the upcoming encounters, which would shape their futures as ninjas. Kanade cared only about winning every bout. She also understood she had to become much stronger before facing even Sasuke. They stopped in front of the white-haired pair and noticed they were acting disrespectfully nearby. Kanade felt a flush of anger and clenched her fist at the rudeness. The nearby adults smiled cynically, and before they could react further, the bushes thickened until it was impossible to see through them. Master Bushido frowned in confusion, then turned to see Kanade pressing her hands to the earth. She had caused the foliage to densify. Master Bushido approached with a triumphant expression and asked if this would release. Kanade crossed her arms and asked if he planned to begin training her now or if she had to wait until those others stopped behaving badly. He announced that the real training would begin at that moment. She folded her arms as her sensei stood before her, simply watching. Her speed had reached a level comparable to Rock Lee's and her strength had increased remarkably. Her control over wood release had advanced as well. She could unleash a large amount of chakra to form a sturdy wooden barrier that grew into nearly impenetrable oak. The date for the final stage of the Chunin selection exam was drawing near, and Kanade and Naruto were spending more time than necessary together, risking everything to perfect the summoning technique their trainers had assigned. After long practice and chakra accumulation, their attempts so far had only produced a tadpole with small legs and an emaciated bird. Then a huge toad appeared on the cliffside carrying Naruto on its head, and Kanade felt a prickle of envy. She wanted to summon something equally impressive to prove she could do it, even if it meant pushing herself to the limit. She voiced her frustration at Naruto's success, and Master Bushido replied that she would find out soon. Before she could react further, Master Bushido pushed her off the cliff. Kanade felt the world slow as she tried to catch the edge, but the ledge was treacherous and full of dangerous obstacles that could easily cause serious harm. Realizing she had fallen too far to reach safety, she began forming the necessary seals and bit her finger to draw the small amount of blood required to complete the summoning technique. She concentrated on survival and then shouted the summoning jutsu, moving her hand toward the void. A column of smoke formed beneath her. Master Bushido smiled with satisfied anticipation. He had expected this Kanade possessed extraordinary abilities, including the activated Sharingan, and would release, even if she had not yet learned to use their full power. He had hoped that seeing a teammate succeed first would motivate her to push herself. A loud cry filled the ravine, and a massive brown-feathered bird swooped into view with Kanade clinging to its head. The bird's powerful wing beats sent leaves and small branches flying and created gusts strong enough to cleave through loose debris. The bird shouted in displeasure about having someone riding it. Kanade peeked over its head as it careened through the air. The creature's wild maneuvers forced her to cling tightly to its upper plumage, and she muttered under her breath at its stubbornness. She was annoyed that it tried to shake her off when she had summoned it. Master Bushido explained that this bird disliked being commanded by some people, especially those it found disagreeable. Kanade pleaded for the bird to stop as the dizzying turns made her ill. She also swore at Master Bushido for putting her in that position. The bird finally halted not far from Naruto and clawed the earth with irritation, restraining itself from attacking the rider. The eagle's size was impressive, the strength in its talons was fearsome, as was the gust stirred by its powerful wings. The eagle told her that she had no choice, that it had summoned her and therefore she had to help, but it could not finish the sentence because it quickly slid her down from its head along the left wing. The eagle examined the girl for a few seconds, making her feel somewhat uncomfortable. Unlike Naruto, the eagle was responding to the mature behavior that Bushido had presented on her behalf. The eagle thought it was interesting that what stood out in her eyes was a hunger for power and the memory of a traumatic past. Those were the kinds of people that drew his attention. By staying close to them, he could understand their capacity to get what they needed. Kenzo, the eagle chief, demanded to see the power, and the raven-haired girl looked at him with cool composure. She closed her eyes for a moment and, when she opened them, the Manjikyu Sharingan flared into being. The sudden strain made her falter and tears welled in her eyes, but when she opened them again they had already taken on that peculiar dark pattern. She admitted that she could not control it, that her body was not ready for it. The eagle curved a long smile with its huge beak. Kenzo told her that it was all right and that he would help when needed, but she had to promise. He paused and addressed Bushido directly, saying that Bushido must promise to teach her to use the power of her eyes, because she was still immature and would not achieve the goal on her own. The great chief of the eagles inclined his head until it nearly touched the ground and reminded them both to remember their past and to let it guide their path. A large ball of smoke formed, and when it dispersed the eagle had vanished. The disappearance surprised the raven-haired girl, who found herself staring at her hands with concern. She wondered if she really was immature and whether she had already forgotten her goal of confronting Itachi. She had not forgotten. Why had she been unable to motivate herself during training by insisting that only through that path could she overcome Itachi? Kenzo had been right about everything. The raven-haired girl had to focus on what she wanted. Only then could she fully master her ocular powers, gifts born of hatred and resentment. Her guide would be her memories, and within that past burned her hatred for Uchiha Itachi, the one responsible for destroying her clan. The spotter named the raven-haired girl once more, and those nearby swallowed hard. At their sensei's request, she was to fight second to last because she had warned she would arrive a little late, but she had already delayed far beyond what was reasonable. Her opponent had grown impatient, thinking only of how self-centered the girl was for making everyone wait. The village had talked at length about her arrival. A survivor of the Uchiha massacre would face a sound ninja, and afterward the other survivor would face a sand village contender. Both matches were the most anticipated of the day, and the judges had already granted extra time for the late arrivals. The spotter glanced at his watch and realized the time limit had been exceeded. He raised his hand, prompting the spectators to murmur about the raven-haired girl's likely disqualification. Naruto shook his head, then loudly insisted that she would arrive. Sakura pressed her lips together in anxiety. She feared the Uchiha might miss their chance to prove they could defeat any opponent. Sakura knew that the contestants sought to test themselves against the strongest, and the elite were gathered precisely for those marquee battles. Naruto, who had defeated Niji Hyuga, felt the team's victory hinged on the two raven-haired members who had yet to fight. Ino observed the team with worry and commented that she did not think the girl would arrive. Kiba mocked her, and Ino lightly swatted his head. Ino countered that as the girl's best friend, Sakura knew her well. Kiba's teasing earned him another glare. Suddenly the stadium trembled, drawing every eye to the center of the arena where a gigantic tree erupted from the ground, crushing everything around it. The crowd gasped at the sheer scale of the creation and wondered who could wield would release. The two members of the seventh squad exchanged surprised looks. They recognized the technique as one the raven-haired girl had been hiding and realized she had mastered it fully. The third member lowered his gaze with concern, aware that this skill would invite scrutiny and perhaps danger for the girl he had come to care about. A shadow appeared above the arena, darkening the sun. At its peak, the raven-haired girl stood with her arms crossed, accompanied by a tall man with long white hair. The pair presented an impressive sight. The girl launched herself toward the enormous tree. Before anyone could admire it further, the tree began to collapse inward, absorbed by the girl's power until it vanished completely. Chuji murmured in astonishment, like many others who had never seen would release an action since the first Hokage's time. Rock Lee watched the girl dismantle the tree with careful attention and saw his teammate equally awestruck, mouth slightly open and eyes wide. No one present had expected to witness that technique firsthand. The girl glanced at the sound ninja as the tree dissolved and then at the spotter who glared for having kept everyone waiting. She smiled with quiet confidence, an air of strength that made her opponent wary. She announced that there would be only 3 seconds. The spotter looked confused, but she prepared quickly. She fashioned a wooden bow and strung it with an elastic cord from her weapon HRSS, setting the weapon before her to signal she was ready. The sound opponent sneered, dismissing his challenger as a child. The spotter gave the signal to begin, and the sound ninja charged. The girl activated her 3-tomo Sharingan, tracking the enemy with precise focus and drawing a small, approving smile from her sensei. After training on the sage Kenzo's advice, she had worked to control her Sharingan and avoid overusing techniques that harmed her vision. A clone materialized in front of her, and she smiled because that was exactly what she had been waiting for. She loosed an arrow that struck the clone's center and then completed a series of seals that caused the clone to unravel and vanish in a sudden, decisive burst. The crowd reacted with stunned silence. A second arrow forced the sound ninja to hesitate, and when he tried to move he felt a wooden construct pierce his side and anchor itself to the ground. He looked at the raven-haired girl in surprise. She had not given him a chance to react. The construct began to expand outward as she formed the next seal. He attempted to pull free, but the wooden structure tightened and sprouted controlled projections that made escape impossible. He muttered a counter-seal in panic, realizing the technique left him with no straightforward way out. He struggled against the constraints and understood that if the technique completed, he would be thoroughly defeated. She was certain these fights could be to the death if necessary. The match would not stop to spare anyone. As the mental countdown reached 3 and she prepared to strike, the sensor halted her immediately. Kanade lifted her head and realized what had happened. When she faced her opponent, She saw his raised hand signaling surrender. Kanade removed the wooden stake that had pinned her opponent and the sensor registered the end of the match. He sighed in relief, dropped the weapon, and looked toward the stands where their teammates cheered with genuine smiles. They supported her even though the crowd watched the technique she had taught with apprehension. She remembered Bushido's words when she had confessed she still felt unsettled about Kabuto surrendering before she was declared the winner. If opponents surrendered, it was because they feared her and were not on her level. She should not feel ashamed. She would leave as the winner while they departed by their own choice. A smile returned to her face as she recalled that advice. She turned to head toward the exit that led to the stands just as the censor announced her victory. Her team looked at her with pride and each placed a supportive hand on her shoulders, a strange warm sensation filling her chest at the gesture. Sakura complimented Kanade, telling her that she was the best, and the blonde teammate stepped back. Sakura then embraced Kanade, returned the hug, grateful for the affection of someone she considered her closest friend. The blonde teammate crossed his arms and smiled, surprised and pleased by the strong bond between the two girls. He found it remarkable that Sakura had reached out to someone so reserved among their generation. When they reached the stands, students from other squads came forward to greet Kanade with open arms, which left her puzzled. She wondered how they could support her despite not being from the same squad. Many congratulated her with a handshake or a friendly smile. Ino hugged her with unexpected force, prompting Sakura to push back playfully, angered by Ino's habit of competing for everything Sakura valued. Ino stuck out her tongue and made a mocking face, and Sakura clenched a fist in frustration. She could not stand Ino's constant competition, but Kanade was her friend and it complicated everything. A voice called Kanade's name, and she turned. Everyone fell silent as they took in who it was. She gently pushed aside those blocking her view and stepped forward until she stood directly in front of him. Their gazes met and she felt a small flutter in her stomach. He was the most striking young man in the selection exam and older than most of them. He asked Kanade if they could speak for a moment before the next match, and Kanade quickly agreed. Naruto attempted to approach, but Sakura stopped him, shaking her head. He did not like anyone else drawing close to Kanade, the girl with whom he had shared his first date-like meeting, even if it had not been an official date. Kanade tucked a strand of hair behind her ear and noticed the faint bruises on his face that had been treated. He had lost to Naruto earlier, someone she had initially dismissed as a loser who would achieve little. She wondered how he had felt after that encounter because his demeanor had changed. His eyes no longer held resentment or hatred. He told Kanade that she had won, and she nodded in acknowledgement. He then asked directly about her match with Naruto, curious because her expression now seemed hopeful. They moved down the stairs and he stopped one step below her so they were face to face. He nodded a few times, then removed his forehead protector to reveal a seal. Kanade raised her hand and touched the mark with care, and he closed his eyes, showing a moment of calm. He admitted he had not been honest with her before. He explained that when he was 4 years old a cursed mark had been placed on him. His father and Hinata's father were twin brothers, and when the elder heir of the main branch reached 3 years old, the family enforced the division between branches. The mark had been used by the main branch to control the cadet branch. He remembered being told never to forget his duty to protect Hinata and the members of the main branch. That was what had been expected of him. The boy explained that he had believed his father had been murdered by the main branch to save the elder heir, but he had recently learned that his father had sacrificed himself to give him and their clan a better future. His father had died a hero. He then confessed that Naruto had helped him see that people shape their own destinies. They forge their paths and decide what future they want to build. Kanade asked him what he was trying to tell her. Niji smiled again and moved closer to Kanade, shortening the distance between them. He told her that she could choose her destiny and perhaps find the same calm that he now felt. Kanade wondered whether each person truly chose their own fate. She could not understand how she might feel the peace someone else claimed. Could she live knowing Itachi was alive while her brother's body lay lost in the river? She told Niji that she could never feel such peace. No one could tell her the massacre had been caused by someone else and return her family. She clenched a fist, looked at him with sadness, and apologized, saying he could not change her mind and that tranquility could not replace her despair. Niji suggested that Naruto might open her eyes. Kanade whispered that she did not believe it and stepped back a few centimeters. Someone they both knew interrupted to announce that the combat was about to begin. He noted that Sasuke had not yet arrived but would, and that whether Kanade wanted to see him was her choice. Then he ran off toward the stands. Kanade watched him leave suddenly and glanced at Niji, who maintained a relaxed expression. Both sighed resignedly and headed to the bleachers, climbing the stairs together though each felt different inside. Once in the stands, Niji joined his team while Kanade stood confused, watching her own. Naruto sat with his gaze lowered toward the arena, and Sakura fidgeted with her hands in obvious worry. Kanade focused on Naruto and sensed that something had shaken him, as if he had seen something terrifying. She moved to interrupt his moment with Niji. Sakura greeted Kanade with a questioning look and a mischievous smile, excited and a little envious about the encounter with the Hyuga. Kanade told Sakura there had been nothing, gently pushing the redhead, who laughed at the awkwardness. Both looked toward the arena as the dark-haired entrant took the stage beside Kakashi-sensei. The impressive entrance drew shouts from the crowd and caused the girls who liked him to flutter with excitement. Kanade smiled with a hint of disdain and glanced at the necklace, the gift she had been given. The match began immediately, and everyone's attention turned to the taijutsu of Rock Lee and his mentor, Guy. It was clear they had worked to perfect speed, strength, and dexterity. Kakashi explained that Sasuke had copied some of Lee's movements with his Sharingan, which had made the progress much faster. The arena erupted when one combatant was thrown away by a strike that shattered his sand shield. Kanade murmured to herself that it had happened in only a month as Lee moved to the edge of the stands to observe Sasuke's technique. The arena then surrounded Gaara in a sphere of sand that intrigued everyone watching. Sasuke tried to strike the sphere, but the sand burst outward in thorn-like formations that struck him and forced him to pull back. Without hesitation, Sasuke climbed to the top of the arena, formed hand seals, and drove his hands toward the ground. Kanade remembered being told about that technique by Bushido-sama and how Kakashi had created it. She had been asked if she wanted to learn it, but she had refused. She wanted speed, and Sasuke would be the one to master that. Power. A rush of birdsong accompanied Sasuke's attack, and Kanade felt a small victorious smile. The lightning in Sasuke's hand pierced the barrier Gaara had formed. She acknowledged to herself that the Chidori was impressive and felt a twinge of regret for having given up access to that technique. A muffled scream echoed inside the sand sphere. Sasuke struggled desperately to free his hand, but his efforts seemed constrained. He managed to break free at great cost, and a massive sand arm shaped like a claw emerged and lunged at him. Sasuke avoided the attack with quick reflexes. Suddenly Kanade felt drowsy and realized someone was attempting to trap them in a genjutsu. She set her hands into position and dispersed the illusion, then reached out and touched Naruto to wake him. An explosion knocked those enforcing the genjutsu off balance. As Kanade looked toward the area where the Kage were seated, she saw the Kazekage seize the third by the collar and lift him toward the ceiling. A massive rectangular barrier then formed around both Kages. When a ninja tried to break through that barrier, he was struck down by overwhelming force, making it impossible to help the Hokage. Gaara's companions and his sensei sprang to his defense, and they began to withdraw as their sensors moved to protect Sasuke. When an opening appeared, Sasuke followed the enemy. Kanade glanced at the rest of her team and understood they were going to support him. Sunagakure had risen against Konoha, and the two villages were now set to clash to defend their positions. Kanade watched as the body of her teammate was carried farther away. She looked at Naruto, who understood he needed to move forward to provide support and not lose the trail. Sakura looked more anxious than usual because they were about to face Gaara, a man known for showing no mercy and feeling no remorse for ending a life, the same person who had left Lee seriously injured. The dark-haired Kanade felt a sudden, intense pain in her head that forced her to stop abruptly, and her companions stopped with her in concern. Sakura asked what was wrong, and Kanade shook her head. Kanade told Sakura to go find Naruto, explaining that she had a severe headache and did not think she could continue without resting first. She sat on the branch where she had paused and leaned against the trunk. Sakura reluctantly agreed and hurried away to look for their other teammates rather than remain with her friend. She could not stand idle while the others were in danger. The thought of finding them hurt or worse at the hands of that sand wielder terrified her. Kanade closed her eyes and a sarcastic smile appeared on her face as she sensed a familiar presence emerging from the hollow of the tree where she had been resting. She looked to her right and saw a figure she recognized. The man stepped fully out of the trunk and regarded her with a stony expression. The man spoke harshly to ask what she was doing there. His darker persona said he had been sent to fetch her. Kanade raised her gaze to watch his movements. He reported that their superior believed she had learned to control her Sharingan and was ready to go with him. Kanade replied that she had no plans to leave Konoha yet and instructed him to tell their superior that she was fine without him and that she would seek him out when she was ready. The man glanced toward the distant, powerful chakra signatures several kilometers away, noting that a fight was underway and that Kanade had chosen not to join. She seemed to be avoiding the conflict on purpose to conserve herself for what mattered. The man taunted that she was softening and asked if she was growing fond of the village. Kanade responded with a derisive smile that it was not that she liked the village so much as she was not ready to abandon it. She had also met someone there who was training her in ways she appreciated, teaching her summoning technique and how to control her chakra using wood release. Kanade told him to inform their superior that she did not need to be fetched, that she was not strong enough to face him and her Sharingan still did not synchronize properly with her eyes. She feared losing her sight and did not want that to happen. The lighter persona reminded her that things did not work that way for their superior, and Kanade grunted in annoyance. She tried to add something else, but the man's form began to blur and vanish among the branches. Kanade closed her eyes as the person they had been talking about appeared in front of her with an eye technique similar to her Sharingan, prompting her to stand quickly out of respect. Almost a year had passed since she had last seen him, and she was certain he wanted to see for himself whether she had improved in what he had taught her during the time he had sheltered her. Kanade informed him that she felt comfortable training in the village with her current mentor, who was one of the legendary Sannin. She crossed her arms and looked away. The approaching presence pressed closer, intimidating her until she found herself backed against the tree trunk. She had always felt some fear in the face of this man. He was far stronger than anyone she had known before, and she could not risk rebelling. He told her he would take her with him and asked if she disagreed. Kanade replied that she did not agree at the moment. The mysterious man placed a hand on her shoulder so she would look him directly in the eyes, and that simple contact made her feel unexpectedly protected. His strength reassured her that he would not harm her while she was by his side. He reminded her that she would have to fight him later to prove her growth, so they would meet again soon. Kanade said she wanted to remain for a few more years with the one who trained her. When the man asked for that trainer's name, Kanade initially protested but then pleaded for him not to hurt the man. She finally revealed his name, Bushido-sama. The man cracked his knuckles, and Kanade set her jaw as the familiar dual presence watched over her. This being had always been attentive to her care and movements. He did not interfere much with her decisions but made sure she knew he was watching closely to inform their superior. Kanade glanced to her right as she sensed several more presences. She realized ninjas from the Sound Village were approaching. A malicious smile crossed her face as she noticed their chakra fading into the shadows behind a tree. She dropped from the branch in a single leap and confronted those who had been detected. Most of the enemies took up battle stances. A few kept mocking smiles, eager to toy with a girl from Konoha and prove their ruthlessness. Several of the assailants stepped back when Kanade's Sharingan flashed, her eyes flickering with a crimson light as tears welled up. One of the attackers hurled a sharp blade at her. The blade struck the left side of her chest gear, slowing only briefly before she surged forward toward her opponents. She felt a stinging sensation in her eyes, but that did not stop her from accelerating into the fray. Her attackers began to strike at her but failed to land a single wound, and the leader of the group finally stepped back, panic visible on his face. Kanade remained motionless like the others, confused by her sudden decision. In less than a second, a massive expansion of Mokutan erupted, eliciting shouts from the enemies as roots and timber overwhelmed them and left them incapacitated. Several fell, groaning and defeated, while nearby leaves trembled from the force of the technique. When she raised her gaze, she found once more the figure who had vanished and left her with all the work. She noticed the Sharingan activated in his eye and expected to be controlled again, but he surprised her by reaching toward the Orochimaru mark on his neck and giving it a brief, almost affectionate touch. He indicated with a cold, chilling voice that she could go and then disappeared at last into the thick trunk of a tree behind him. Kanade looked toward the fallen ninja she had incapacitated and realized what she had done behind her teammates' backs. They were surely engaged in battle with Gaara to stop his plans against Konoha. She clenched her fists as she felt the presence of the comrade she respected and glanced over her shoulder, seeing again his form divided into two tones, white and black. The stranger urged her to follow, explaining that he had no choice and had been ordered to guide her to her friends. Kanade frowned with annoyance. She admitted reluctantly that they were not her friends. She had never been able to call them that. Despite the many moments they had shared, the idea angered her. She had pushed people away and lost those she allowed in. Only Sakura had become close to her by accepting her difficult temperament, and Kanade had never imagined she would be able to call anyone a friend. Sasuke then announced that he had stopped and reported the presence of Naruto's chakra nearby, adding that their teammates were ahead, before disappearing among the trees and leaving Kanade alone to be guided. She did not know what she would find, but she prepared herself mentally for whatever awaited. Kanade halted on a branch and found Sasuke fighting Gaara, whose body was partially wrapped in a strange, beast-like mass of sand. She could not help but think of Naruto, who also kept a powerful demon sealed within, but unlike Naruto, Gaara was wrapped in darkness from the mistreatment he had endured. The inner presence within Gaara began to search frantically for a powerful chakra it had sensed and demanded to know where it was. The entity's voice filled the space as it scoured the area. The search ended when it focused on Kanade, who glared at it with a scowl. Her teammates were surprised by her sudden arrival and offered small, satisfied smiles. Sasuke ordered Kanade to stay away from him when he realized Gaara had turned his attention toward her. By impulse, Gaara attacked Sasuke, and Sasuke was struck with such force that his body slammed into a thick tree trunk and he fell unconscious, landing face down on the branch. Naruto looked desperate and different. He scanned the area to find the cause of his teammates' anguish and saw not far away Sakura's unconscious form held fast by a strangling mass of sand that prevented her from moving or falling free. Naruto called out Sakura's name with growing desperation but received no response. Kanade shook her head, understanding that Sakura would not answer. She saw clearly that Sakura had become a hostage and felt rising anxiety as the sand's grip tightened around her friend. Naruto then said in a rougher tone that he would handle Gaara and instructed Kanade to try to free Sakura and check on Sasuke. Their eyes met and Kanade felt in some way that she could trust those words. Naruto's bluish gaze locked with Kanade's onyx eyes, and a mutual, fragile trust began to build between them. Naruto sensed something odd stirring inside his own mind and turned his attention elsewhere, preparing to leap from branch to branch toward the red-haired shinobi of the Sand Village. Kanade started to run toward Sakura to carry out Naruto's direction, but she stopped when she felt Gaara's powerful chakra rushing toward her at blistering speed. She turned left and found the half-beast boy glaring at her with hatred and intent to kill. Her hands trembled, betraying how difficult it would be to dodge even with her speed. Suddenly a strange mass separated from Gaara's arm similar to the sand that held Sakura and shot toward her at even greater speed. Something within Kanade activated, forcing her to focus on the incoming attack. In an instant the attack vanished from its original path, redirected and sent crashing into a nearby tree instead. The diversion only infuriated the sand beast more, and it resumed its pursuit, leaping rapidly from branch to branch. Naruto opened his eyes, aware of what would happen if Kanade did not move, and propelled himself forward with enough force to intercept Gaara. He struck the sand shinobi with a powerful blow that sent him far from his companions and separated him so that he focused solely on Naruto. Kanade looked toward the redirected attack she had diverted with the power of her eyes and could not understand what had happened. She wondered how she had done it and what she had activated within her Sharingan. Naruto called out urgently, asking if Kanade was all right. Naruto asked with concern. He sensed that something was troubling Kanade, as if, despite not having been struck, she were suffering harm from something she did not fully understand. Kanade nodded where she sat, hoping Naruto would notice. When he gave no response and asked nothing more, she understood he had seen her answer. Her breathing began to catch, and she shook her head to steady herself. Once her mind cleared, she prepared to leap towards Sakura, but a touch on her shoulder made her stop. She glanced over the shoulder that had been touched, frowned when no one stood behind her, and resumed her path to Sakura. She hid the necklace beneath her clothing and focused on Sakura, who was already close. Looking toward Naruto, she noticed him struggling against Gaara. He was being driven back, and that worried her. Sasuke was unconscious, and Kanade had already used a great deal of chakra after activating her Sharingan. They could not assist Naruto, and there was no sign that the Jonin would come to help. Kanade wondered if Naruto had something hidden up his sleeve. Kanade dropped to her knees as weakness washed over her. She looked up at the tree branch above and saw red droplets hitting it. She brought her hand to her eyes and gently brushed her cheeks, then lifted her gaze to find a red sheen marring her vision. She shook her head, deactivated her Sharingan, and decided she did not need it any longer. She rose and leapt towards Sakura, drew a kunai from her weapon pouch, and struck the amorphous sand that held her teammate. After a few precise cuts, Sakura's body was freed. Kanade gathered her and carried her away from the tree, pausing where Sasuke lay and was waking from the blow he had received. Kanade gently set Sakura down beside Sasuke. Sasuke looked at Kanade with confusion. Kanade reached out toward him as her sight blurred. Sasuke took her in his arms and held her tightly. He was not sure what was happening, but he noticed a grayish ring at the edge of one of Kanade's irises and pulled her closer to steady her. His gaze shifted to Naruto high in the tree, fighting Gaara at a distance. Even to Sasuke, Naruto looked different, as if his strength had increased overnight. Gaara growled that they would not escape and began to knock down the surrounding trees. Naruto urged everyone to get up and move. Naruto held Sakura firmly while Sasuke carried Kanade away from Gaara's attacks. Exhausted, the four of them concealed themselves inside a hollow log. Hearing Gaara's taunts, Kanade bristled and tried to stand, but Sasuke steadied her and sat her back down. He admitted that he was not at the absolute limit of his abilities, but he had already used Chidori twice and that was his known limit. He said he could attempt to form one more to push Gaara away. Kanade looked at Sasuke with concern, knowing that exceeding one's chakra limits could harm the body or worse. She warned him not to do anything reckless. Sasuke climbed out of the hollow and began forming the hand signs that signaled the technique his teacher had taught him. Naruto said he would cover Sasuke's back. Kanade felt a strong instinct to protect Sakura and to show that her abilities were enough to face an opponent like Gaara. She moved toward the two boys, threading between them. Both Naruto and Sasuke smiled at her as they appreciated her skill. Sasuke's hand became surrounded by lightning, crackling like flocks of birds and catching Gaara's attention. Behind them, Paku stood watch over Sakura, allowing the others to concentrate on the fight. Sasuke explained that he needed a path to reach Gaara because the broken trees blocked a direct jump. Kanade quickly formed her bow, set a spear from her arsenal, and began launching them one after another. The spears struck the broken trunks and created a makeshift path toward Gaara. Kanade's precision brought a small smile to Sasuke's face. Gaara shouted that their hatred was weak just as Sasuke leapt toward him. The comrades coordinated their attack, aware that the Chidori was fading. For a moment it swelled, becoming slightly larger than before, and struck Gaara. The blow caused Gaara to cry out, and a sand appendage he had formed shattered under the assault. Kanade watched Sasuke as the cursed marks began to take control of his body. She looked to Naruto with concern, and Naruto understood that he had to distract the enemy before he could attack his teammate. Sasuke's body fell from the tree branch unconscious. Kanade jumped toward him and immediately noticed the cursed marks spreading over his body. She closed her eyes, placed her hand where the marks began, formed a familiar seal, and Sasuke's screams echoed through the forest. Kanade shouted as the curse burned through her. She had not felt such intense pain since the day Bushido restrained him with another seal. She did not expect to free him by forcing more chakra from herself and regretted having used so many draining techniques. The pain eased and a measure of peace returned to Kanade. She rose and looked at her sensei with a grimace. Bushido walked toward her, bent down to meet her height, and told her he would teach her to control the curse because she was Sasuke's teammate and he might need her help. She listened closely as he demonstrated the seals and explained their use. Kanade asked if that meant she would be able to help Sasuke if he lost control. Bushido nodded vaguely but looked serious. He explained that she could control the curse at the beginning of its release, but once the mark began changing the body, there would be nothing she could do but wait. Kanade asked what he meant by changing the body, and Bushido warned that it was something she did not want to see. The cursed mark faded from Sasuke's body and Naruto kicked the red-haired attacker away with a strong blow to his face. Kanade knew it would take more time to fully seal the curse and for Sasuke to regain control and movement. She turned back to Naruto and realized he was performing a summoning ritual. She could not understand why he would try to summon the Toad Boss. A cloud of smoke circled the tree trunk and, when it dispersed, a small toad appeared and immediately began arguing with Naruto before sticking out its tongue in mockery. Kanade looked at her hands and remembered the summoning she had performed the day before, calling forth a young cousin of the great Kenzo named Reiko. She opened her mouth slightly when she realized that Gaara's body had vanished and been replaced by a strange mole-shaped beast. The beast attacked the small summoned toad, forcing Naruto to protect it with his body. The little toad responded with a curt remark that passed for thanks. Naruto used the shadow clone technique to close the distance with the beast. When he reached its back, he produced an explosive kunai in a surprising move and announced that he would use the technique his teacher Kakashi had shown him before plunging the kunai into the beast's torso. Everyone watching felt a flush of embarrassment at Naruto's antics. Kanade slammed a hand to her forehead, remembering how Naruto had been humiliated during the bell test and feeling angry that he was making a fool of himself again. She scolded Naruto for not using a proper technique and demanded to know why he had not chosen something more effective. Her frustration was interrupted when the beast threw Naruto away and the explosive kunai detonated behind him. Sasuke moved quickly to cushion Naruto's fall and keep his body from slamming into the tree. From a distance, they could see Gaara crying out from the damage the explosive had done. Kanade glanced over her shoulder and saw Sakura with Paku still unconscious and felt a surge of remorse. She had not shown her full self to protect the people she was beginning to care about. She reminded herself that she had lied about her attachments to keep the person in charge of her care from taking her away from the Hidden Leaf Village. If she admitted to having formed special bonds, he would try to strip away what she had gained, as had happened before when she had trusted someone who eventually betrayed her. Kanade sprang toward her teammates and took a battle stance, surprising them. She told them that right now all that mattered to her was their survival and ordered them to take Sakura away immediately, not to look back no matter what happened, and to get Sakura to the Hidden Leaf Hospital for treatment. She activated her awakened eye, revealing a precise pattern that resembled a shuriken, and said she would buy them time to escape. She admitted that she had lost everything once and would not allow people important to her to be killed again. Naruto, surprised, asked if they were really important to her. Kanade removed the necklace she had hidden under her clothing and threw it to Sasuke, who caught it quickly and examined it. He felt a strange impulse to protect her. It was ironic to consider it now. He had once threatened her and called her a rival, and yet he moved to stand beside her with determination. Before Kanade could rush at Gaara, Naruto placed his hand against her chest to stop her, creating a moment of confusion. Naruto explained that Gaara was like him. He had felt the same loneliness and sadness. Naruto had believed Gaara was strong because he had been alone and fought only for himself, but Naruto insisted that was not true strength. He argued that one cannot become truly strong by fighting only for oneself. He then assumed a familiar stance and let out a powerful cry, releasing a visible surge of chakra that impressed even the Uchiha watching from nearby. Naruto called on and performed the multiple shadow clone technique. Naruto shouted, and several real clones appeared, surrounding Gaara and threatening him. Kanade was surprised to see such a vast amount of chakra in her blonde teammate. Naruto promised Kanade that he would protect everyone, and he turned his gaze toward the beast. Gaara asked how Naruto had made so many replicas as he looked around at hundreds of Narutos. Naruto apologized for making him wait and indicated that this was where his story began, pointing with a proud smile. He told them both to rest because it was his turn to stop the threat and asked them to trust him. He ordered his clones forward, and they obeyed, leaping at the opponent. Kanade's lips parted as she realized how different the Naruto in front of her was from the one she remembered. She recalled the times he had been humiliated and insulted by others for not thinking things through. His strength had increased considerably, leaving her several steps behind and stirring a little envy. Kanade had not been wrong to want to be part of his squad from the start. She had always trusted that he would grow stronger than the others. The battle dragged on longer than it should have, and Gaara answered with a desperate transformation into a huge sand creature, like a mole of sand taller than a mountain. The sight of the beast roaring Naruto's name filled the onlookers with fear. A wall of sand surged toward Naruto and wrapped around him, trapping him in a coffin of sand and restricting his movements. Kanade tried to move to help, but Sasuke's hand on her wrist held her back. Looking at him, she realized he was afraid. At the thought that Naruto could be seriously harmed, Kanade wrenched free of the grip and began to run toward him, but Sasuke grabbed her by the waist to prevent her advance. Sasuke then shouted that it was enough and declared that he would be the one to help Naruto, releasing Kanade from his hold. Naruto performed a summoning technique and broke free from the sand coffin, revealing beneath him a master toad as massive as the beast itself. Kanade murmured in surprise that her teammate could still summon after expending so much chakra. Sasuke could not understand what was happening or the technique his teammate had used, nor how Kanade had known what Naruto was doing. Something in their training had created a trust Kanade understood but Sasuke lacked. The movements of the two enormous bodies kicked up powerful gusts that pushed the spectators back. Just when they thought the great toad was giving ground, it transformed into a giant nine-tailed fox, an image that left Kanade stunned. Kanade wondered what Naruto was trying to prove by taking on the form of the nine-tailed fox. Kanade and Sasuke started to run away from the battle together, aware that neither of them stood a chance against those forces and that their interference would only be a hindrance. The realization brewed anger and frustration in them. They felt jealousy and the sting of falling behind while Naruto advanced farther and farther. They needed a power they had lacked since childhood, and they resolved to obtain it no matter what. Chapter 20. The Summoning Technique and the Wise Counsel of a Superior. Kanade looked toward the mirror and noticed how different she appeared with longer, shinier hair. Her face remained the same, reflecting the beauty she had inherited from her parents. She brought a hand to her neck and gently touched the pendant that Sasuke had given her, which she had placed on a choker ordered through the nurse. It was the day she was to be discharged. Only 2 days had passed since Sasuke left to look for Kakashi, the instructor, and that short span of healing was enough for her. The pain was gone and she felt ready to train with the person Kakashi had introduced to her when they had stopped Orochimaru's cursed seal. She understood that she would have to follow orders and work hard if she wanted to face the best junior ninja from the allied villages. Naruto would be in that fight as well and would face Niji Hyuga, a top-tier ninja who had caught her interest. Kanade had to trust that either one of them would advance and that one might face her if it came to that. She set the pendant aside and watched the person who landed in her room. The white-haired man who looked young despite his true age had arrived, and she realized she would have to endure rigorous training and give her best if she wanted to be superior to anyone. She felt certain she could reach her goal and reunite with her teammates, who were training away from the village. Naruto was training with someone as powerful as his new instructor, a member of the legendary ninja trio. Master Bushido asked if she was ready, and Kanade nodded without expression. A wry smile crossed the older man's face when he noticed her grim demeanor. It was obvious she was a survivor of the Uchiha massacre who had lost everything, including hope. Kanade secured her weapon pouch and walked up to the man, pausing at his side. She glanced at him and saw him tie his hair into a high ponytail, an action that unexpectedly tightened something in her stomach. Kakashi had warned her that many young women fell for a man who looked 20 and acted like a mysterious adult. Master Bushido studied his disciple and, seeing she was prepared, motioned for her to follow. They began leaping across the rooftops of the Hidden Leaf Village. Kanade asked where they were going, curious about the training ahead. Master Bushido said that he wanted to evaluate her speed and strength and learn which techniques and primary chakra elements she mastered, glancing at the calm young woman by his side. Kanade pointed out that he had not answered her question. He replied that she would train with him and 2 others and that she had nothing to worry about, and Kanade allowed a small smile. She would soon be surprised to learn who she would be training with for the remainder of the final stage of the exam for promotion to middle rank ninja. Chapter 21 would release the girl with Hashirama cells. Omniscient narrator. Chapter added. Kanade cried out Naruto as she lunged toward the falling blonde and caught him before his body hit the ground. She extended both arms to hold her teammate and kept him from striking the earth as Gaara had. Kanade hugged Naruto's limp form tightly, feeling warmth on her arms from the wound. A gentle shove forced Kanade to release Naruto, and he began to drag himself across the ground on his chin, unable to move his legs or arms. Sasuke watched from a distance with a troubled expression. He was attending to Sakura, who remained unconscious, while Paku stayed on the edge, observing the scene unfolding around Naruto. Gaara's body lay a few meters from the 7th squad. He stared at Naruto with a tortured expression of fear and desperation, as if the blonde victor had become an object of panic. Kanade noticed that Gaara could not move and made no attempt to flee, even as Naruto drew closer. Kanade murmured that it was enough as she listened to Naruto's low grunts while he crawled forward. Naruto halted at a short distance, drawing the attention of his group, who watched in confusion at what he intended to do in his weakened state. Kanade felt a flare of remorse. She had always been harsh with Naruto, insulting him and calling him an idiot, but beneath those barbs lay admiration and a complicated jealousy. Every day he taught her, by example, how perseverance and a strong spirit could change people. He never gave up and insisted on showing his worth to those who had once scorned him. Naruto lifted his face toward the red-haired young man and conveyed with his eyes the depth of his sympathy for Gaara's suffering. He admitted that he understood that pain, that it hurt, but that now he had people who mattered to him. He began to pull himself forward on his knees while Kanade walked toward him. He warned that he would not allow anyone to hurt those important to him and that he would stop them, even if he had to fight to do so. Gaara begged Naruto not to approach. Naruto explained that he risked his life for strangers because his loneliness had been a kind of hell and these people had pulled him out of it and accepted him. They were important to him. Kanade moved closer to Naruto. Sasuke had already come near, and Kanade knelt to look at the blonde, who kept his gaze fixed on Gaara. Gaara looked up at the clear sky, perhaps pondering Naruto's words. Naruto had a way of making people rethink their actions. There was something inside him that caused others to pause before acting. Kanade took Naruto's hand, and he looked at her with a faint smile. Gently, she rested his head to help him find a place to rest. She observed that both Naruto and Gaara had exhausted their chakra and decided that it was enough. Kanade stroked Naruto's forehead as he slipped into unconsciousness, a satisfied smile on his face that reassured her. He was content, having tried to save others with all he had learned. Kanade wiped the wound on Naruto's forehead and then looked into the pale blue eyes of the Sand Shinobi, but their moment was interrupted when Gaara's allies moved into a defensive stance. Kanade calmly ordered that they should not fight. The puppet master protested, but Kanade insisted that it was time to stop, and the others reluctantly agreed. Gaara's ally steadied him, lifting him carefully from the ground, and Gaara looked once more at the person who had risked his life for them. He noticed Kanade tending to Naruto's unconscious form, cleaning the wound on his forehead with care and gently stroking the top of his head. Gaara wondered if this was what acceptance felt like. When Kanade met his gaze again, memories came to him of what he had been told about people becoming strong to protect those they loved. He stopped thinking about it as the one who had been supporting Naruto sprang up and prepared to carry him back to his village for the care he needed. Gaara finally understood, recalling all the times people had cared for him and endured his behavior. They had stood by his side despite everything. Gaara called for Kankuro and Temari, then apologized, surprising both of them, and they responded with faint smiles. Temari reassured him that he did not need to apologize. Kanade looked once more at the black kimono lying on her bed and sighed, thinking of the news she had been given after taking Naruto to Konoha Hospital. The person who had cared for her for many years, the third Hokage, had died after being defeated by Orochimaru, who had once been his student. Many in the village were already preparing to attend the memorial. Kanade still hesitated about whether she should go and witness the village's mourning. She closed her eyes as rain tapped against the roof. A quiet knock sounded at the front door, and she made her way down the hall and down the stairs to answer it. When she opened the door, Sasuke stood there dressed in black, wearing loose trousers and a matching shirt, holding his forehead protector in his right hand. He said he had come to fetch her and, with a vague attempt to sound authoritative, added that he knew her well enough to expect she would not go to say goodbye after the massacre that had taken so much from them. Kanade stepped aside and invited him in. He moved through the house, taking in each corner and filling with memories of being welcomed there as a child. Everything was as he remembered, the old furniture and the family portraits that spoke of what the household once was. Kanade's home, like his own, felt silent and somber, a large house for a few young people left with the painful memory of what they had lost. Kanade admitted that the third Hokage had always looked out for her, caring for her and her reputation. She confessed that she had never been truly grateful, visiting him more out of obligation and resenting his grandfatherly attention. She explained that she had kept people at a distance because she did not want to form attachments after losing her family. Her gaze dropped to the portrait of her older brother as she said this. Sasuke approached with a small, supportive expression. He took Kanade's hand and placed in her palm the necklace she had once given him during the battle with Gaara. The raven-haired girl parted her lips slightly at the sight as they looked at the necklace together, and a brief, awkward silence passed between them. Kanade made clear that the necklace was hers and that she did not want to remember the past. Sasuke responded that if she kept it, they could create new memories. Kanade looked at him again, feeling a strange stirring in her thoughts. When her hand opened, Sasuke picked up the necklace, moved closer by a few inches, and fastened it behind her neck so the pendant hung in front of her. Kanade touched the pendant gently and remembered that it had been a keepsake from a promise. When she looked up, Sasuke had already stepped away and turned his back. He told her calmly to wait there and headed upstairs to his room. Kanade took the kimono in her hands and dressed quickly, worried she might be late for the memorial. She hurried downstairs, only to find Sasuke gone from the house. She sighed and was about to leave when she saw him outside on the fence, looking up at a sky heavy with clouds. The rain had stopped, so walking would be easy, and it seemed likely the showers would return later in the day. Sasuke had, after all, waited for her. As they walked, Kanade tried to start a conversation and asked whether Naruto and Sakura were already at the memorial. Sasuke said that both of them were still waiting. When she asked if he had been with them, he nodded and explained that they had asked after her and that he had told them he would go fetch her. Kanade smiled softly. If Sasuke said he would fetch her, Naruto and Sakura would follow even if he did not seem to want company. They turned down a street and at last saw their teammates ahead, looking anxious. Naruto gave Sakura a nudge to make her look, and both of them ran toward Kanade and Sasuke with genuine smiles. Naruto embraced Kanade tightly. Kanade noticed Sasuke's half-smile and felt a surge of warmth at the sense of belonging she had not realized she had formed with her teammates. When Naruto released the hug, the four of them continued walking together. Sakura and Kanade spoke quietly about the third Hokage's death, with Sakura asking if someone as good as him deserved such a fate. Kanade answered with a firm, sorrowful denial, and both reflected on the loss with a shared sense of nostalgia. When they arrived, they saw many of their academy peers gathered, looking sadly at the photos of the fallen ninjas. In the center of the display stood a larger photograph of the third Hokage, and the four friends fell into a respectful, quiet procession to pay their respects. Those who knew the old man's fondness for the Uchiha made a path until she stood beside her team before everyone. In the distance, little Konohamaru cried out for his grandfather. He looked up and met Kanade's gaze. When she signaled for him to come, he stopped crying and ran with all his might to stand at her side. After a few seconds, the dark-haired woman placed her hand on the boy's shoulder and drew him into a sincere embrace, which quieted him into silent sobs as he rubbed his eyes to keep the tears from falling. One of the village elders announced that the funeral for the third Hokage, along with the other who gave their lives in battle, was about to begin. Several people walked to the table in front of the photographs and placed white flowers there. Kanade stared at her flower for a few moments before deciding to step forward, and everyone watched what she did. Kanade then shouted that they knew nothing about her and demanded to be let go, struggling against the grip of the Konoha shinobi who tried to restrain her. She did not want to return to the village she had left after her family's death. She had lived outside it for a long time and did not want to be separated from the person who had taken her in when she had nothing. She felt deep gratitude toward the one who had trained her and a special attachment to him despite the times he had belittled her. If they forced her away from him, she warned that her attitude would change. She felt that Konoha was taking away the small comfort she had finally achieved. The third Hokage ordered them to release her when he saw the girl struggling with the security squad. One of the men argued that the girl had been alone in the forest and they did not know where she came from. He suggested she might be a trap and laughed at the accusations leveled at her. Another stepped forward and identified her as a descendant of the Uchiha clan, then placed his hand on her head and assured her that she would never be alone again because her brother had made him promise to take care of her. He was surprised to see tears slide down the dark-haired girl's cheeks. Kanade did not decide to remain in the village because of the Hokage's kind words. She stayed in part to remember what she had once lost at the hands of someone, to let the memory fill her with anger and to hold on to how much she had once wanted to kill that person. She looked at the photograph of the third Hokage and allowed a small smile. She whispered a quiet thanks to herself and returned to her place beside little Konomaru and his team. Everyone fell back into formation in silence. Kanade looked up at the sky as it began to clear. Naruto asked aloud why people risked their lives to protect others, and Irika, the teacher, looked toward the photograph of the elder and explained that when a person dies, they disappear along with their past, lifestyle, and future. Many people die on missions and in wars, he said. They die in ways that can seem shockingly simple. Those who die had goals and dreams, but they also had people important to them: relatives, siblings, friends, partners, people they trusted and supported. The bond connecting people, present since birth and bound tighter over time, is beyond simple reason. Those connected by that bond act because it matters. Naruto said he thought he understood, though he admitted it was painful when someone died. Kakashi intervened, stating that the third had not died in vain and had left something meaningful for everyone. He told Naruto that someday he would understand. Naruto nodded and said he believed he was beginning to understand. When the tribute ended, people slowly dispersed. Kakashi's seventh team gathered while Naruto said goodbye to Irika, who watched the boy with a smile as Naruto ran back to his teammates waiting with small smiles of their own. The new generation, it seemed, had inherited the fiery destiny the Hokage had spoken of. Kanade glanced toward the village wall, feeling an odd premonition, but she dismissed it because she planned to have lunch with her team after the somber farewell the Hokage had received. High on the wall, two figures surveyed the destruction that Orochimaru's attack had caused. Cloaked in black with red clouds across one of them, they contemplated the brutality of the assault on Konoha. One observed that the village had avoided total destruction, though the damage was severe. The other remarked coldly that the village had prospered in a peculiar way and called it regrettable. A teasing comment about having a connection to one's birthplace passed between them. The other denied having any such ties. One of the two looked silently at his former village, curiosity in his expression. He closed his eyes for a moment and then opened them, revealing at last the distinctive red of the Sharingan with 3 tomo. Several days had passed since the death of the third Hokage. Everyone had continued with their lives, helping those who had lost their homes in the incident or offering financial support to families who had lost the ninja who supported them. It was hard to watch people sink into sadness at the thought of someone they missed, but death and loss were part of life. Kanade, the dark-haired young woman, looked different from everyone else. Something inside her had changed completely. She felt watched from afar and spent most of her time on guard. She activated her ocular technique, revealing the 3 tomo, and her lips parted as she sensed the chakra of someone she knew, a presence she wanted to confront with all her strength. That chakra belonged to the person who had shattered her illusions and taught her what loneliness felt like. She began to walk, quickening her pace toward that person, passing through the village and brushing past those in the streets, drawing a few annoyed glances. The third Hokage was no longer there to defend her from people who judged her for the Uchiha clan massacre. Now she had to endure scornful looks and feel everyone talk about her without caring whether she heard them. There was no longer any reason for people to respect her. Her gaze locked onto Sasuke, who stood distractedly looking at the snacks in a shop. Kanade moved toward him without hesitation and gripped his forearm. Sasuke jerked away with a brusque motion. Kanade announced to Sasuke that Itachi was in the village, taking his forearm again and leaving him frozen by the revelation. Sasuke pulled away once more and followed his teammate closely. Kanade remained silent, scanning each street they crossed as if trying to pinpoint the path to the person she had mentioned. She was sure they were getting closer. The chakra grew stronger with every step toward the lake. Kanade stopped suddenly and raised her arm to Sasuke's chest to make him stop as well, and he obeyed. The presence of Itachi vanished completely from Kanade's chakra perception. She tried to relocate the chakra. It was impossible that it had simply disappeared when she had felt it so near. She closed her eyes for a few seconds to concentrate, but all she could pick up were the chakra signatures of other people that did not interest her. Kanade whispered in resignation that it had disappeared, hoping Sasuke would not hear. Instead, Sasuke's face showed a flash of anger. The awkward silence that followed was broken by Sasuke clearing his throat as if preparing to shout at her. Her announcement had made him more impatient than ever. Sasuke shouted that Itachi could not have simply disappeared. Kanade shrugged. She did not want to argue with someone who refused to see reason. From the moment she had met Sasuke, she had noticed he was the kind of person who needed many explanations and, if something did not make sense to him, he assumed he was being mocked. Sasuke demanded that she find Itachi's chakra. Kanade replied coldly that she might have been mistaken. Sasuke snapped that she could not make that kind of joke and asked if she understood, and Kanade looked at him with a hard stare. She turned on her heel and walked away from her teammate. The name Itachi drove them both to act differently, as if, deep down, each wanted to tear him apart. Sasuke followed for a moment, looking at her incredulously, but then he walked past her, leaving her more confused than before. Despite the mistake with Itachi's chakra, he seemed upset about something else, as if he felt ashamed of himself. It was a kind of frustration that showed on his face, something Kanade wanted to understand and that she could only discover by following him. They walked in a heavy, tense silence into the forest where they had taken the bell test with their teacher Kakashi. Both stopped in front of a massive rock and stood in silence for a few seconds. Kanade felt confused by Sasuke's behavior, but she would not judge him. He was desperate. Kanade asked what was wrong, and Sasuke clicked his tongue in response. He said that, beyond her teasing, it bothered him that he was not progressing. His body began to tremble, and his expression revealed a helplessness that made Kanade suspect he was feeling envy toward Naruto, who had surpassed both of them after his fight with Gaara. Sasuke ordered Kanade to get out of the way. Kanade asked what he intended to do, and he said he would destroy the rock. He formed a concentrated lightning in his hand, and the birds in the forest began to cry out. Kanade warned him that madness made people act without thinking and that he would waste chakra foolishly. He told her to move, threatening that it would not hurt him to attack her, and she offered a malicious smile. Both activated their ocular technique and stared each other down, each trying to show how serious they were. Sasuke slammed his hand into the ground, creating a fissure, and Kanade began to form a series of hand seals. Sasuke then charged. The only sound was the sharp, distinctive hum of the lightning technique. Before the attack connected, a large tree sprouted across Kanade's arm and absorbed the strike, halting Sasuke's momentum. Sasuke withdrew his hand from the trunk, which had been scorched, but he managed to regain his balance despite the wood's vulnerability to lightning. Kanade teased that it was a shame he had not been able to kill her, circling the tree to look at his face. Sasuke dropped to his knees, lost in thought as he stared at the enormous tree that had stopped him. It was clear to him that both Kanade and Naruto had grown much stronger, leaving him behind, and the realization angered him deeply. He confessed that Kanade and Naruto were becoming far stronger, leaving him feeling left behind. He felt weak. He stood, turned his back as if to show it, and resolved that he needed to go to Kakashi to train harder. He began to walk away, leaving the girl behind. He stopped when the peculiar sound of 100 birds echoed again. When he looked toward Sasuke, he saw him sprinting toward a massive boulder and striking it with a powerful burst that shattered its center, sending cracks outward and triggering small rockfalls in a dramatic, anime-like display. Kanade followed silently to avoid drawing complaint, understanding perfectly the desperation he felt. Naruto had defeated Gaara with a summoning technique and had released an enormous amount of chakra to create hundreds of clones. That flood of energy had surprised everyone who watched and stirred envy in those incapable of such power. Sasuke was jealous of both of them and could not bear to watch their backs. They moved through the halls of the building where Kakashi used to live and, with careful steps, entered the Jonin's room. They found him not alone. The Jonin from teams 10 and 8 stood at the left side of the bed, while the Jonin in charge of Rock Lee's team sat quietly opposite them. Sasuke called Kakashi's name from the doorway, confused. Azuma, showing concern, addressed Kanade and expressed surprise that she had come, but Kanade returned only a look of contempt toward the man he considered family. Something was happening that the adults were withholding from them. Kakashi was in very poor condition because of something, and they were hiding the cause from the two young ninjas. Sasuke angrily demanded to know what had happened to their Jonin. Kanade demanded whether they would be told or forced to find out on their own. Gai Jonin answered with calm reassurance that nothing was wrong. A woman suddenly broke the tense silence, announcing that Itachi had returned and was searching for Naruto. The man who had insisted nothing was wrong put his hand to his forehead in consternation. Those words hit the two dark-haired youths like a blow. Sasuke took off at top speed, seizing Kanade by the wrist. She matched his pace without hesitation. The Jonin could only glare at the person who had ruined the secret they had kept from the youngsters. They raced across rooftops at breathless speed, unsure where to go because they had not been told. How could they trust the village Jonin if important information was kept from them? Sasuke wondered aloud whether Itachi had really returned and why he would be looking for Naruto. Kanade admitted she did not know, and they agreed they would have to split up to cover more ground. After a brief exchange, they looked each other in the eye and separated to search. Kanade ran toward Naruto's home, hoping he was still sleeping late, as he often did on his days off to recharge for training. She opened the door and found Sakura inside holding a boxed lunch. Sakura greeted Kanade with a sincere smile, which vanished when she noticed Kanade peering toward the empty bedroom. Kanade urgently asked if Sakura had seen Naruto, and Sakura shook her head. Kanade left at once, leaving Sakura puzzled by her desperation. She had no choice but to stop at the ramen shop, where she found Sasuke pressing the owner for any clue that might reveal Naruto's whereabouts. Both knew Naruto could be in danger if Itachi found him, and neither wanted that outcome. The shopkeeper said that Naruto was with one of the legendary Sannin Jiraiya, a large, older man with white hair. Kanade and Sasuke turned and ran in the same direction, Kanade following Sasuke now that the ramen owner had provided what seemed like the most reliable lead. They ran for several minutes, passing through a forest that led to a busy tourist district. Crowds filled the streets. With several inns and lodgings to check, desperation tightened around them, and they scoured the area, rushing through shops and guest houses where Naruto might be staying. Kanade stopped at a women-only inn and entered with Sasuke, half expecting the notorious old sage to be causing trouble for the guests. Only a smiling receptionist greeted them and explained politely that the inn hosted only women. Both dark-haired youths left, frustrated. They pressed on and approached another cozy-looking guest house where a brown-haired woman greeted them kindly. When asked if a blonde boy with a foolish expression and a large white-haired man were staying there, the woman considered for a moment and said she might have seen someone like that when she changed shifts. Kanade ground her teeth at what felt like wasted time and glared at Sasuke, who clenched his fists on the desk to contain his mounting anger. Kanade demanded the location of their lodging. Sasuke demanded information. The woman checked her notebook and informed them that the guests were staying on the second floor in the first room. Without thanking her, they climbed the stairs as fast as their bodies allowed. When they reached the room the woman had indicated, they knocked several times until the door opened abruptly, revealing two people who resembled Naruto and Jiraiya but were not them. Sasuke felt intimidated as the girl closed her eyes briefly and opened them, revealing the distinctive three-tomo ocular power that could unsettle anyone who met her gaze. She warned that enough of the hiding games was over, and suddenly the chakra of the nine tails became apparent, accompanied by two other chakra signatures. She recognized one of those signatures immediately, the other was unfamiliar. She turned her attention to the hallway window and focused on a compound at the end of the street, then glanced at Sasuke over her shoulder, which made him tense. They then resumed moving quickly, cutting corners and accelerating their pace. That familiar chakra and the nearby presence of Itachi forced her to remember the days spent with her older brother, times when he sometimes ignored her or offered only brief apologies. Memories returned unbidden. The experience of the massacre settled over her mind, bringing back the same pain she had felt when she learned that Itachi had destroyed their clan. She remembered the screams she had made when she found her parents, uncles, cousins, and neighbors dead. She closed her eyes and felt tears slip down her cheeks as she recalled begging Itachi not to kill her because she was afraid of what he might do. He had responded with disdain, saying he had left her alive out of pity and that she needed hatred in her heart to someday face him. She was no longer the small child who begged for her life. The resentment she had accumulated over the years had shaped the person she had become. She felt Sasuke beside her, and like her, he awakened his three-tomo ocular power as the same memories stirred conflict within him. Kanade entered through the window, shattering the glass. Relying on what her mentor Bushido had taught her, Sasuke followed, clenching his jaw at the sight of the figure he had expected to confront. Itachi observed them without looking directly at them and said that much time had passed, naming Sasuke and Kanade as he spoke. Chapter 25. The omniscient narrator described how accumulated hatred took hold of a person and how painful memories returned. Chapter 26. The omniscient narrator recounted that the Uchiha were said to lack hatred and that Uchiha Itachi spoke painful words. The black-haired man named Uchiha Itachi. Naruto's lips parted slightly at the sound of that name. He could not understand how this man belonged to the same clan as Sasuke and Kanade. He wondered what place this person held in his friends' lives and why they looked at him with such hatred despite sharing the same surname. Itachi examined their eyes and commented that the Sharingan was present. He noted that the boy resembled Sasuke while he disagreed about the girl, asking who they were in a mocking tone. Sasuke replied that the boy was his younger brother and that the girl was the younger sister of Uchiha Shisui. Itachi found it strange and remarked that he had heard the Uchiha clan had been exterminated by someone. Sasuke tried to move forward toward his older brother, but Kanade's hand clamped on the height of his abdomen and stopped him abruptly, leaving him truly confused. Kanade shouted at Itachi, vowing to kill him with hatred. Naruto glanced at the hooded man who bore a likeness to Sasuke, then looked back at his teammates still restrained by Kanade. Everything pointed to this being the older brother they had feared, the one whom they blamed for turning them into distant, vengeful people. Before him stood the person who had shattered the illusions of his two friends and hardened them against the world. All three had their Sharingan eyes activated. Instead of focusing on Sasuke, Itachi turned his attention to Kanade, who matched him with the same red eyes. The hatred Kanade had nurtured within herself had manifested in those shared eyes. She declared that she had hated and despised him and had survived only to kill him, and she concentrated her chakra, forming a charged lightning technique in her hand that lit the corridor with a humming crackle. Itachi made a sharp dismissive motion, and Kanade's hand was slapped away. She realized he would act on instinct rather than strategy, so she drew Sasuke forward by dragging her hand along the wall toward Itachi. Sasuke widened his eyes when he saw Itachi waiting to counter the attack. Before he struck, Kanade formed an arrow and prepared to release it should her teammates' assault be deflected. When the impact came, she fired the arrow and heard the sound of something breaking. Her opponents recoiled as she began to form a huge tree that split the corridor. Itachi asked aloud what the technique was, watching the tree grow. Kanade touched the wood and absorbed it, regaining the chakra she had used, and in her sight Itachi appeared with the same eyes she wore. Naruto worried for his teammate on the ground while the other opponent watched Kanade coldly. Naruto gathered his hands into a seal and released a red chakra around him to try to respond. A stranger warned that this looked like Nine Tails chakra. Naruto hurried to complete his technique, But the hooded man swept his sword through the air, cutting through the chakra Naruto had unleashed and thwarting his attempt. Everyone was confused by Naruto's sudden inability to complete the technique. Itachi paid no attention to the blonde and his teammate. He continued to stare at Kanade, who stared right back. It was clear she had far surpassed Sasuke, and Itachi walked slowly toward her, passing by Sasuke's prostrate form, who still complained about his wrist. Itachi announced that his sword, Samehada, could cut and devour chakra, demonstrating as it pulsed with the energy of Naruto's failed release. He suggested, in a cold tone, that it would have been troublesome if Naruto had used his techniques properly and mused that perhaps disabling his arms before his legs would be more practical, pointing the weapon toward the stunned blonde. A rain of shurikens striking the area drew everyone's attention. Itachi and Kanade were already locked in a fast, flashing exchange of thrown weapons. When they paused that barrage, Kanade released another arrow that Itachi dodged, and she then touched the ephemeral tree her arrow had taken shape from and absorbed it, restoring her strength. Itachi smiled to the side, acknowledging that the girl had progressed far beyond Sasuke. He took a fighting stance, and when Kanade threw a punch he deflected it and struck her in the midsection with a knee, forcing the air from her lungs. Kanade dropped to her knees and coughed, trying to recover the breath the hard blow had stolen. The pain was sharp and honest, and despite everything she had done to strengthen herself, she still felt like the same vulnerable child in some ways. Even with the Sharingan, she could not use it as he did. Its strain left her with temporary weakness. Samehada let out a low growl, and Itachi leveled his sword again at Naruto. The blonde braced to retreat, thinking he might be able to withstand the blow, but an enormous plume of smoke burst around them. When it cleared, a human-sized eagle stood between Naruto and the sword, stopping the attack with another sword in its talons. The force of the interruption tore a hole in the building's roof and caused a collapse around the onlookers. A man with long white hair appeared, and another white-haired figure came running in behind him, breathless from exertion. The older white-haired man announced that they did not know him well and introduced himself as Jiraiya, speaking with easy confidence. He teased about his own charm in light, boastful terms, but his companion annoyed punched him to scold him for the boast. The companion chided Jiraiya for his behavior, and Naruto angrily reproached Jiraiya for leaving him in danger earlier, blaming him for the abandonment. Jiraiya took the reprimand with a rueful grin, while his companion made it clear that they had arrived to stop the fight and protect Naruto and the others. The tension in the corridor eased slightly as the newcomers intervened and the combatants paused to assess the new situation. Jiraiya murmured, embarrassed, that he would prefer not to be called that nickname in front of people. Naruto snapped at him to be quiet and then pointed his index finger toward the hooded figures, insisting that those men were not simple fools and repeating the teasing name as if accusing the person he trusted most. Jiraiya, still embarrassed, ordered Naruto to stop calling him that. The Samehada wielder pointed toward Bushido-sama, who frowned in annoyance. Kisame smiled with disdain and then glanced over his shoulder at the elder white-haired man to make his thoughts understood. Itachi walked past the bodies of the fallen and stopped beside his companion, whose smile remained curved and unreadable. Itachi addressed Bushido with calm words, indicating that they would not stop even if he interfered, a remark that showed he recognized him from somewhere. Bushido replied that putting a woman into a genjutsu had not been a wise choice, especially since that woman had seemed to choose being with the other man rather than with him. He stepped forward and signaled for his eagle companion to lower its guard. Another Sannin accused them of searching for Naruto, and Itachi confirmed coldly that Naruto was indeed the prize Akatsuki was seeking. Itachi heard something rise up behind him with awkward, dragging footsteps. He glanced over his shoulder and saw the dark-haired woman, Kanade, and frowned at the curse marks that covered half her body. She did not raise her head, but he knew she would meet his gaze. Her lips parted to reveal the Manjikyu Sharingan, and when she showed her face, she advanced slowly down the corridor, provoking curiosity and tension among everyone present. Sasuke watched Kanade's movements and realized that something in her had changed. A malicious smile crossed his face as he ran toward the Akatsuki members. Kanade's body slammed into the wall, breaking through it, and everyone realized the attack had come from her own sensei. Naruto looked at Bushido with contempt. The eagle emerged from the hole in the wall and commented that he now understood why he had been called. Naruto demanded to know what had happened and accused Bushido of attacking his own student, charging toward him, but Bushido vanished before Naruto could land a blow. Bushido approached the unconscious Kanade and placed his hand on the Orochimaru curse seal, beginning to suppress it. Kanade screamed in pain as the process brought her back to consciousness. The eagle held Kanade's hands, while Bushido worked to counter the curse's effects. The bird pressed its beak against the central point of the seal, creating an opening from which dark energy began to ebb. When Kanade's eyes met her sensei's, the white-haired man watched as her powerful Sharingan weakened and returned to the regular, darker color characteristic of her clan. Bushido carried his student gently back to where Naruto and his companion stood and laid her on the ground with care. Naruto noticed that the eagle was no longer present and that the curse mark around Kanade had disappeared. Itachi looked at Kanade and then at Bushido, recognizing that Bushido had managed to stop her power. Itachi told Naruto firmly that what he did with his student was none of Naruto's concern, and he added with sarcasm that Naruto's affairs were not his concern either. Jiraiya felt some frustration at that remark, but he understood his friend's point and could not complain without risking being held against him. He assumed a battle stance alongside Naruto and fixed his determination on the opponents in front of them. He warned them not to interfere and declared that he would be the one to face them. Naruto's body showed how exhausted he was. He had spent chakra on a Chidori that had achieved nothing and his wrist throbbed from being injured, but his hatred gave him the strength to keep going and the drive to defeat Itachi kept him standing. He told them that he was not interested in the others at the moment, looking past them with contempt. Sasuke shouted at him and charged with a punch, but Itachi's counterattack sent him slamming into the far wall. Sasuke tried to rise and attack again, but Itachi struck him with a powerful blow that sent him backward into the same wall. Itachi approached with calm precision, seized Sasuke by the throat, and forced him up against the wall to pin him down. Itachi began to strike Sasuke relentlessly, and Sasuke showed clear signs of injury and pain from the repeated blows. As his body collapsed, Sasuke looked with sorrow at Kanade lying unconscious. He wondered why nothing had changed, why he could not confront Itachi for both of them, and whether all his training had been in vain. Itachi lifted Sasuke by the throat again and slammed him into the wall, leaving him weakened and despondent. Itachi's gaze met Sasuke's and the younger brother felt shame and despair at his own weakness. Itachi accused him of being weak and explained, coldly, that it was because he lacked the necessary hatred. He then used Tsukuyomi to subject Sasuke to a memory of the clan massacre, forcing the image upon him and making Sasuke cry out in fear and pain. Naruto began to run toward Itachi, and another enemy behind him prepared to attack. Both attackers halted suddenly when a strange mass expanded and filled the corridor, pulling Sasuke from Itachi's grip and enveloping him. Jiraiya declared that he had used a toad mouth trap technique and explained that luck had abandoned Itachi and Kisame, who were now contained within the summoned esophagus of a giant toad from the inn of the Rocky Mountains of Mayaboku. Itachi warned that both were wanted criminals and that he would make them food for the rock toad. Bushido remarked with a sarcastic smile that he had not expected such an unpleasant technique. Itachi ordered Kisame to come, realizing they had already lost too much time. Kisame ran to his companion, and when they were only a few centimeters apart, Itachi sprinted toward a building wall. They shattered the wall and tore through the toad's stomach layer, revealing a strange black flame that would not go out and that immediately drew the eagle-like man's attention. Naruto moved closer to the black flame, confused because he had never seen a flame of that color before. Bushido coldly warned the boy not to approach, and Naruto stepped back frightened. Jiraiya asked if the flame could be stopped, and the young-looking man nodded. He performed several seals and watched as the flame was suppressed, transforming into chakra that the man absorbed into his palm. Jiraiya observed as his companion approached the black-cloaked figures and undid the trap technique that had failed. Naruto turned his attention to the black-cloaked figures and saw Kanade's teacher holding two bodies like sacks. A small surge of anger rose in him. He had never found that man entirely trustworthy, but because the man was one of the legendary Sannin, Naruto had refrained from confronting him, especially since Jiraiya was on his side. The teacher said he would take the two to the Konoha hospital, noting that both had sustained broken ribs and were unconscious and might also be affected psychologically. Naruto glared at him and accused him of causing Kanade's injuries. The teacher explained that he had been forced to stop her because her wood-style technique had already caused too many problems and he could not allow her to continue drawing attention. He added that any psychological damage stemmed from the past and that Naruto would not understand, then turned and left with the injured. Bushido watched the expressions on Naruto and the others and saw sadness reflected on their faces. They were lost in memories they would never have wanted. He was confident that both would wake with a different attitude than the one they had shown. A short neutral bridge sentence fills the gap. He smiled when he stood before his former teammate. It had been a long time since he had last seen her, back when he had been expelled from the village and she had given herself over to gambling. Tsunade felt a momentary relief in her chest at the sight of his smile. She had been searching for him for a long time until she finally found where he was. The medical ninja who had lost her reputation and the respect of others because she had begun to fear blood was not the person he had fallen in love with in the past. Bushido heard Tsunade say his name in surprise, crossed his arms, and let the earlier warmth fade, telling her that she had not changed. He explained that she also had a trait that kept them both looking as young as they had years ago, different, but with the same purpose. Tsunade's companion watched them with parted lips, having not seen the two together for a long time and never wanting to again, since the white-haired man had caused her superior so much suffering that she had fallen into depression and drowned her heartbreak in drink after abandoning her medical duties out of fear of blood. Their romance had endured for many years. After they became members of the same squad and later gained the title of Legendary Sannin, they were a couple for a long time until Bushido was exiled from Konoha and angrily left everything in the village behind, including Tsunade. Bushido told them that he needed Tsunade to come with him because he had a favor to ask. He invited them to dinner to discuss what he wanted. They followed him to a small bar where they could sit and order simple food and drinks. They sat near the entrance and were served by a friendly waitress who offered sake. Tsunade accepted while the others declined. After the sake took effect, Bushido told her he had come for two important reasons: the village and his student. He said the village wanted her to be the fifth Hokage and asked if she had heard what had happened to the third Hokage. Tsunade admitted with a sad expression that Orochimaru had killed their old friend. He had told her himself. Bushido then asked about the student, and when she expressed doubt he explained that the student was in the Konoha hospital with physical and psychological injuries from which he did not expect her to recover. At that moment, the presence of someone familiar approaching could be felt. Bushido told Tsunade that she was the only one who could help a woman and two others who suffered the same damage, speaking as directly and briefly as possible. Tsunade responded that she could not help any of them, determined not to meet his eyes. Bushido smiled gently and moved closer, and Tsunade parted her lips slightly at the unexpected proximity. Bushido explained that whatever Orochimaru had promised her was not true. He said he knew Orochimaru as well as he knew his own hand and knew Tsunade too, and he believed she was acting for herself rather than for Orochimaru. He told her that the fear she felt was shameful and that the title of Sannin did not suit her as she had led it. Shizune began to protest, but stopped when her superior shook his head. Bushido told them that Tsunade would have to face things sooner or later and took his leave. Tsunade opened her eyes in surprise when the white-haired man pressed a gentle kiss to her forehead, a small gesture that brought back memories of the day they promised to be together and of the little token he had once given her. Bushido turned and walked toward the door, leaving Tsunade more confused than before, and encountered Naruto and Jiraiya, who had also come looking for her, likely to tell her she had been chosen as the next Hokage. Bushido said he believed he had made her think a little and indicated Naruto with a nod, expressing confidence that Naruto and his companion would be able to convince her. He warned them to be careful and not to be too rough with his wife, then left. Naruto reacted with obvious embarrassment and confusion when he heard Bushido call Tsunade his wife. Jiraiya smiled and murmured that after all they were still married, which only confused Naruto further. A week passed after Naruto and Jiraiya took charge of convincing Tsunade to accept the role of Hokage. In the middle of a confrontation, Tsunade shielded the unconscious Naruto from Orochimaru's attacks. Orochimaru used a blade-like strike against her, and she took blows repeatedly in an effort to protect the blonde. She was prepared to give her life for him and refused to let his dream die after he had defended her so fiercely. Naruto had promised to bring her back to the village and to help important people in her life, and that promise, along with a bet they had made days earlier, had finally convinced her. Orochimaru struck Tsunade as she covered Naruto and pushed her aside to approach the boy with lethal intent. Fear shook her, and she felt it through every part of her. Orochimaru taunted her about her trembling, claiming she could not overcome her phobia. Tsunade reacted and struck him hard enough to send him reeling into a nearby rock, which shattered on impact. As she steadied herself, she stopped trembling and a strange mark appeared, as if something inside her had been released. Her injuries healed rapidly, and she smiled when an ally positioned himself in front of her, giving her a moment to assess Orochimaru's movements. Orochimaru retreated to Kabuto's side. Orochimaru watched with resentment, feeling betrayed by an old friend and recalling how, years before, his own actions had led to expulsion from the village. The four opponents took their positions. Before Orochimaru could attack, Kabuto performed a ritual sign on his leader's arm and the others followed. They formed a summoning link and performed a summoning technique. Smoke rose around them, and when it cleared, an incredible stalemate formation appeared. The summons answered, Manda beside Orochimaru, Katsuyu beside Tsunade, and Kenzo beside Bushido. One of the summoned beings commented that it had been a long time since they had seen them gathered together and wondered whether this was some sort of meeting. Jiraiya, standing ready, said he was serious and that he intended to put an end to this confrontation, to defeat Orochimaru here and now without letting anyone die. Kenzo expressed concern at the prospect of Jiraiya fighting Tsunade, and the summoned creatures grumbled amongst themselves, uneasy at being drawn into such a tense situation. Kabuto urged calm and respect, and the larger summoned beings shifted and prepared for the clash. Tensions rose on all sides as the allies and their summons sized each other up, each ready to act to stop the conflict while trying to avoid needless loss. Gamabunta warned Orochimaru that he had better have 100 offerings and sacrifices to pay him. The giant toad then blew a thick cloud of smoke into the snake's face, and Orochimaru's thin patience began to fray. Everyone knew of the snake's foul temper and that he had never truly tolerated the massive frog. Orochimaru snapped at Gamabunta in anger while the toad planted a paw on the sword he carried. Orochimaru then drew his blade slowly, remarking that he was in the mood for a snakeskin wallet. Tsunade condemned Orochimaru, saying that evil had rotted his mind and that he would never be a comrade again. Orochimaru returned a mocking smile. Tsunade vowed that this would be the last time he would be called a Sannin. Bushido thumped his forehead at the threats, and Kenzo felt a cold drop run down his temple. None of them fully understood betrayal until now. They had been the ones to turn their backs at the last moment and oppose whoever suited their whims. For the first time, both Bushido and Kenzo wanted to protect their companions so none of them would be killed. They were not taking sides, but if things went wrong they would intervene. A sticky, acidic spray shot forward from Katsuyu toward the snake. Manba slid behind a great rock to avoid it, then surfaced and coiled around the pale skin of a larva-like enemy, bearing fangs and aiming for Tsunade. Gamabunta intercepted, holding his sword between his jaws to stop the strike. Kenzo rose into the air and dove into the fray. Manba was gaining the upper hand, and just as the other sword in Gamabunta's grasp aimed to finish the move, Kenzo seized the viper with his powerful claws and hauled him away to safety, drawing displeased glances from their Konoha companions. Tsunade scolded Kenzo for moving against orders. Orochimaru, furious at the rebuke from Bushido, snapped that he was not a dog and threatened metaphorically to consume Bushido like a worm, then glanced at Katsuyu to emphasize he meant it figuratively. Manba spat the sword that had been clamped in his jaw. It landed near Katsuyu, who fell back behind Gamabunta. The toad puffed his cheek and sprayed torrents of oil toward Kenzo, calling forth a great oil inferno. Kenzo was ordered to provide wind. The eagle beat his wings and generated a massive gale. In response, a user of a sound technique gathered energy and unleashed an expanding sonic wave that collided with the gale, producing a powerful explosion and stopping the fire. The force of the clash carved a huge crater in the battlefield. Gamabunta stared at Kenzo as if he were an enemy. Kenzo shouted that he was on their side as well. The eagle who had demanded a choice from him told him plainly that their goal was to finish Orochimaru and Manba, and that Kenzo had to choose between them or his companion. The bird's gaze flicked to the viper and then it sighed, weary. None of those threats changed Kenzo's mind. No one could order him or force him to abandon the companion he had been with since they were the size of a human palm. They had grown up defending themselves against predators and hunters together, and those shared trials forged a bond. His own disciple had developed a special connection with an ally of Tsunade's, which only strengthened his resolve. Manba vanished beneath the earth and in an instant reappeared, unhinging his jaw to strike the unprepared Gamabunta. Tsunade, positioned above, drove the senior toad's sword into the viper's open mouth, halting the attack. Orochimaru's long tongue lashed and grabbed at Tsunade's throat. Bushido leapt to her side and, by seizing the tongue, helped free her. Together they forced the snake toward them and, with a coordinated kick, sent him skidding across the battlefield. Tsunade lunged and seized the snake's tongue again but paused when exhaustion hit her, and she noticed beside her the man who still considered himself her husband. At the same time, something happened where they had left Manba. Everyone turned and saw Kenzo pulling Gamabunta's enormous, heavy sword free, which quickly freed the viper. The snake complained about the humiliation of being subdued. He warned that he could have eaten them if not for the huge hole in the ground, then nodded grudging thanks to Kenzo for releasing him and noticed the battered state of his companions. Manba crawled across the battlefield, dodging Gamabunta's strikes and Katsuyu's acid sprays, and reached Orochimaru and struck out with the tip of his tail at those who were attacking. Orochimaru was finally freed after Tsunade unleashed a focused strike fueled with chakra. She carried him away until they stopped beside Kabuto and Kenzo. Orochimaru warned that he had been placed at a disadvantage but promised preparation for next time. Kenzo told the group to take Orochimaru away from the area if they wanted to save him, and the eagle relayed that only by doing so could they keep him alive. Orochimaru rose, looking at his defeated ally, and declared that he did not need Tsunade's healing. He claimed there was another way to recover what he had lost and vowed to crush Konoha completely. When that time came, he said he expected to meet his former comrades again, Bushido, Jiraiya, and Tsunade. He proclaimed himself the embodiment of immortality and, with his team, disappeared in a cloud of smoke. Kenzo watched the figures who remained on the battlefield for a few moments, then looked toward his disciple, who was offering support to the blonde woman. Kenzo said he would not ask them to understand why he had acted as he did. Manba declared that he was Manba, not Orochimaru, and then he vanished, leaving everyone confused by his behavior except Bushido. They all stood before Naruto's body lying on the ground and looked at him with smiles because he wore the first Hokage's necklace. Tsunade smiled slightly. After everything that had happened, she finally accepted that he would become the fifth Hokage, just as her little brother once dreamed. Tsunade warned that she would be his superior and that he would no longer be able to run from her, and she noticed a smile appear on her husband's face. Tsunade gathered chakra in the palms of her hands and began using medical techniques on the black-haired woman reclining on the bed. Naruto's achievements had restored Tsunade's confidence and resolve, focusing her on helping their squadmates. She looked over her shoulder and saw the whitish mane of a very familiar person. A small smile appeared on her face as she thought that they had both overcome their obstacles and would now grow old together hand in hand. They were surprised to see the black-haired woman slowly open her eyes, proof that Tsunade's medical methods as the new Hokage had worked. Bushido frowned when he saw that his student's face reflected only greed and hatred. Kanade regained consciousness and sat up, realizing she was in a hospital bed in Konoha. Naruto, Sakura, Bushido, and a young-looking blonde woman stood nearby, all smiling. Sakura hugged Kanade tightly when she noticed her improving after the treatment Tsunade had used. Sakura had not been mistaken in leaving Kanade in Tsunade's care to recover. Sakura released the hug when Kanade did not return it and noticed Kanade's eyes fixed on Sasuke, who still lay unconscious in the next bed. Kanade looked away with a sad expression. Her gaze no longer reflected the hope she usually carried. When Sakura reached out to give her some support, Kanade drew her hand back and turned to look out the window to avoid the pitying looks of others. She did not know how long she had been unconscious and felt confused. After what had happened during her encounter with Itachi, she had lost confidence, feeling weak despite all the years she had trained. Sakura asked why Sasuke had not yet reacted. Tsunade explained that Sasuke had been subjected to the Tsukuyomi and, unlike Kanade, would need more time to recover, but that he would likely wake once she treated him. Tsunade moved to Sasuke's bedside and placed a hand on his forehead. A greenish chakra surrounded her hand, drawing Sakura's attention to the surprising technique. After several minutes, Sasuke opened his eyes, sat up, and received the warm greetings of those in the room. Kanade watched from her bed but chose to turn toward the window, resolved not to engage with Sasuke or her teammates. Sakura threw herself at Sasuke and gave him a strong, tearful hug, releasing all the sadness and relief she had held inside. Naruto watched in silence, then moved to Kanade's side. He sat on the edge of her bed and gently took her hand, intertwining his fingers to show his support. He knew she was struggling and hoped his presence could ease some of her pain. Kanade rested her head on Naruto's shoulder and closed her eyes, finding a moment of calm. Naruto leaned in and pressed his cheek to her forehead to show his full support. They remained silent, watching Naruto grow closer to his teammates and feeling grateful that he had brought Tsunade back to treat their friends. Naruto murmured that he was glad the two were doing better and that he was sure they would continue to improve with Tsunade's help. Kanade moved away to look him in the eyes. Naruto added that Tsunade was connected to Kanade's teacher and urged her not to be so harsh with her. He also mentioned that Tsunade would become the 5th Hokage. Kanade simply nodded in response. Kanade glanced at her teacher and saw him watching Tsunade's work with a kind of happiness she had not seen before. It seemed he had finally recovered something he had lost during his exile from the village. Some time later, Kanade left her home and headed to the Hokage Tower for the celebration of the 5th Hokage selection. She perched in a tree out of sight and watched Tsunade greet the villagers with a determined smile. Behind Tsunade stood the old counselors and Kanade's teacher, who now stood at Tsunade's side. A small, wistful smile crossed Kanade's face as she thought of the things Bushido had kept from her. She understood that he had not shared certain details because they had not had a special bond. When the ceremony ended, everyone returned to their duties. Kakashi's 7th squad prepared for an assignment outside the village to protect a man by sea and land. Although the mission was rated C, Tsunade warned them to be cautious because it could become complicated. Their charge was an interesting young man, Marino Idate, the younger brother of the censor who had administered the 10th question on the Chunin exams. Idate had a difficult temperament and trusted few people after many disappointments. He struggled with his confidence and often gave up easily. Idate had been pursued by Aoi, his former teacher, who had persuaded him to steal the legendary lightning element sword of the 2nd Hokage along with a scroll of forbidden techniques. The Wagarashi family had hired Aoi to prevent Idate from winning the Todoroki shrine race, since Idate's victory would threaten their control over the land of Tea. With help from Marino Ibiki, Konoha had recovered the scroll of forbidden techniques, but the sword remained missing. For those reasons, the genin were hired to protect the boy who needed to win the race. They stood on a bridge where Idate's former teacher now confronted them. Aoi revealed the powerful sword and pointed it toward Naruto. Naruto watched Aoi's movements warily, unsure how he would overcome him but determined to try and prove to Idate that he could be trusted. Aoi cut the left ropes of the bridge, leaving that side hanging from a tree, signaling to Idate that he would not allow him an easy victory. That was her mission and she was not going to give up easily, especially because it felt more personal than professional. Naruto began forming the Rasengan while his clones distracted the opponent. When he finished, he rushed forward fast enough to strike, but several needles struck him and knocked him clumsily to the ground. Aoi kicked hard, forcing the blonde away from Idate. Idate advanced on his target with the lightning sword ready to kill, but he had to back off when several kunai were thrown. When he looked at the attackers, he found the rest of Naruto's team. Idate admitted that he had forgotten about them. Sasuke demanded that Naruto rest and insisted that they would take care of Idate. Idate, annoyed, told them to stop being arrogant and noticed that Kanade only glanced at him from the corner of her eye. Idate said that no matter how many came, they would not be able to defeat him, boasting that he was a jounin from the hidden rain village who wielded the Raijin sword. Sasuke's Chidori began to spark in his hand, drawing Idate's attention, and Idate put his sword into a defensive stance. Sasuke charged, but the blade's lightning forced him to pull back. He parried with a kunai, and while Idate mocked him with a taunting smile, a kick sent him flying. Idate sneered that he was disappointed, claiming he had heard the surviving Uchiha were weak and inferior, and aimed his weapon at one of them with malicious satisfaction. Kanade rushed in with the intent to kill and delivered a powerful punch that Idate dodged. She realized he was going to attack in the same aggressive manner she had been using. Using her Sharingan, she began to read the sword movements and formed a spear of chakra in her hand to move, but her attempt failed and her opponent hurled more needles she had to deflect. Aoi seized the opening and drove his sword into one of Idate's shoulders. Electrical energy ran through Idate in a sudden, fiery surge of pain. He looked at her triumphantly and felt her beginning to yield under the attack, so he lowered his guard, confident she would not move again. He shoved Kanade's body aside with the sole of his foot. A sharp ache spread through Kanade and her arm began to numb. The jolt of pain was intense. Sasuke was enraged by Aoi's words that had made them feel inferior. He rose with determination and looked toward his wounded teammate on the ground, feeling the need to prove that they were not weak and to force Idate to take back his insult. He formed several seals, then assumed the position to channel the Chidori. Lightning gathered in his palm and the cry of birds drowned out the roaring wind. He activated his Sharingan and glared at Idate, who only smiled in satisfaction at having provoked him. Sasuke ordered Idate to retract what he had said, striking the ground with his hand and creating a giant hole. Idate planted his sword before him and showed he would not yield. Sasuke charged, determined to stop him, but when the Chidori clashed with the sword, the blade's current surged and overwhelmed Sasuke. The electric energy lifted him as he was stunned, and Idate smirked at someone who had shown no sign of defeat. Without a trace of mercy, Idate hurled Sasuke's limp body toward the cliff. The body was stopped when a kunai embedded in his shirt caught on a wooden beam of the bridge. Sakura announced that she would take care of Sasuke and that they could not let him fall, stepping forward to stand between Idate and the dangling figure. Kanade rose with difficulty and began walking towards Sasuke, who was still held by the kunai. Sakura shouted Sasuke's name as the bridge beneath them began to collapse. Sakura sprinted as fast as she could and formed seals, but the fatigue from her wound prevented her from finishing the jutsu. She had no choice but to launch herself at Sasuke's body to hold him tightly. She tried to grip the cliff edge, but the rain, the muddy ground, and her injured arm caused her to slip, and she plummeted with Sasuke. Naruto shouted in alarm, calling out for Sasuke and Kanade, and glared at Idate, furious at the ruthless attack. Kanade opened her eyes in panic as they fell toward the river. She focused and poured chakra into a sequence of seals to complete her wood release germination technique, creating a small tree she clung to for a moment. Her arm failed again and she lost her grip, but both bodies landed in a tangle of debris and were spared from being swept away. Looking up, Kanade realized how far they were from their teammates and clenched her fists in anger, leaving Naruto and Sakura to handle Idate. She rested her head against Sasuke's abdomen and looked at the sky, waiting for signs of their comrades as soon as possible. Once again, it felt like Naruto was carrying the team, as if he were the strongest among them. Aoi had labeled them the weakest of the Uchiha and had made them feel insignificant. Maybe he was right, they lacked power and needed to become stronger. A hand gently touched Kanade's chin. When she looked at Sasuke, she saw him also watching the sky. Their bodies were tense, as if a great weight held them still, but they were together despite everything. Sasuke felt grateful that she had saved him. However, both were injured, which meant they would once again spend their recovery at Konoha Hospital as an annoying burden. Aoi had hurt them both physically and emotionally, creating a deep rift between them. They sat on the rubble and soon saw the green-haired body thrown toward the river, which made it clear he had been defeated. When they looked up, they found the other two members of their team and Idate approaching. Kanade cursed and lowered his gaze to avoid meeting those blue eyes. Naruto resolved to focus on making sure Idate finished the race, since that was their mission, and he believed they could complete it despite two wounded teammates. Kanade had been struck in the shoulder by a sword of lightning, and Sasuke had been stunned by a powerful electric discharge. The value of friendship, the Uchiha began to feel the pressure. Kanade looked toward her bedroom window and heard her teammates approaching outside. She noticed Sasuke's expression of complete annoyance and helplessness, and it was clear that of the two he was suffering the most. Sakura entered the room carrying a bag with several apples she intended to cut up and share with the team. She knew perfectly well that apples were Kanade's favorite fruit and had brought them for that reason. Both Sakura and Naruto wanted to show they would not abandon their teammates during recovery. Sakura sat on her friend's bed, hoping Kanade would not complain, and smiled warmly when their eyes met. Sakura asked Kanade if she wanted help peeling the apples and said she could tidy Kanade's messy hair, producing a comb and the remedy Kanade had mentioned before. Kanade agreed, and Sakura made herself comfortable on the bed. Sakura positioned herself so Kanade could sit between her legs, and Naruto smiled at the scene of their easy camaraderie. Kanade began peeling the apples as Sakura gently worked a comb through her hair. Unlike Sasuke, Kanade tried to blend with her teammates. She did not want to break the friendship she had with Sakura or push Naruto away. She had to play a difficult role, balancing the people who had taught her to adapt with the boy who reminded her of all the good things she had once known. Sakura said she had told Naruto they should visit more often and do things like this, and Naruto crossed his arms with a smile. The sound of peeling apples and the light conversation made Sasuke uneasy. Memories of Naruto being superior to him in so many ways frustrated Sasuke. He clenched his jaw, trying not to shout at them to be quiet or to lash out. He could not understand how Kanade could act so calmly. Kanade lifted the plate to reveal apple pieces shaped like rabbits, surprising both Naruto and Sakura. Neither had expected Kanade to do something so whimsical. She had never done that before. Sakura put aside the comb she had used and admired how shiny Kanade's hair looked with a sincere, comfortable smile. Kanade offered the plate to her teammates. Naruto looked pleased while Sasuke showed an expression of resentment. Before Naruto could take a piece, Sasuke struck Kanade's palm forcefully, causing the plate to fall to the floor with a loud crash that startled Sakura. Kanade rose from the bed in silence and moved towards Sasuke. He showed no sign of intimidation from his teammate's cold stare. Before he could react, Kanade grabbed him firmly by the collar and slammed him against the wall, knocking the wind out of him. Naruto and Sakura rushed to pull them apart, only to be shoved away by Sasuke. He then kicked Kanade in the abdomen to free himself and seized her by the waist, throwing her through the window. Kanade's body smashed through the glass, and Sasuke leaped after her. They disappeared from Naruto and Sakura's sight. Looking out, the two friends saw the silhouettes of both figures on the building across the way and realized Kanade and Sasuke had reached the hospital rooftop and were confronting each other. Sasuke reminded her that he had warned her not to interfere in his affairs and said he had had enough. He claimed he could not tolerate someone from his own clan meddling and formed a concentrated lightning attack in his hand. Kanade did not appear afraid. She calmly formed a bow and aimed at the advancing Uchiha. He charged, and she released several arrows that began to spread, but Sasuke dodged them all and closed in. Kanade struck the rooftop with a powerful blow that caused a massive, fantastical tree to erupt and halt the lightning attack. Sasuke's onyx eyes fixed on the enormous structure and he snarled in anger, stepping back to search for her position on the roof. Kanade wrapped her arm around Sasuke's neck and leaned in close to his ear, whispering with a cold intensity that sent a chill through him. He struggled to break free but found himself held tightly. His breath was beginning to come short and Kanade gave no sign of releasing him soon. She warned him that if he dared to lay a hand on her, she would be the one to end him. Sasuke glanced at her face and noted how different she seemed. The darkened look in her eyes reflected hate and greed, and the calm, trustworthy aura she once gave off was gone. She felt like an entirely different person. He told her that she needed him more than he needed her. Kanade pushed him forcefully as she released him, and Sasuke looked at her with anger, convinced she was mocking his lack of strength. He lunged at her fiercely, aiming a punch at her face, but Kanade executed a quick turn and evaded the attack. She then snapped for him to be silent. Sasuke launched another strike and missed. He ordered Naruto to surrender, staring down at him with a superior air before stepping back as Sasuke began to lose control, raining kicks and punches without restraint. Naruto's body hit the ground after tripping over a rope lying on the rooftop. When he lifted his head, he found Sasuke's Sharingan activated and knew he could not dodge whatever attack would come next. Naruto grabbed Sasuke by the arm with force and flung him aside to redirect the assault before it reached Kanade. He was certain the fight was turning dangerous and refused to let his friends seriously hurt one another when they had once been close. He wondered what had gone wrong. Only days before, during the protection mission, they had talked together. Even if they had a strange disagreement, it did not justify trying to kill one another. Sasuke's onyx gaze met Naruto's bluish eyes, and hatred crept up Sasuke's spine until it showed on his face. Naruto's lips parted as he realized the depth of his friend's hatred. When he glanced at Kanade standing behind Sasuke, he finally saw darkness beginning to take hold of them all. Sakura, unable to stand the scene, hurled a kunai toward the three of them to draw attention. The weapon struck the center of the rooftop and her body trembled as Sasuke fixed his Sharingan on her. She tried to react when he moved toward her, instinctively covering herself with her arms. When she looked again, she saw Kanade's back braced against Sasuke's, holding his arms down across her right shoulder and using an elbow to apply pressure against his neck. Kanade warned not to involve Sakura, then released Sasuke, who recoiled in fury. Sasuke clicked his tongue in annoyance and glared at Naruto. Naruto's lips opened slightly as he felt a strange sensation throughout his body. Naruto tried to reassure him with a weak expression, but it only made things worse. Sasuke demanded that Naruto fight him right then and there, and Naruto took a defensive stance. Sasuke, activating his Sharingan, made Naruto and Sakura uneasy. He accused Naruto of owing gratitude to the fifth and questioned whether that should make him feel indebted, implying that none of them should feel obliged. Naruto glanced at Kanade, who remained silent. Sasuke called out to Kanade, asking if what he had said was true. Kanade averted her eyes with indifference. Sakura stepped closer to Kanade to show support. Sasuke lunged at Naruto to kick him but was stopped and struck instead. Naruto had no choice but to hide behind hanging sheets on the rooftop. Kanade watched from her place beside Sakura, analyzing every move with her three-tomo Sharingan. Naruto emerged from his hiding place and faced Sasuke, who still looked at him with hatred. Kanade approached them slowly. Sasuke's anger flared at what he perceived as a mocking smile from Naruto. Naruto said he was excited, thinking about how he would defeat Sasuke here. Sasuke retorted that such words were too much coming from someone he considered a loser. Naruto countered that he was not always behind others. Sasuke's temper escalated, and he hurled insults, calling Naruto weak. Kanade's eyes widened when she heard a comment directed toward her. Kanade ran for Naruto, but Sakura lunged and grabbed her by both arms to stop her from doing anything rash. Naruto watched Sakura and felt guilty for having used words that indirectly referenced Kanade's clan. Sakura pleaded for Kanade to stop. Kanade jerked her head back and hit Sakura in the nose with an impact. Sakura recoiled in pain and touched her face, finding blood on her hands and becoming worried about Kanade's emotional state. Sakura held Kanade tightly by the arms and used her foot to trip them both, bringing them down to the rooftop. She heard Kanade's insults but refused to let her get close to the other two and risk further harm. Kanade shouted at Sakura to let her go and threatened her, pressing a kunai to Sakura's neck. Naruto tried to calm her, insisting that this was not their fight and they would intervene only if something truly dangerous happened. Kanade smiled with disdain. She then forced Sakura's arm under her and warned her not to feel superior, claiming that Sakura could not defeat her. Naruto suddenly made a move, running and leaping onto a metal post to reach the highest point. Sasuke taunted him to lower his guard. Sasuke jumped at Naruto to deliver a powerful blow, but Naruto stopped it with his forearms and defended himself. Naruto fell and was pursued across the rooftop by his teammate. When Sasuke landed a hit on Naruto, a surge of anger rose in Naruto's spine. He returned the strike and backed away. Naruto saw the hatred in Sasuke's eyes and it exhausted him. He shouted that he was tired of it and prepared the shadow clone jutsu. Kanade's mouth opened slightly as she recognized the jutsu that made Naruto stronger. Naruto then performed the shadow clone jutsu, readying himself for the next phase of the confrontation. Clones swarmed around Sasuke. Sasuke used his Sharingan to anticipate and deflect the clones, stopping and dodging them with difficulty but precision. The clones kept coming, only to be intercepted by his well-timed strikes and kicks. Sasuke then performed several seals in midair, finishing with the tiger seal, and unleashed a fire-style fireball toward the clones. The ceiling caught fire as his flames struck them and smoke began to fill the area, evidence that the clones were dispersing. A gust of wind shielded Naruto. Kanade parted her lips slightly, recognizing what was happening, and then looked towards Sasuke after she heard the sound of 1,000 birds, wondering whether Naruto's Rasengan could counter a Chidori. Sakura raced between them in an attempt to stop the fight. Kanade widened her eyes at the sight of Sakura placing herself in the path of the incoming attacks. Kanade could not bear to see her teammates fighting and moved to block Sakura from further danger. When the attacks landed, Kanade wrapped Sakura tightly in an embrace as the strikes began to impact her barrier. Kanade poured more chakra into the weakened areas and watched the crack created by Naruto's attack widen, pushing back against Sasuke's. She concentrated all her chakra there until the attack could no longer reach them. When the smoke cleared, Naruto and Sasuke looked up in surprise at an enormous tree that now stood before them. Sasuke's side of the tree bore a deep, wide indentation while Naruto's side showed only minor damage. Sakura found that she felt no pain. She lifted her head slowly and saw the massive wooden structure that had shielded them. Sasuke stared at the tree, furious at the power of Kanade's technique. He realized that with only 2 branches she had created a vast barrier of wood effortlessly, and when he compared the small mark Naruto had made to his own wound, he could not accept that he had been overtaken. Sasuke was unaware that he had, in fact, been surpassed. Kakashi arrived seconds later and inspected the large tree with surprise. He had not expected Kanade to be able to use such a technique while still undergoing recovery. He noticed Kanade's barrier still covering both Sakura and herself. Sakura stepped out through the small gap Kanade had left and gazed at the marks made by Naruto and Sasuke, finally understanding the scale of the tree. Kakashi reprimanded Sasuke sharply, accusing him of nearly killing his teammate and reminding him that the jutsu he had taught should not be used against a comrade. Sasuke left after the scolding. Kanade watched Sasuke walk away and then turned to leave as well. Naruto realized that his impulsive actions had driven a wedge between him and his friends. He had followed Sasuke's lead without thinking and achieved nothing. He ran after Kanade at a short distance, still seeing them as friends despite the dangerous confrontation. Kakashi shook his head at Naruto's persistence and looked once more at the great tree that had protected Sakura, understanding that Kanade cared deeply for her. Naruto shouted for Kanade to stop as she quickened her pace, as if fleeing from him. Kanade stopped abruptly and faced him, her expression cold. She accused him of constantly interfering in her plans and insisted that his kindness could not change who she and Sasuke were, pushing him away forcefully. Naruto replied that it was not entirely true and pointed to the tree, noting that Kanade had saved Sakura. He insisted that Sakura had nothing to do with the fight between her and Sasuke and urged them all to be more mature. Kanade turned and continued toward the exit, determined not to be stopped. From over her shoulder she saw Sasuke walking in a different direction. Sakura glanced toward the path Sasuke had taken, then stopped and looked after Kanade and Naruto. She left Kakashi standing behind and sprinted after them, following the direction in which the blue-haired and the blonde were heading. Naruto, meanwhile, turned and ran after Sasuke. Sakura and Naruto collided with jarring shoulders but neither paused. Both kept moving, each determined to follow the people who mattered most to them. Because a true friend will change the dark path of someone they care about. Sakura quickened her pace as Kanade disappeared into the crowd of Konoha. Kanade halted her own step once she felt Sakura's presence far enough behind, waiting for her not to follow any further. She needed to clear her mind, and with Sakura watching her she knew she would not fully succeed. Sakura would try to make her see reason, And perhaps she could be convinced if Sakura expressed how grateful she was for being saved from her teammates' attacks. Kanade reminded herself that she did not owe anyone explanations. A tall building offered the distance she wanted, so she leaped to its rooftop and sat, taking in the wide view of the village below. She asked herself what was wrong, waiting for an answer from her own thoughts. Memories of Itachi defeating her returned, and hate began to fill her. She wanted to shout how much she despised him, but the thought felt ridiculous. Worse was the memory that she had not even managed to land a meaningful blow. His cold look had been nothing compared to the way he moved. A few strikes were enough to drop her to the ground breathless, a humiliation she could not shake. She hated her weakness and the growing urge to become stronger. She remembered, with painful clarity, what had happened with Itachi on the day of the Uchiha tragedy. The words he had used to feed her hatred and thirst for revenge had worked. She was desperate for power she did not possess, determined to defeat anyone who stood in her way. A sharp twinge came from the cursed seal Orochimaru had placed on her, and she pressed her palm to it, squeezing until the ache eased. As the pain faded, a calm returned to her face. She turned and recognized a familiar presence behind her. She faced the silver-haired Jounin in charge of her squad and crossed her arms to show she was not afraid. Kanade said that she had seen enough of her teammates fighting and that she was not ready for a lecture. Such lectures should be aimed at them. Kakashi said that he would tell her the same thing he had told Sasuke minutes earlier, and Kanade raised an eyebrow at him. Kakashi told her that she had to let go of vengeance, forget it, and continue with her life. Kanade responded incredulously that he could not be serious and asked if he was trying to make her see reason. She demanded to know if he wanted her to forget the very thing that drove her every day. Kakashi replied that she was different from Sasuke. He believed she was someone who could listen to a reprimand and still choose a different path. He said she had been trained by Bushido and, in some ways, resembled Sasuke. Kanade challenged him, asking what he meant. Kakashi explained that he had seen many people like her and Sasuke, and that the fate of those who seek vengeance was bleak. He warned that it would only end in suffering and self-harm, that even if she succeeded, she would be left with an emptiness. Anger flashed across Kanade's face at his words. She told him to stop pretending he understood and that he should not give lessons as if he knew that feeling. Kakashi kept his voice calm and urged her to be composed. Kanade painted a scene where someone who once had everything lost it all because of a betrayal, a person who begged to live and was spared only to later be told they were worthless. She asked whether he would understand only if she killed someone he loved. Kakashi answered that, sadly, he had no one left to be concerned for, everyone he cared about was already gone, and a tired smile crossed the visible portion of his face. Kanade found herself surprised by the quiet acceptance in his expression, and it showed her that he had overcome much of his past despite its hardships. Kakashi reflected that he had lived longer than she had and had also experienced dark moments. He acknowledged knowing what it felt like to lose someone important and suggested that they had both been unfortunate in different ways. Kanade lowered her gaze, taken aback by his openness. He reminded her that they still had important friends in their lives. Images of Team 7 passed through Kanade's mind, and she allowed herself a small smile. Kakashi said that because Kakashi had lost people, he had been given the power of would release to protect those he cared for, and he urged Kanade to consider carefully whether her pursuit of power and revenge was truly the path she wanted. Before she could answer, Kakashi vanished from her view with a quick leap. Kanade stood at the edge of the building and looked out over the village again, thinking about her teammates' words and the idea that she had become important to them. She recalled the smiles they had shown her and the times they had made her feel comfortable. A short distance away, Sakura leaned against her balcony, head bowed. Memories of all the moments with her team, good and bad, left her feeling conflicted in ways she could not fully explain. Seeing Sasuke and Kanade act as they had hurt her, she cared deeply for both of them in different ways, Kanade like a sister and Sasuke with the affection of someone who had long harbored complicated feelings. Sakura remembered Kanade's gaze when she had been saved from the boy's attack. Kanade had looked lost, but a spark of hope lingered in her eyes, and that small hope had comforted Sakura. Sakura had tried to find Kanade afterward but realized she needed to be alone. Sakura felt for Kanade as she would for a sister and wanted to understand what she was going through. She also knew Sasuke was suffering, but something made her worry more about Kanade, perhaps because Kanade understood her in a way no one else did. Kanade had always treated Sakura differently, cared for her, and shown even a small measure of affection. A quiet understanding settled over them all as the village continued its busy rhythm below, each of them carrying their losses and choices forward. She also felt grateful that Kanade had given Sasuke to soothe her, and despite everything Kanade always tried to cheer her up. She would not leave things as they were. She wanted to restore the team to how it had been. For the first time, she decided to get up and do something instead of simply watching. Kanade was searching for any sign of Sasuke to explain what she had been thinking about their actions toward their teammates. She felt a little regretful, believing they had only tried to support and show they could be friends. What remained was training to feel whole. She looked up when she sensed Sasuke's chakra and frowned at the sight of 4 people surrounding him on a thick branch of a huge tree. She moved closer to get a better view of the figures that had him cornered. One of the group, a woman, announced with malice that they had found her and would no longer have to go looking. Sasuke opened his eyes, realizing they were being threatened. The woman of the group asked whether Kanade would keep her friend company or if they would have to bring her up by force. Kanade shook her head and, with a single leap, landed beside Sasuke. He looked at her with disbelief. He could not understand why she was exposing herself so readily. Kanade demanded to know what they wanted, but none of them answered. They began moving at extreme speed, their motions confusing the Uchiha, who could not decide where to focus. Sasuke muttered that this was ridiculous as they continued to leap around them. One of the attackers lunged at Kanade and Sasuke. Sasuke used his forearm to shield Kanade from the blow. Kanade reacted to a presence behind her and stopped another strike before it reached Sasuke. Sasuke held the first assailant to prevent another attack. The larger opponent tried to charge, but the 2 Uchiha struck the others, sending them to the far side of the tree. They grabbed the larger man's arms and forcefully flung him in the same direction, his momentum carrying him into his companions and pushing them even farther away. They looked toward the place where they had thrown their enemies, but realized they had only hit substitutions. When they turned, the 4 were suddenly behind them, all wearing malicious smiles as if eager to fight. Sasuke warned them that they should think twice before acting and that Kanade was unlikely to be in the mood. One of the attackers taunted Sasuke, calling him a weakling and boasting that he would play with their ribs until they cracked. The provocation angered Sasuke, who launched himself at the taunt. The fight that followed was evenly matched, consisting mostly of precise strikes that only fueled Sasuke's pride in his speed and skill. Then one of the strangers performed a strange technique that sent Sasuke flying into the tree trunk. Kanade was surprised because the attacker had not even touched Sasuke. With a shout, he had produced an impact reminiscent of the dangerous techniques they had once faced in the Forest of Death. The Tanta mocked that Sasuke's bones sounded perfect and suggested they try his small friend next. Kanade met him with a calm, unflinching look, showing no fear despite what had happened to Sasuke without physical contact. Another assailant sprang toward Kanade, but she quickly formed a large wooden spear with her palm. With a precise motion, she struck the opponent. The attack hit a substitution, and the effect made the substitute appear as if it had been turned into wood, revealing the use of substitution. The others watched angrily, aware that if the attack had struck the real target it could have been fatal. In response, they chose to shift tactics and prepare to attack her from a distance. Both sides braced for the next exchange and tension rose as the attackers readied their ranged techniques. Kanade once again looked at the blonde's sleeping face and smiled faintly as she remembered all the arguments they had over his stubbornness. Feeling a heavy weight in her chest, she went into her room to place the photo of Team 7 on the bedside table. She crouched until she was just a few centimeters from Naruto and smiled gently, thinking that this might be the last time she would see a face so full of life, happiness, and hope. She set her backpack down with everything she needed to leave and studied the photo on the nightstand, which closely matched the one she had kept as a memento. She looked again at Naruto's face and missed his bright blue eyes. She had never been so close to him before out of discomfort, although deep down she knew it was because she feared being swept up by his charismatic spirit. Naruto muttered the name Rasen and stirred restlessly in his bed, which made Kanade smile a little. Kanade thanked Naruto for being her friend, ran a hand through his hair, and then placed her hand on her lap. She told him that he should stop being so kind to people who did not deserve it, that he needed to eat more than just ramen, that he should make many friends, and that he should continue being happy. She stood, shaking out her clothes as if to ready herself to leave. When she turned, a hand on her wrist stopped her. She opened her mouth slightly in surprise. She had not expected Naruto to wake from such a deep sleep. She looked over her shoulder and saw Naruto on his pillow, half awake and disoriented. Kanade took Naruto's hand patiently and began to free it, removing his fingers one by one from around her wrist. She was not sure why she was in his room, but she knew it was for something important. Before she could finish, Naruto tightened his hold on her wrist and, still groggy, pulled her close and rested his head on her shoulder, holding her gently. Kanade called Naruto an idiot under her breath and pushed him lightly until he released her. She sighed as she took in Naruto's room in more detail and realized how empty and lonely it felt. That made her think about how hard it must have been to live like that. The loneliness they had both experienced growing up made them similar in some ways, but at least Naruto had not carried the same kind of unbearable pain she had felt from losing a family he never knew. Even though that thought felt selfish, she also felt some relief that he did not bear that particular kind of suffering. She moved to the window and opened it calmly. She began to leap across the rooftops of Konoha, moving fast enough that no one would see her in the late hours. Her plan did not work completely. When she paused for a moment on a roof, someone farther away noticed her. Sakura had been unable to sleep and had stepped out onto her balcony to look at the quiet streets of Konoha. She was surprised to see her teammate and friend slipping along the rooftops, trying not to be noticed. She dressed quickly and ran in the same direction, realizing that Kanade was heading for the village gate. Something inside Sakura pushed her to chase after her. A wrong feeling told her that things were not right. Kanade landed in front of Sasuke and they locked eyes without speaking. They began walking toward the gate, closing the distance. Sakura arrived and halted when someone moved past her and positioned themselves ahead of her and behind Sasuke. Their gazes met, and Sakura pressed her lips together when she saw the backpack on Kanade's back. Her suspicions were confirmed. Her friend intended to leave the village with Sasuke. Sakura lowered her head and looked at the ground, sorrow evident in her expression. She told Kanade that she had seen her on the rooftops and had followed her, and then realized what the backpack meant. Sakura asked Kanade to go back home and sleep, stepping aside as if to let her pass. She then turned to find Sasuke watching every movement with a cold expression, and for a moment everything around her seemed to stop. Both of them were preparing to leave and she felt abandoned with Naruto back in the village. Sakura asked why they never told her anything, letting tears roll down her cheeks. She said that best friends should share how they feel and asked why she had been left out. Sasuke responded without looking at her, saying that it was none of her business and that she should stop worrying about him. Kanade walked up beside Sasuke and gave him a mocking smile that made Sakura feel miserable and helpless as they walked away together. Sakura, choking on her words, accused Kanade of never truly considering her a friend. She reminded Kanade of the day she had confided a secret about her hair, the moment when it had felt like it was just the two of them somewhere that was not the forest. Sakura had told herself then that she wanted Kanade to truly consider her best friend. Kanade said that it was not something she wanted to remember, and Sakura felt terrible. Sakura agreed it had been a long time ago, but she insisted that she still remembered the day Team 7 was formed, the day Kanade, Sakura herself, Sasuke-kun, Naruto, and Kakashi-sensei became a team. Sakura recalled how they had completed many difficult missions together and had worked hard, but above all, they had had fun. A fragile smile appeared on Sakura's face even though her sadness remained. Kanade kept her eyes turned away, and that made Sakura's feeling of powerlessness grow. She wanted to see the expression on his face after hearing those words. She needed to know whether he had listened and remembered what he had once confided. Kanade reminded Sakura that she had once been told how she felt about the massacre of her clan, and that she had never agreed with the idea of vengeance because it brought no one happiness. As a cloud crossed the moon, Kanade explained that she and Sasuke were different, that their destinies were not the same as Sakura's or Naruto's. Kanade said she had tried to adapt to the path they had forged together and believed Sasuke had tried as well, but nothing had worked. Even though the five of them had shared parts of their lives, their fates had been shaped since the attack and everything had been taken from them. Kanade admitted calmly that her heart had chosen them, but she could not stand idle while her brother and family were gone. She told Sakura that seeking justice had been her purpose from the beginning. Sakura's lips began to tremble. The words hurt because they revealed how much Kanade suffered at having left the village and abandoned what they had built over the years. Sasuke then echoed Kanade's words and told Sakura that they truly could not be like her and Naruto. Sakura reacted with disbelief and demanded to know if they would choose solitude again. She reminded Kanade that she had once confessed how lonely she felt at home and how much losing her family had hurt, and Sakura pledged that, for their sake, she would try to understand loneliness even if she had never known it. She pressed both hands to her chest and pleaded for them to stay. Kanade told Sakura to stop, but Sakura persisted. She promised that if they stayed with her they would not regret it, that she would do everything she could to make every day better and to look after their happiness. Sakura begged them to remain and offered to help with their pursuit of justice. When she received no reply, her hands began to tremble and she added that if they could not stay, they should take her with them. Kanade then declared that she now considered Sakura a true nuisance, smiling with a cold malice that made Sakura's surroundings seem to freeze. Sakura watched them resume their path and felt her legs go numb. She knew she could not force them to stay and that confronting them would be a risk she could not take. Gathering her courage, she ran toward them and stopped about a meter away, warning that if they took another step she would have no choice but to scream. When Sakura's gaze met Kanade's Sharingan, she suddenly felt her body tense and collapsed to her knees as an illusion swept over her. Images and memories of that tragic night unfolded before her in an overwhelming, dreamlike rush. In the vision, a figure resembling Sasuke spoke of a life shadowed by hatred, urging a small, dark-haired girl to carry on despite the pain. The experience left Sakura disoriented and she fell unconscious when the illusion ended. Sasuke noticed Kanade and realized her eye looked strained from using the technique. Kanade explained that Sakura would wake in a few hours and that she had used only a simple genjutsu to make Sakura think for a while. Sasuke stepped forward, lifted Sakura into his arms, and laid her on a nearby bench. They left the village cautiously to avoid anyone discovering their departure. When they arrived at the place where they had been summoned, four figures awaited them, reminders of why they clung so tightly to their chosen paths. The newcomers smiled at Kanade and Sasuke's decision to leave the village, saying they had been expecting them and that their departure would please Orochimaru. One of the four asked in a sour tone what they were planning, and Kanade replied with a quiet observation that this was only the beginning. Sasuke, brushing past the strangers, dismissed concerns and said he did not care what anyone thought. They were going to Orochimaru. Far away, Naruto opened his eyes to the dim room and noticed a picture frame on the bedside table. He did not recognize the face in the photo and lifted the frame to examine it. The pose reminded him of himself, but the features were slightly different. He set the frame back and rubbed his eyes, unwilling to fully wake. He moved to the window and found it almost completely open. After closing it slowly and then opening it again, he felt something brush his fingers. He picked it up and discovered a single jet black hair that had been caught by the breeze coming through the window. He parted his lips slightly and went toward the photograph they had left for him. He then looked at the lock of hair and finally out the window, and his cheeks flushed as he wondered why she had visited him at that hour. With a small smile, he let the black hair slip from his fingers and placed it on the photograph she had given him. He then lay back on his bed, certain that in the morning he would thank her and tell her she did not need to visit him while he slept, that she only needed to knock and he would be waiting any day to invite her on a date. Naruto shouted in surprise at the revelation Shikamaru had explained. He looked toward his room and clenched his fists when he saw the photograph Kanade had left while he slept. She had visited him during the night solely to say goodbye in a way he could not interfere with, so he looked back at Shikamaru and hurried to his room to change as quickly as possible. When he was ready, they ran together, talking about the exceptional people they would recruit. Naruto had no objection since Shikamaru was the Chunin in charge of the mission. They had already recruited 3 others, including the little Akamaru, to search for the obsidians. Shikamaru admitted he still had a few people in mind, and they stopped at the top of the steps where Rock Lee and Niji Hyuga stood, observing the 5 with slight confusion at their excited expressions. Shikamaru explained the situation Kanade and Sasuke were facing in detail. Naruto noticed how the boys' expressions changed when they heard the name of the girl involved in such a troubling matter. Shikamaru told Lee to do what he needed to do, but that he would go with the team to stop Kanade. Lee felt his companions release him and then turned away, walking toward the stairs to show he would not go. He could not risk further injury after a recent successful operation. No matter how much he wanted to help the Uchiha, he refused to endanger his health. Everyone respected his decision and did not pressure him. At the entrance to Konoha, Shikamaru organized the team's formation and distributed roles to prepare for any ambush, laying out a precise line of defense that would keep them safe. They listened calmly. He was a Chunin and they trusted his judgment. When he finished, he faced the 4 he had recruited and spoke the most important thing he would say. Sasuke was not a close friend of his and he did not even like him, but both Sasuke and Kanade were ninjas of Konoha and their comrades. That was why they would risk their lives to bring them back. The team understood, and smiles appeared on their faces. Kiba proudly remarked that Shikamaru sounded like a true Chunin. Niji ordered them to show their weapons before they set out, and everyone complied. Naruto pressed his lips, recalling what he had told Sakura to calm her that their comrades would not take Orochimaru's power nor seek it. He had not realized that those words were as much to reassure himself as they had been to reassure her. Over time he had begun to see his companions differently. They sheathed their weapons in silence. Niji glanced over his shoulder toward the path into the forest, feeling a surge of frustration. It had never occurred to him that Kanade might abandon the village and turn her back on those who had once considered her special. He was angry that the person at her side was an Uchiha. Without further delay they began to walk, moving farther away from the village and into a dangerous rescue mission they had to complete. Sakura called for them to wait, and everyone stopped. Naruto looked surprised. She was showing that she was willing to accompany them. Shikamaru explained that the Hokage had already been informed and that he was sorry, but he could not take her on this mission. Rock Lee stepped closer and, with concern, pointed out that she had not been able to convince any of them to stay. Naruto felt surprised by the accusation and realized Sakura had confronted the others before they left the village, which explained the sorrow on her face. Shikamaru reminded them that it was now their duty to use force to bring the missing back, and that Sakura's efforts had reached their limit. Sakura lowered her gaze and let tears slide down her cheeks. Sakura pleaded that this was the only favor she would ever ask and begged Naruto to bring them back because she had failed to convince or stop them. She believed he was the only one capable of saving them. Naruto listened with a surprised expression. Rock Lee observed that she truly loved him and said he could understand what she was going through. He hesitated then, acknowledging his own feelings for Kanade without naming her. Sakura saw Naruto smile and hugged herself, remembering all the times she had underestimated and insulted him. She sobbed her thanks. Naruto gave her a reassuring thumbs up and silently promised to bring both of them back. He turned with the rest of the team and began walking toward the mission. Sakura watched him go and swallowed at the weight of that promise. Her body still trembled with uncertainty. Rock Lee drew closer and tried to comfort her, noting that Naruto had spoken with the same confident pose their teacher used and that everything would likely turn out all right. Naruto assured that everything would be fine. He had no doubt. Sakura looked toward Rock Lee, who held the confident stance Naruto had struck, and she smiled slightly, reassured by his words. As she turned with him, she spotted in the distance a man with long white hair watching with his arms crossed. Her lips parted slightly when she recognized him as Kanade-sensei, and when he looked directly at her, a small electric shiver ran up her spine. Sasuke and Kanade sat in a corner of the boat that had come to pick them up and watched Naruto, thinking once more that he was surpassing them in strength. They watched the back of someone they had grown to respect. Naruto was becoming the person they had come to resent, the one who exceeded them in power and skill. That grudging bitterness had not been part of their plans, but jealousy stirred in them and fed those thoughts. Naruto possessed a power they lacked, and they could not ignore that. They needed strength, and the only people who had offered it required leaving the village. They wondered if they could abandon all the bonds they had forged. Sakura said goodbye to Lee when he told her he would return to the hospital. With little left to do, she approached the white-haired man who still watched the village entrance where the search team had left. Up close she could see how striking he was and the severity in his gaze. It was clear he was powerful, especially since he had also been named a Sannin, like the remarkable fifth Hokage. Sakura asked if he was Kanade's sensei, and he nodded. He said he was aware of the situation and that he was very displeased with her choice, commenting that she had chosen his former teammate without considering that he was Kanade's instructor. He shrugged and offered a wry smile, explaining that Orochimaru had been clever, placing that curse that granted power had made people greedy, and that was why they had gone searching. He sighed with annoyance as he spoke. Sakura, embarrassed, asked if he could do her a favor. Their eyes met. She was not sure she was doing the right thing, but it was the only alternative left. Her trust rested in someone above the rank of Jounin, and someone like him seemed perfect to help with her request. She worried whether he would accept. She was a 13-year-old girl who only knew basic jutsu and could not manage much on her own. At a distance, Sasuke and Kanade were surrounded by the men who had declared themselves superior. They mocked them, laughing as the two black-haired youths glared back with barely contained hatred. The two-headed man announced that they would have to die for the first time and then produced a vial with 2 pills, hurling it at Sasuke. Sasuke caught the pills, and the man explained that they had to take the awakening pills so their power would increase and the seal would be released. The Uchiha exchanged doubtful glances. They finally complied and took the pills, which caused intense pain and dizziness until both collapsed unconscious. The captors approached the black-haired girl and noticed that she began to vomit the pill even while unconscious. They smiled with malice, realizing that she bore a different curse placed long ago that prevented the process from completing. One of the captors said that this would please Lord Orochimaru. The girl was picked up and placed in a large container laid out under a scroll. Sasuke was placed in another container, and the captors completed the ritual by sealing both with a formation of 4 black feathers. They strapped the containers to their backs. The 4-armed accomplice observed that the girl could not be completely controlled by the curse and that they would have to see how she reacted. Perhaps it would grant her power without changing her entirely. He adjusted the container that held Kanade as they prepared to move. Bushido held Sakura's legs tightly and leapt through the branches at high speed. They moved quickly toward the battle. Sakura kept her focus on reaching her friends. The journey was long, but they drew nearer thanks to the pale-haired man's speed, who grew impatient to arrive and see his student with Orochimaru's power after taking the pill. He knew that process well, but he also knew Kanade already carried another curse that prevented Orochimaru's from manifesting properly, and that reassured him. They could sense the chakra of Naruto and the Uchiha. The Valley of the End was close, which made Sakura nervous. Naruto watched as Kanade and Sasuke began to emerge. The Uchiha's eyes locked on the blonde and threw him into a panic. Kanade glanced behind Naruto and found her sensei gone. Sakura stood with her hand on her chest, having stopped Bushido-sama, and advanced toward Kanade. Sakura stepped beside Naruto and told Kanade that it was her responsibility to stop her. Kanade activated her Sharingan and fixed Sakura with a serious stare. Kanade demanded why Sakura persisted in coming after her. Sakura lowered her gaze and admitted that friends did that. Kanade looked where her sensei should have been and found he had left, revealing that he had only brought Sakura, who now annoyed Kanade. Kanade coldly called it foolish that Sakura kept acting this way. Sasuke smirked, recognizing the same frosty attitude Kanade showed toward her teammate that he had shown toward Naruto. When Sasuke and Naruto began their battle, Sakura ran at Kanade. She struck, but Kanade did not flinch and only laughed when the blow landed, touching her cheek as if it meant nothing. Kanade made clear that Sakura could not face her. Cursed markings began to spread across half of Kanade's face. Sakura insisted she could stop Kanade and reminded her that what they had forged as Team 7 could not be erased. Kanade acknowledged that truth but declared it belonged to the past, laughing and placing her hands on her hips as she taunted Sakura's anger. Sakura swore she would never change and moved closer, saying she had come to stop Kanade because she was her best friend. Kanade glanced toward the source of the flames. Kanade admitted she could not kill Sakura and thanked her for everything. Then Kanade launched a wooden technique aimed at Sakura. The technique failed to fully activate. Sakura's expression flickered with a brief hope before she collapsed, unconscious. Kanade's face finally showed the real sadness she felt as she looked at Sakura lying hurt and out of reach. Her decision had already been made. She leapt toward where Naruto and Sasuke were fighting and found a scene unlike many she had seen. Both Sasuke's and Naruto's stances looked altered. Sasuke shouted at Naruto in fury as Naruto tried to stop them. Kanade declared that it was the end. Naruto read her lips and withdrew the Rasengan he had formed in his hand. Sasuke insisted that Naruto was his best friend, and Naruto, exhausted, murmured that he had thought he was the only one who believed they were friends. Both launched themselves at each other, and Kanade could see how desperate and endangered Naruto was. Sasuke called out that it was too late for Naruto. On impulse, Kanade ran and placed herself between Sasuke's attack and Naruto. A tremendous flash erupted across the Valley of the End. Kanade raised a massive wooden trunk from her arm to intercept Sasuke's Chidori, but the defense proved incomplete. The right side of her arm was burned and the force of the clash sent her flying into Naruto. Naruto caught her, preventing her from crashing into a nearby rock. Kanade scolded Naruto for interfering, but her tone revealed her concern. Naruto pressed his lips together, realizing the battle had ended. The confrontation with Sasuke was over. He held Kanade's body and breathed a relieved sigh, aware she would have been seriously hurt if the Chidori had connected fully. His body grew heavy, and he began to lose consciousness, resting his chin on Kanade's shoulder. She, too, was unconscious and wounded. Sasuke approached them with a scowl and reached for Kanade, but he paused when he saw the severe burns his Chidori had caused her. Those wounds would leave a scar if left untreated. He gently pulled Kanade's arms, separating Naruto from her, and dragged her a short distance before letting her rest. After releasing her, Sasuke looked down at Naruto on the ground, walked toward him calmly, and showed no intention of killing him, especially after someone he despised had taught him a way to gain more power. Her body went limp by reflex, but before hitting the ground she braced herself with her lower abdomen and looked at the blonde for a few seconds. She stood up when she heard footsteps approaching and, looking in that direction, she found Kanade-sensei. There was no choice but to regard him with distrust. He crossed his arms, returning the same suspicion and creating an awkward atmosphere. It was clear he was upset about the condition of his student, but he said she would have to return to the village. The sensei told them that they should understand she could not go with them in that state. Sasuke emitted a small growl. The white-haired man examined Kanade's condition and commented that he did not believe Orochimaru could heal her arm, then asked if Sasuke would take her to Orochimaru once she recovered. Sasuke said that would be her choice, not his. He reached up to the collar at his neck, removed it, and handed it to the white-haired man, who looked confused and shrugged. Sasuke instructed the white-haired man to give the collar to her when she recovered, suggesting it might help her remember where she belonged and who she should be with. Then Sasuke turned and walked into the darkness of the forest. The white-haired man replied that he would, and watched Sasuke disappear. He put the collar in his pocket and sat to wait for the others to wake, having left Sakura in a safe place. After a while, the span of a few minutes that might have stretched to 2 hours, the boys opened their eyes. Kanade felt heavy and an intense burning in her arm forced her to close her eyes again in pain. Naruto demanded to know where Sasuke was and called out to Master Bushido in frustration. The adult shrugged and lied that he had just arrived and had been watching over Sakura the whole time, and he noticed Naruto lowering his gaze with sadness. Naruto was hurt, but it could have been worse if Kanade had not protected him so bravely. He struggled to his feet and shook his head when the adult reached to take his student into his arms, because he wanted to carry her himself and make sure Sakura would be okay. Master Bushido, however, picked up Kanade in his arms anyway. Kanade awkwardly draped her arm over Naruto's neck and received a reassuring smile from him. Master Bushido then placed Sakura's unconscious body on his back and began to leap along with her, followed closely by the other two, who remained silent for a long while. Naruto noticed that Kanade seemed uncomfortable and stopped at the tip of a pine, which finally made her look at him with confusion. Kanade asked why he had done what he had. Naruto looked at her in silence for 5 seconds before admitting that he had done it because he did not want to lose her. Kanade's lips parted slightly and she turned her gaze toward the moon. Naruto explained that his dream was to become Hokage and that he was sure he would have been consumed by guilt if he had not stopped her. He said he was happy she had come back with them and paused when he saw her cheeks flush. Kanade wondered if she might have a fever. She grunted and averted her eyes so she would not have to look at Naruto's sincere expression. He had always interfered in her affairs since the day they had met. Naruto glanced sideways at the sleeping form of Kanade, who remained draped over his back with her arms around his neck. He smiled faintly at how peaceful she looked, as if she were grateful to be taken back to her village. Several medical ninjas from Konoha caught up to them, landing lightly from branch to branch. They took in the sight of the blonde young man carrying a girl with pink hair and exchanged concerned looks, but they kept their positions to avoid starting unnecessary arguments. Kanade murmured that she wanted to know where Sasuke was and pressed her face against Naruto's neck for comfort so that no one could see her expression. One of the medical ninjas asked about the physical condition of the others, looking at Naruto's profile. Naruto answered that they were stable but would need hospital care to recover from their wounds. Another medic asked Master Bushido where Uchiha Sasuke was. Naruto pressed his lips into a thin line and looked toward Kanade-sensei. Master Bushido shook his head in response to the medics, indicating that the only survivor they had recovered from the Uchiha clan was the girl. The medics lowered their gazes, puzzled, and fell silent, though they continued questioning to gather the information they needed. Naruto asked how the other junior ninja were doing and looked to the attending medic for details. The medic explained that they were following the Hokage's orders. First and second medical teams had already been dispatched, and those injured had been assisted and taken for emergency treatment. Master Bushido asked for more details about what had happened to the team and learned that while some had suffered serious injuries, the medical team's work would allow them to survive. Among those who would require surgery were Niji Hyuga and Chuji Akimichi. Naruto noticed Kanade staring into the distance upon hearing about Niji's injuries, as if the news had affected her deeply. A small smile touched Naruto's lips when he realized that Shikamaru's leadership had achieved one of its goals and that everyone under his charge had survived the difficult encounters. Suddenly Naruto felt his strength ebb and began to sway. Before he hit the ground, both he and Kanade were supported by the medics who were approaching to tend to them. Naruto held Kanade close on his back, hoping she would recover soon so that she could rejoin them. He did not regret allowing Sasuke to leave. He believed Sasuke had acted like a true shinobi when he permitted Kanade to be taken for recovery. Naruto was certain Sasuke had hesitated before deciding to leave his teammate behind. He felt the collar that had been given to him in his pocket and smiled at the memory of the boy who had asked him to keep it. He wondered what would happen if Kanade saw the collar and what meaning it might have for her. For now, he decided to wait until she was better before considering whether to give it to her. He suspected the boy's attitude could cause trouble for his friend, much like the stubbornness he saw in his own student. In any case, Naruto resolved to train with Kanade until he could show her the strength she might gain in the village. Tsunade had already agreed to teach her how to control chakra more effectively and to introduce her to medical ninjutsu. The fifth Hokage had confidence that Uchiha Kanade would learn quickly and improve. Kanade opened her eyes and immediately realized she was in a bed at Konoha's hospital. Sunlight filled the room and the white walls gleamed. She assessed her situation, noticing her arm was bandaged up to the shoulder and feeling a dull ache when she tried to move it. She focused on her legs instead, where gauze covered several small cuts likely suffered during her escape. To her left, Naruto emitted a small sound of discomfort, intently examining the ninja headband resting on Kanade's legs. He was almost entirely wrapped in bandages, his body like a wrapped figure after the fierce confrontation at the Valley of the End. It astonished her that he could still move after the battle and that he had carried her for so long. Kanade lowered her gaze, remembering how she had turned her back on the village and gone to seek Orochimaru, the one who had killed the third Hokage and a notorious S-rank renegade. She knew she was a traitor in many people's eyes despite being back, and she understood that others would resent her for the trouble she had caused those who searched for her. Shikamaru, arms crossed, observed that she had woken. Naruto parted his lips slightly at the news and managed a smile, clearly relieved to see Kanade awake. Kanade asked what had happened to Sasuke, trying to keep bitterness out of her tone. Naruto lowered his head and admitted that Sasuke had escaped. He averted his gaze, feeling the weight of failure. It had been 2 weeks since the rescue. Everyone who had gone after the Uchiha was recovering, and no one knew Kanade was in the village. They had kept her presence secret while she was unconscious to avoid questions and to protect her fragile state of mind. In the hospital corridor, Sakura walked with determination to visit Naruto. She had waited for news but paused when her hand touched the door handle, afraid of what she might hear and of breaking down again after everything at the Valley of the End. She heard Naruto's voice on the other side of the door, expressing that he had been unable to do anything. Her hands trembled at the implication. Sakura released the handle and rested a hand on the door as she searched for the right words to prevent Naruto from feeling overwhelming guilt. She could not simply tell him it did not matter after the effort he had put in. Steps approached, and the fifth Hokage came up behind her with a small smile, noting that news traveled quickly before gently opening the door. Sakura placed a hand on her own elbow and turned away from Naruto for a moment, feeling incapable of finding comforting words after all they had endured. Naruto called her name, and the sound of it stirred guilt in her. She forced herself to look ahead and found a long, glossy head of black hair turned toward the window. Her hands shook and she moved forward as if compelled. Kanade heard a soft sob nearby and saw Sakura standing there with a radiant smile and eyes wet with happy tears. Sakura stepped forward and embraced Kanade around the shoulders, her quiet sobs audible against Kanade's ear. Naruto, looking away, murmured his apology to Sakura. Kanade pulled back slightly to face him and asked why he apologized, noticing that he clenched his fists and furrowed his brow. Her smile faded to a small, bittersweet expression when she saw Naruto's distant look. She understood he was hurting for not having brought back both teammates. Sakura, though saddened that Sasuke was not with them, felt warmth at Kanade's presence that eased her pain. Sakura tried to lighten the mood by teasing Naruto about being overworked and commenting that his bandages made him look like a mummy. She suggested, in an attempt to distract them, that the weather was perfect for staring out the window. Naruto interrupted to confess that he had not been able to bring both of them back, and Sakura's smile disappeared. She reassured him that Kanade being there was enough, and that he need not torment himself. Avoiding his teammates' faces so as not to reveal how deeply Sasuke's absence affected him, Naruto put both hands on the window ledge and watched the patients in the garden below, lost in thought. Then, with resolve, he shouted that he would keep his promise to Sakura, insisting that he never took his words back. Naruto showed a sincere smile and declared that being a ninja was simply his way of living, which cheered everyone in the room, including the dark-haired girl. Sakura walked to Kanade's bed and sat down to lighten the mood, placing a hand over her chest to show how relieved she was by those words. Sakura thanked Naruto for bringing Kanade back to the village and admitted that she owed him a great deal. Naruto scratched the back of his neck, embarrassed. Kanade spoke next and said she was sure they would bring Sasuke back. Tsunade crossed her arms, found the right moment to give Kanade important news, and smiled lightly as all eyes turned to her. Tsunade announced that she had accepted what Lord Bushido had entrusted to her and would train Kanade for a year to teach her how to build chakra to increase her strength and how to use medical ninjutsu. Tsunade promised to show Kanade that staying in the village had not been a bad decision. Kanade frowned at the news but nodded without asking for more explanations. As dusk began to fall over the village, everyone prepared to leave. Kanade looked toward the window and was surprised to find Jiraiya watching them from atop a huge toad. Jiraiya made it known that he had been looking for Naruto. The presence of such a visitor left Naruto slightly speechless. Jiraiya turned his back to the others and addressed the group, making it clear that the news he had would change one of their lives. He informed Naruto that he would take him as a student and train him for 3 years away from the village. Jiraiya explained that he had gathered information about Akatsuki and believed they would target Naruto in a few years. Naruto protested that he did not have time for long training and insisted he needed to bring Sasuke back as soon as possible, fearing that Orochimaru might kill him. Kanade interrupted and suggested they put Sasuke aside for the moment. Tsunade added that she had learned about Orochimaru's soul transfer technique and discovered it could not be used repeatedly. It required about 3 years before it could be used again. Tsunade reassured them that after the last battle, Sasuke had used the technique to remain alive, so he was safe for now. She emphasized that if they wanted to bring him back, they would have to grow stronger, and the only option was to train with the legendary Sannin. Naruto would have no choice but to accept leaving the village to train. Jiraiya warned Naruto that if he refused, the village might place him under Umbu's supervision, leaving him little chance to leave in the future. Naruto lowered his head and clenched his jaw in frustration. Kanade, trying to calm him, said she would be trained for a year by the 5th Hokage and 2 years by Lord Bushido and that she would be able to take care of herself. She assured him that Sakura would train hard as well. Tsunade stressed that they would one day face foes more dangerous than Orochimaru and that training was the only way to defend themselves. Naruto replied that if being sensible meant forgetting Sasuke, he would rather remain a fool. He declared that even if he had to stand alone, he would become stronger, bring Sasuke back, and defeat the members of Akatsuki. Kanade teased that if he wandered around alone, he might resort to some ridiculous trick. She hopped toward the giant toad and told him to be ready to leave the village with Jiraiya once he was prepared, then vanished with the toad. Naruto called her an idiot and patted the bed beside him to invite her to sit. Kanade sat next to him, and the action created an uncomfortable silence that Naruto broke with a sigh as he crossed his arms and closed his eyes, considering what he would do after he recovered. It was clear he would be away from the village for a long time, and he wondered whether Kanade would wait for him. Naruto then reached for the bedside table and admitted he had something for her. He opened the top drawer and searched until he found what he had been looking for. He asked her to close her eyes, and when she did, he held the item up in front of her. He told her to open her eyes, and she discovered a delicate necklace bearing the Uzumaki clan symbol. Naruto explained that it had been difficult to obtain and that he had asked Jiraiya for help. He said he wanted Kanade to have the necklace now that she was awake, since he had promised her. Kanade's lips parted slightly as she accepted the gift with gratitude. Naruto did not let go of the chain at first but smiled at the surprised expression on Kanade's face, pleased that the gift had revealed a new side of her. He said he wanted her to have the necklace as a symbol that he would always be with her and to show how precious she was to him, and then he finally let the necklace rest around her neck. Naruto told Kanade that if she put it on, it would mean she accepted his feelings and would wait for him when he left with Ero, the sage. They fell silent for a few seconds. Kanade lowered her gaze as she realized the blonde was confessing his feelings to her, something she had never expected because she had always believed he considered her only one of his treasured friends. It was clear that Naruto had planned for a long time which necklace to give her instead of one from his clan, and she remembered that he had promised to find one much better than the one she had lost. The new medical ninja of Konoha, Uchiha Kanade, begins her training. Kanade focused her medical ninjutsu on the inert fish laid out on a large scroll. She had been trying for several minutes to bring it back, confident that with her skill she could meet Tsunade's goal. She closed her eyes briefly and felt the fish stir in her hands. When she opened them, the fish slipped free and leapt back into the pond from which it had been taken. Tsunade stepped forward with a satisfied smile and praised Kanade for reaching the objective in only 3 weeks, noting the amount of chakra in her hands. Tsunade felt proud and intended to report the progress to her husband. She also resolved to push Kanade harder so she would never give up and would give everything she had. Kanade took a few steps back and looked around the training area, realizing she had grown accustomed to it despite her earlier reluctance. The place reminded her of the 3rd Hokage, who had invited her there to teach her things from the old books. She glanced toward the stairs when she heard someone approaching. Naruto appeared, his body still bandaged, his blue eyes reflecting the same hope he always showed and his smile radiating joy and confidence. He shouted that she would be the best medic in Konoha, and Kanade shrugged. Kanade asked Naruto what he was doing there. He scratched the back of his neck nervously and said he wanted to return to the old habit of going to Ichiraka ramen to eat like they used to. Tsunade nodded with a small smile. Kanade took Naruto by the sleeve and pulled him down the Hokage building stairs. As they descended, he reached out and matched her grip, his palm warming hers. They stepped outside and looked around for anyone they knew to join them. Finding no one, they continued together, holding hands. Since Sasuke had left her at the Valley of the End, Kanade had relied on the support of her teammates. She released Naruto's hand when people began to whisper and walked on in silence, aware of Naruto's blush as village gossip swirled around them. A young boy passing by heard the rumors and, unable to contain his anger, picked up a stone and aimed it at Kanade. He could not stand that she remained in the village and walked the streets as if nothing had happened. The boy flung the stone with all his strength, but Kanade stopped it with one hand. She did not even look at him, and the slight disdain in her expression made him take a step forward, furious. He told her she should leave the village and that he did not understand why she had come back since there was no one left of her clan. Kanade turned and, with a controlled motion, sent the stone back. It struck the boy and knocked him off balance. He stumbled and clutched his forehead, dazed. Some villagers rushed to his aid while others watched Kanade with contempt. She kept her expression calm and walked away, followed by an impressed Naruto. Naruto told her that the boy deserved it and called him an idiot for not dodging. He ran his hands over the back of his neck to show how relaxed he felt, but Kanade remained silent until they reached Ichiraku Ramen. They were greeted warmly by Tuchi and his daughter, who always showed support when Naruto brought someone to eat. The owner offered them an extra order for going together. Naruto asked if they would have the same as always, and Kanade nodded, though she seemed distracted, turning her thoughts back to the villagers' hostile stares and the contempt she had felt while defending herself. She believed, deep down, she deserved some of it, but she was growing tired of it. Naruto encouraged her, saying she should forget them and that soon everyone would realize how valuable she was and would treat her better. The ramen arrived a few minutes later. Naruto became excited and began eating enthusiastically, while Kanade looked at her bowl for a moment and stirred it slowly, her appetite gone. The blonde stopped when he saw old Tuchi nod toward the black-haired woman. He understood the gesture to mean that something was wrong with her and that Naruto should try to help. Tuchi asked if Naruto was going to eat that. Everyone looked toward Ayam when she brought her palm to her forehead. Kanade murmured that if someone was hungry they could have her bowl, and Naruto gladly took the plate. Naruto then insisted that the boy who had attacked Kanade deserved more than a tap on the forehead and said he would have given him a proper beating if the boy were not recovering. Ayam asked whether someone had attacked Kanade, and Kanade nodded in affirmation. Ayam remarked that brave people like Naruto were becoming rare, and Naruto felt flattered. Kanade looked at Naruto after hearing Ayam's words. It was clear to her that Naruto would never treat her harshly despite her betrayal in leaving Konoha, and that thought made her feel more at ease. Kanade admitted that she had made a grave mistake, explaining that she had abandoned Konoha to go with someone who had murdered the third Hokage. The old man shook his head in dismay. Ayam gently reminded her that no one deserved to be treated badly, that people make mistakes but can learn from them and become better. Ayam then smiled and offered another bowl of ramen. Kanade returned the smile and began to eat. The small restaurant felt humble and kind toward those they considered important, which was why Naruto was a frequent, favored customer. When they finished, Naruto paid for a single bowl while the other two bowls were covered by the owners. The group walked through the village like tourists, looking around and enjoying each other's company. Naruto thought it would be even nicer if Sakura were nearby. Kanade took the necklace Naruto had given her and glanced at her companion, who still seemed distracted. Kanade thanked Naruto for staying by her side, and Naruto stopped in his tracks. Naruto asked Kanade if she would like to go on a date with him. Kanade touched the corner of her mouth thoughtfully and said she had assumed this was already a date. Naruto muttered that he hoped she was not serious, and Kanade asked what they would do. They resumed walking while Naruto considered the question and answered that they would first have lunch, then go to the park to sit and talk about their likes and dislikes. Kanade compared that to a team presentation, and Naruto blushed, taking her hand and explaining that they would hold hands the whole time. Kanade smiled warmly at Naruto's nervousness and intertwined her fingers with his to reassure him. She found it hard to believe that the girl admired by so many of their peers could be so close to him in that moment. Suddenly, a familiar figure appeared and landed before them, arms crossed and eyes full of disapproval. Kanade released Naruto to face her. Tsunade, the fifth Hokage, told Kanade that her break was over and grabbed her wrist firmly to force her to come along. Kanade sighed and, after a brief farewell to Naruto, was literally dragged back to the training grounds and released with a brusque motion. Tsunade scolded Kanade angrily, insisting that a medical ninja exists to help, not to harm Konoha's villagers. Kanade defended herself, saying the young man had attacked her first and she had to defend herself from his remarks. Tsunade cut her off, saying it did not matter how it had happened. Kanade needed to learn to be responsible for her actions and to be mindful of the consequences. People,